Welcome back guys, hope you're all doing great. And today's in this video I'm gonna show you how to create a full stack resume builder web app completely by yourself by using the ReactJS and the Google Firebase, Tailwind CSS and the React Qoery client for the state management library. Well, even if you haven't used any of this technology before, don't worry guys, I got your back. We're going to build this project completely from the ground, and we are going to discuss every single aspect of this technology, and we are going to use the chat GPT to help us whenever you're stuck in somewhere and to handle the errors and handle the logics and everything. Well, let me show you what exactly that we are going to discuss in this course, right? So you can see here we have this nice UI where you can see the authentication screen and as well as the home screen once the user successfully logged in. So basically we are using the Google Firebase authentications like the Google authentication provider and as well as the GitHub authentication provider. Both of these authentication provider are managed by the Firebase authentications. It helps us to manage the sessions and to manage the JWT tokens provided by the Firebase. So these kinds of stuff are basically handled by the Firebase authentication. So once we successfully logged in, so this is what the user will see, right? You can see the different types of templates and the user can able to mark it as a favorites. And for instance, right now, this is not marked as a favorite. If I wish to add it to my favorites, I can just click it. So that will be instantly added. And you can see it will be changed over here. So these kinds of stuffs are managed by using the React State library management. So once you any changes in that particular data, it will reflect in every single components, every single child nodes, and you can the notification. So we have the custom toast alert notification, which is completely built by using the Toastify package with the help of the Toastify package, right? And as of course we do have this search filtration options also. For instance, if I search for software with the profession called software, so you can see we have it's filtering the entire data and displaying over here. And once I cleared it back, it will be brings back the data instantly. So the basically this animation stuff is completely built by using the framer motion. So I'm going to show you how to use the framer motion to create a nice interactive animations with React.js. All right, and this is also the filtering option, so you can able to choose any kind of this available professions or tags which is available over here. For instance, if I choose front-end developer, so that will brings back the data. And if I choose UI and UX developer, still this tag is also mentioned over here. And for instance, let's say marketing manager, you can see it's showing the different style. And if I choose teacher or educator, no data. So basically we need to customize this no data, but right now I'm just simply displaying it as no data form. Once I cleared it, that will brings back the entire data stuff. Now if I click this, so that will takes us this, so the user can able to completely view the entire preview of that particular template, and he can able to add to his collection or remove from his collection and as well as the favorites. And you can see how many of the people overall like this templates, right? And you can see the similar templates over here. For instance, let's say if I wish to edit this, all I have to do is to click edit, and I can able to start editing just by enabling this edit option. I can completely customize this entire stuff. If you not enable this, you can't do anything at all. Just you have to do is to click edit, then you can start customizing the field over here. And even if I wish to add one more field, I can able to add over here. And if I wish to add another skill set, I can just simply add that skill set, and I can customize the skill name and the skill percentage and everything. So if I wish to delete this, I can simply delete it. And if I wish to update, for instance, let's say I can change it to 90, you can see the entire animation of this progress, right? So once you finish editing, all you have to do is to click save. So basically it's taking somehow like a millisecond, like a few seconds to save the data into your Firebase cloud. And now we can see that alert notification it's successfully saved. And if you wish to edit this image also, all we have to do is to click this image. So you can choose any image from the local, then it will push it to the cloud, then it will get the download URL, and that URL will be displayed over here. And as well as the same time, the data will also updated in your Firebase. So you don't have to worry about once for unfortunately if you're deleting, if you're close this browser, or if you're you saved it and you want to open it again after some times and you wish to edit something, all you have to do is to just go ahead and open that particular template whatever you edited from your account so that you can start editing back, right? So even if I refresh this, the changes whatever I made, it's permanently saved in the cloud, so I don't have to worry about it that I lost my data, right? So I can able to download this into any kind of format like PDF or PNG or JPG or SVG. All you have to do is to just click it, so that will start downloading that specific format, just like here. See, this is the PDF which we downloaded. So this will allows the user to download in any kind of format that you wish to. So let's say if I go to my accounts, so I can see the collections, what are the templates which I added in my collections, right? So if you want to remove it from your collections, all you have to do is to just over here. So right now it's showing added to the collection. So let's say if I want to remove this, just I have to click it back. So that particular template will be removed from your collections, right? So the data also is instantly updated. And you can see my resume. This is the resume which I edit. So the most beautiful part of this resume is, for instance, we can see if I get back to this template and if I'm changing my name one more time, right? Sample, right? So I updated this data. So whatever the updates I made here, that will capture this dynamic image and it will display it over there. See here. If I click save, the data it's getting saved, right? It's getting saved. Now, if I get back to my account and if I get back to my music, and here we go, you can see that changes over here, sample, right? If I get back over here and if I click edit and if I delete this and if I save this, so the changes will be saved to the cloud. And if I get back to my accounts and my resumes, and there we go. So that's the beauty of having the dynamic capturing images and storing it in the Firebase cloud, and we are displaying it over here. So this I worked a ton of hours into this project to bring a realistic project to you guys. So I hope you guys really excited. And I hope you guys are going to learn a lot of stuff in this course, right? Over here we have this add new template also. So these are whatever the features I explained so far, these are all the client features, the user features. So for instance, if you want to add any new template, so we need an admin page also. So that's the reason we do have this admin new template. So here I can able to delete or I can add a new template over here. So I can choose from the default the category. These are the filter options that we are using in the front end. So we are fixing it over here. So these are the limited options right now we do have, since there are lots of features that we can implement in this project in future. But right now, for the beginner friendly, to keep it, it's a beginner friendly, these are the features that we made it simply as it is. So adding a template over here is a tricky part. So the reason why I'm saying it's a tricky part, it's because each and every template over here, it's fully customizable, it's fully customized, right? So the entire route, it's managed automatically, but when it comes to a custom template, you need to design each and every components, right? So over here, we're having these templates is just an image. So we are just adding the UI of that template. Then using this ID, we need to create exactly the same name for that particular component. Then we need to start design that component. Then we need to push that component and make it live. So every time whenever the admin wants to add a new template, this is the way that we need to add the template, because that's a customized component, right? So I'd say it's having a unique design and it's having a unique UI. So the reason to keep it unique, it's the only way manually we need to create a customized component, then we need to push it to the cloud, right? So this is the awesome project that we are going to build in this course. I hope you guys are excited. So without wasting your time, let's jump into the video. All right, people. So now we have to create a new project folder. So let's create a new project folder over here, and let me give a name as resume builder hyphen YouTube, and this is the November month, right? So this is the project that we are going to build, and let's keep this right. Let me open this services, new terminal folder, and let me open it here, and let me open it in the Visual Studio Code. All right, there we go. So let me create a new text file over here, data.txt. So let's bring up the plan, right? So what are the things that we need to set up? First of all, we need to install the React app, right? We need to install the React app. Then we need to install the package called Tailwind CSS. Then we need to set up the React router. Then of course we need the React icons. Then of course we need the Firebase packages and the framer motion for animations. So these are the packages that we are using. And once we're done, we need to set up the Firebase project. And once setting up the Firebase project, then we need to set up the before all these things, we need to set up the environment setup. Then we need to set up the GitHub configurations. So these are the steps that we need to these are the things that we need to set up over here, right? So what's the first thing that we need to do? So let me copy this. Let me bring the notes, and let me keep it over here. Environment setups, GitHub configuration, React app, Tailwind CSS, React router, and Firebase projects and everything. Let's do it one by one. So let me delete this. So we don't need this anymore because we need to bring the React app over here. So before starting into it, so I'm using the yarn. So we need the Node.js first. What's the first step that we need to do? We need to do the environment setup, right? So over here, if you go to your browser, so search for Node.js. So that will take you to the Node.js. If you search for Node.js, you can find the very first link, nodejs.org. So you can able to see the versions which is available over there. So I strongly recommend you to download the recommended versions. So click it and download and install the Node.js. So once you download and install the Node.js, so you need to make sure whether the Node.js is installed or not. So to do that, all you have to do is to node hyphen version. So that will return the version number of the node. So once you successfully install the node, so we do have the different package installers, right? npm, npx, yarn. In this case, I'm using yarn. So if you're familiarized with npm or yarn, so that doesn't matter. Both are package installer, both have some advantages and disadvantages. But in this case, in this project, I'm going to use the yarn. So wherever the term I'm using the yarn add, you need to use, if you are using npm, you need to use npm install, right? So to install the yarn globally, all you have to do is to npm install -g globally yarn, right? This is the command that you need to run to install the yarn globally in this machine. In this case, I already have the yarn installed, so just run the yarn hyphen version. That will return the version number of the yarn. So now the package manager is ready. So all you have to do is to create a React app. So to create a React app, all I have to do is to yarn create space React app space /. So this is the command that you need to run. So hit the enter. So that will download the React app in the project folder which we created. So hit enter. So usually this will take some time. So please wait until it's successfully downloaded, and let's start install the necessary things after it's successfully downloaded. So now let's please wait. All right, then in this case, my project is successfully downloaded. So all I have to do is to now to install the necessary packages. So before jumping into installing the necessary packages, so we need to install certain extensions, so developer extensions. So first important extension that you need to download is the React snippets. So basically this React snippet, this one, ES67, where is this? ES7 React and Redux snippet. So basically this snippet will help you to write the React code much faster. Since we're using the Tailwind CSS, you need to search for Tailwind CSS. So this will gives you the suggestions of the Tailwind CSS classes. This one, Tailwind CSS Intelligence. So please go ahead and download this extension. So that will gives you the suggestions when you are writing the CSS classes and everything. And then I'm using this prettier for code formatter to aligning my complete code structures and everything to keep it organized and look to have a nice look when you're writing the coding stuff, right? So these are the developer extensions that I'm using over here, right? Then after all you guys install all these necessary extensions, so let's go ahead and install the necessary packages. So clear it. Let's say yarn add react router hyphen dom, react router dom for the React navigation. Then react hyphen icons, this is for all kinds of icons that we are using in this project. Then framer hyphen motion. Then the rest of the packages that we will add later one after another whenever the thing that we needed it most, right? So hit the enter. So this will add that necessary packages. So in the meantime, so we need to set up our GitHub configurations and everything, right? So once it's successfully downloaded and installed it, so we need to set up the GitHub configuration. So because we need to push all the codes or whatever we are writing, we need to push it into our GitHub, right? So that's what we're going to do next. All right then, so to install the GitHub in your local machine, so first make sure that you have a GitHub account for yourself. Then you need to search for git download. So all you have to do is to click this and download the recommended version, whatever it's showing over there. So please click next and do install the Git. Once you download and install the Git in your machine for the very first time, you need to configure your user email and as well as the user name, right? So to do that, all you have to do is to search for git user config, right? So to do that, git user and email config, search for git user and email config in the Google. So that will provide you this configuration link over here. So all you have to do is to copy this, and once the GitHub is successfully installed, and copy this command and open your git bash and paste this and change your first name and as well as change your email address, right? This is the very first step that you need to do once you successfully downloaded and installed the GitHub in your Git in your local machine, right? So this is what that we need to do. Now we need to go ahead and create a GitHub repository for this particular project. So let me open my GitHub profile. So GitHub, I need to click here to create a new repository, and let's keep this as React full stack resume builder web app November 23, right? So let's keep it as 2023, and I'm going to keep this project as private. So click create project, create repository. So that is completely created now. So then what I need to do is all I have to do is to get back to my Visual Studio Code, and you can see this git source control, and here you need to give the messages or whatever the message that we need to give. So before adding the messages and committing and everything, first I need to add the remote in our project. So click this three dot over here and go to the remote option and click add remote. All I have to do is to add remote. So click add remote from the GitHub. So if you're doing this step for the very first time, so it will ask you to authenticate for several times. So please authenticate yourself to access your GitHub account into your Visual Studio Code. So then you can see the GitHub repository which you created for this project right now. So choose that and give a local git name. So I'm going to use the same name, React Full Stack Resume Builder November 2023. Enter. So that will successfully add the remote to our project. So then next we have to go ahead and customize this complete app and reconfigure the routes and everything. Then we need to make our first commit to push this project into our GitHub, right? So that's what we are going to do next. All right, then since we successfully configured the GitHub and everything, now we need to restructure our entire React app, right? So that's what we are going to do now. So let's delete everything over here, right? So let me delete everything inside the source folder. I'm just going to delete everything. Delete it. And I'm going to recreate the source folder over here, src. So inside this folder, now we have to create a several number of folders to work with. So let's create, for instance, let's say once again, oh, come on. Okay. So what we have to do is, so inside the source folder, so we need to create a different sets of folders. So first of all, I'm going to create two different folders over here. One is going to be pages, and another one is going to be containers, and another one is going to be components. All right, so these are the three necessary folders that we need. Then we need to create one more file over here called index.js, and we need to create one more file called index.css. And inside the containers folder, we need to create a new file called app.jsx. And inside this containers, I'm going to create one more file called index.js, because inside the containers we might have a n number of files, so we can't keep on exporting each file separately, so that will lead to a multiple import statement. So I need to export every single containers files from this single index.js, so I can import it in a single line. That's the reason we are doing that. So here I'm just going to say RAFCE, so that will the React snippet which we already installed from the Visual Studio Code extensions. So click save. So then let's jump into the we need to rename this CSS file name index.css, right? So inside this index.css, so right now we are not going to have anything else, right? But we need to add something later when we are configuring the Tailwind CSS. So right now I'm just going to keep it empty. Then app.js is ready. So over here in the index.js, which is inside the containers folder, we need to export our app.jsx file. So export default as app itself from where /app.jsx. So whenever I need to create a new container, all I have to do is to create the component. Then I need to export this component from here. So whenever I'm importing it, I can import it in a single import line, right? So let me delete this and let me delete this. We don't need that so far now. Let's jump into the root index.js file. All right, so inside the source we have the root index.js file. This is the place where we need to configure our React, where the place we are accessing the DOM element and everything. So first let's import the necessary packages. So let's say import React from the React, then import React DOM from React DOM/client. Right, this is the package that we need. Then we need to import the CSS file. So import / from the local file. I do have the index.css that I need to add, right? Then we already added the React router DOM, so we need to import that particular line also. Let's add the import from React router DOM. So what are the things that we need to do? We need to get the browser router, and I'm going to keep it as the router in this name instead of browser router. Okay, then I need to get the root. So basically the React will works how exactly it's working. So every single component, whatever I'm writing, it's completely mounted inside this particular division, this root division. So I need to access this root division, then I need to create a DOM element so that I can render all my components inside this division. So that's how the React application is working, right? So all I have to do is to create a root first. So const root equals to React DOM dot create root. Inside this, I need to access the ID from the public index.html from the public folder. So get element by ID and access that by ID by using this root ID name. So now we created our root element. So now I need to render it. So root dot render using this render function. Inside here, I'm going to render everything using the React strict mode. So React dot strict mode. Open it. So inside here, I'm going to bring the router because we're going to have the multiple routes. So I need to wrap the entire component inside this router. Then I need to bring the app component inside here. So we need to import this app component, right? So basically this app component is coming from import from dot slash components. So not components, dot slash containers. So inside the containers, we already exported the app. So let's import it over here. Just like that, right? So now everything is fine. So let's fire it up. So that should display the app, the name, just app in the website. So let's say yawn start. So that will load our development server and that will brings up our, here we go. So it's loaded our component and it's rendered inside our ID over there, right? So which means our component is loaded successfully and it's installed and it's up and running perfectly fine. So let me stop it over here and we need to install the Tailwind CSS, and that's what we are going to do next for the customizing the UI and everything. So let's go ahead and install the Tailwind CSS. All right, then, since we successfully restructured our entire project, so now let's go ahead and install the Tailwind CSS. So here, let's open up the browser and search for Tailwind CSS with React app. So you can see this link. So click this, and that will open up the way how to configure the Tailwind CSS with the React app and everything. So you can use this documentation to install the Tailwind CSS with our applications, right? So we already installed the React applications and everything. All I have to do is to install this package. So here it's given with npm. So we are using yawn. So wherever the term you're seeing npm install, use yawn add. So I'm going to copy from here to here, copy it. And here I'm just going to say yawn add -t Tailwind CSS. So that will download it from there. Then I need to copy this initialization command. So that will initialize the Tailwind CSS to generate this tailwind.config.js, right? So here I'm just going to say yawn add yawn tailwind init. So that will initialize the tailwind config.js file over here. So you can able to see this tailwind config.js file. So later we need to customize it. So here inside this, you need to copy this line because it needs to monitor every single file inside the source, whether it is JSX or TSX or whatever the subfolder it is in. It's need to keep on monitoring is there any changes in the Tailwind utility classes or not, right? So save these changes. All right, then I need to copy this and I need to paste it inside the index.css. So copy it and paste it here. Save these changes. Then I need to make sure whether it is working fine or not. So all I have to do is to let's jump into the app.jsx file inside the containers app.jsx, and here I'm just going to say class. Let's give it as a width screen or something. So width the screen and flex item center and justify center. So that should bring this text in the exact top center at this location. So let's fire up our server. Let's say on start. There we go. So it's here and now it's here. So which means the Tailwind CSS is configured perfectly and it's working as it's supposed to be, right? So along with this, I need to add few more customized font size and fonts and everything. So let's go ahead and add those stuffs. So in the index.css, I'm going to use a font. So to install the font, so we can go to the Google Fonts, and click over here. The font which we are using over here is Moli. This is the font that we are using, right? So instead of downloading it and copying the URL from here, you can use the extension, search for Google Fonts. So you can download this Google Fonts, this one, you can download this Google Fonts. Once you downloaded this Google Fonts, all you have to do is to Control Shift P and search for Google Fonts. You can find two different ways to import the Google Fonts. In this case, we are going to use the @import. Select the @import and search for Moli, and that will add that URL over here. So then I need to strike the styles for the body tag. So width of this body tag, it's going to be 100 pw, the viewport width, and the overflow of X in the left and right direction, it should be hidden. It should not overflow left and right. And the background color, I'm just going to keep it hash F1, 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 right? And the height is completely, it's going to be auto height. It needs to adjust according to the content. And the font family of the entire page, it's going to be the font which we added, Moli and sans serif. And then we need to get the system UI. If none of the fonts is loaded, it's need to use the system UI fonts, right? So save these changes. So these are the default styles that we need to add. So the Tailwind CSS is configured perfectly, and we customize the CSS files and everything, and it's loaded perfectly. So the next important step that we need to go ahead and configure the React routes. So let's go ahead and do that. All right then, so let's jump into the app.jsx, because this is our root component. So we need to start customize everything inside this app.jsx, right? So let's delete this stuff and recreate the same component app. So over here, what I'm going to do is, so I need to configure the custom routes and everything. So over here, we do have two different main routes. One is the home route, right? We need to create a home route, and another one is the auth route, where the user can able to authenticate himself by using the Gmail or GitHub or whatever it is, right? These are the two different routes that we need to create. So before creating that, first what we need to do is we need to import these packages from the React router DOM. So from React router DOM, I need to bring these two different packages, which is nothing but the route and the routes. These are the two different packages that we need to add. Then, and I need to make sure this division is not necessary. So I'm going to bring the suspense, which is coming from the React. Okay, so basically, if there are any issues in the routes, whatever we are trying to do, it's need to fall back to the loader, right? It's need to fall back to the main loader, which we haven't designed. So we will design it later. But for the time being, I'm just going to load this division with the text called loading, right? So if there is any for suspense, like if there is any issues on the routing or anything else, it needs to fall back to the safe route. So that's the reason for we are using the suspense. Then we need to bring the routes. Inside this route, we are going to create the route. So basically, in the path, whatever it's coming, it's need to load this element, which is nothing but our home component, which we haven't created. So let's keep this as a home container or something, or let's bring it as a home screen or something, right? Then there is another route, which is basically the path. It's as auth, right? This is the path, and it should load the element authentication. This is the string that it needs to load it. So basically what we are going to do is inside the pages, we are going to create these two different pages. So let's go here, let's create the home screen .jsx RAFC, save it and close it. make sure that you are using the exact same name over there and there. Then I need to create one more component, which is authentication. Click new file, authentication.jsx, and inside the pages I need to create a new file called index.js, because we need to export these two screens over there, right? So RAFCE for authentication screen, close this. So let's export those two different screens. Export default us from /home screen, copy it and paste it over here. Copy and paste it and change this to authentication. Copy it and paste it over here. Save the changes. Now we can import these two screens over here in a single import statement. So it's not showing up, so let's add it by ourselves. Import from /pages. So from there I can add what we can do. I can add the home screen, and as well as I can add the authentication. So I can import those two. So over there, now let's go here and let's check it out. Okay, it's loading the home screen, and if I'm typing auth, so that will load the authentication screen. Apart from this auth, if it is coming anything else, that will load the home screen, right? So it's working perfectly that we are in the authentication screen. So now let's go ahead and start customizing the authentication screen. That's what we are going to do next. All right, then, since we successfully finished the main routing and everything, so let's go ahead and customize the authentication part, authentication UI. So let me bring it side by side view so that we can see it completely. Wait a second. Let me bring it here and let me keep it side by side. So now we can able to see both screen, and let me navigate to auth. All right, here we go. So now we are inside the auth UI. All right, so let me bring the authentication UI in the side by side over here. Let me log out and let's click the auth. So this is the UI that we need to design, right? So we need to bring the assets and everything. So I already dropped the assets in the description, so you can get the assets from there itself. All right, so in this case, let me bring the assets folder from here to inside the source. Let me bring the assets folder. So inside the assets folder, you can find the list of images that we are going to use for the designs, what kind of template that we are going to use, and the template 2. And for each template, we do have a different folders, template 1 and template 2, and the logo and the no data image animated file and the index file. So we exported every single part over here, right? This is the assets folder that you can download it from the description below. So please go ahead and download it from there. All right, so now we have all the assets which is necessary for the UI. So let's jump into the designing this part. Okay, so let's customize this class first. So class equals to, so this is going to be the top section, the main container section. So we can say like auth section. So instead of writing the complete the CSS part over here, because this is going to be a very big list of the CSS utility classes, so I'm going to show you how to write the custom utility classes inside the Tailwind CSS. So let's copy this auth section and go to your index.js. So let's open the index.css. And over here, I'm going to use @layer property. Inside the @layer property, I'm going to create our custom class auth section, and I'm going to apply all the utility classes properties of the Tailwind CSS. So, okay, so width full and hatch string and overflow hidden and flex column, item start and justify in the starting position, and the padding px is going to be 6 and py is going to be 4, and the gap between each and every property is going to be 6. So this is how we need to add the custom CSS, and let's see how exactly it looks like. So let's refresh it. and let's save these changes. So now you can see the padding and everything is applied according to the styles. It should be in the top left corner. So the custom styles, it's working perfectly as it's supposed to be. So in case if you're creating a very big list of classes, so you can create a custom classes over there, custom classes. So some cases at some point these custom classes will not work as we expected. At that point we can adjust it here and there. Okay, so now let's bring the top section first, and let me bring the image. Let's bring the image logo over here, which I exported from the assets folder. So let's import it from there, from /assets. So logo, save the changes. So that should display the logo over there. So let's write the customized class name. So width is going to be 12. So use the customized class only if you are writing a bunch of CSS utility, Tailwind utility classes, right? So height is going to be auto, and the object it's going to be contain. Save the changes. So that's how it looks like. Then below that we need to bring the main section. Main section, the place where we are going to display all the remaining part over here. This one. Come on, this one. Okay, so let's go ahead and bring that. Okay, for that particular thing, so that we need to create a new division. So let's say class name, which is going to be width full, of course, width full. Then flex 1. So that should take the complete available length in between in it. So flex column direction, and the items, everything should be in the center, and justify the content in the center. Gap between is going to be 6, and the background is going to be red color. So now you can see it's occupying the entire middle area due to this flex 1 property. Okay, so I don't need this background color, so let me remove that background color. Cool. So now we know that it's working perfectly. So let's bring the footer section, then we jump into the middle section. So let's bring the footer section. Okay, so this footer section basically which is going to be common for every single pages. So for that, what we need to do, we need to create a separate container for that. So inside the container, I'm going to create a new file called footer.jsx, RAFCE, save it, and I'm going to export it from the containers. Let's keep this as footer, copy it, and export it in the same name as footer itself. Save changes. And now what we need to do, we need to bring the footer over here, footer, and make sure it is imported from the container folder, not like this, and wrap this into the object. Save these changes. Now you should be able to see the footer over there. All right, so let's go ahead and start customize the footer part over here. For this, let's add the class name, and let me enable the word wrap, so that will wrap inside the screen. Cool. So width full and flex, item center, justify the content between, and the border, it's going to be border top, it's going to be gray color, border gray, no, border gray, come on, border gray, it's going to be 300 points. So save this. So now you should be able to see the border over there instead of this footer. So I'm going to bring we can see over here, this is one division and this is one division, right? So to do that, all we have to do is to create two separate divisions over there, div 1 and div 2. Inside this div 1, I'm just going to bring the logo. So let me bring this, paste it, import it. Instead of 12, I'm going to make this 8. Then you should see the logo over there. Cool. Then I need to bring one more paragraph tag, and I'm just going to say express resume. Come on, express resume. All right, so it's displaying the text. So next, what we need to do is we need to align those properties. Okay, so let's bring it in the straight lines. So let's say class name, it's going to be flex, item center, and justify center, and let's bring it gap as 3 or something. So now you can able to see it's aligned perfectly over there. And what else we need to do? Let's add some padding py. So now we can see we have some enough space over there. Then for the next division, we have to do the same stuff. Copy this and let's bring it over here. Class, oops, not there, class name, paste it, and instead of gap 3 I'm going to use the gap 6. So I'm going to use this link tag from the React router DOM, so to navigate it to a very specific path. Right now I'm just going to navigate this to home route, right? And the class name, it's going to be text blue 700, and text is going to be small text. Text is going to be home, contact, privacy and policy. So contact, privacy, policy. So if you don't want to wrap these texts, so just add this one more time, because if there is any empty spaces, it will automatically bring the next word in the next line. So we don't want that. So let's use the white space, no wrap. So that will not bring the policy to the next line, even if you are shrinking your UI. So now the footer part is done. So let's get back to the authentication main section, the place where we are going to display this, all these stuffs. So over here, inside this main section, first let's bring that the text, very big text. So let's say h1, and that is going to be welcome to Express domain. All right, so now we have that text. Then let's bring this expressway to create the resume paragraph, copy and paste that text inside. After that, what we have to do, we need to bring the one more text, which is going to be h2 authenticate, say the changes, and then we need to bring a separate division. Inside that separate division, we need to bring these two different buttons and everything, right? So this is how it looks. So let's customize these for this h1 tag. So let's say text3xl. We need to keep it text3xl, and from the large device onwards, it should be text4xl. So then text blue 700. So basically from the small device onwards, it will be on this size, but once it reaches the large screen, from that moment onwards, it will use this 4xl size. All right. So now for this paragraph tag, class name, we use the text 2xl every time. We don't need to increase at all. So then text gray, it's going to be 600. Say the changes. That's how it looks. Then for this authenticate, let's use the for this is supposed to be base size, and this is supposed to be text 2xl, text gray 600. Say the changes. This is how it looks like, which is exactly the same way what we are seeing it right now. Then we need to create a button which is going to be authenticate, and basically we need to create this one as a reusable component, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create two separate components, which is going to resemble that button how we are looking right now, and it's going to perform two different actions, but the component is going to be exactly a single component. So that's what we are going to do next. All right then, so now let's go here and create a new component. Inside the components folder, I'm going to create a new file called index.js to export the multiple components, and I'm going to create a new file over here called auth button with provider. That's the component name that I'm going to use, JSX RAFCE, save changes, and export this from here. Export default as from /auth button with provider, copy it and export it in the exact same name itself. Save these changes. Now we exported it. Then let's jump back to the auth provider. So we need to bring this button inside the authentication, inside this specific division. So let's customize this division first. So let's say class name, width, of course for the small devices it should use the complete width, but from the large devices onwards I'm just going to reduce the width, width 96. All right, then rounded, of course it's going to be medium. For the time being I'm just going to use the red, so I need to see how exactly it's looking. Okay, we can't see anything. because we haven't added anything inside. Currently I'm just using p2, so now you should be able to see something over the padding. Okay, rounded empty, we added the padding, and everything should be inside the flex column direction. So flex column, then everything should be in the center and justify in the starting position, which means it should start from the top center. Then the gap should be 6. So we know that this is how it looks. And when we convert this to in the mobile screen, now you can see it's occupying the complete width. When we bring back to the big screen, it's using the 96. So we are creating a responsive design by the time when you are writing the Tailwind CSS properties, right? So I don't need this background color over here. Let me delete this. And inside here, we need to bring those two different buttons. So authentication, yeah, this is the one that we need to bring, but make sure that is imported from the components, because it's importing a single component. Later from that folder, if you're trying to import multiple components, it will take multiple import statements. So to avoid that, that's the reason we create the index.js. So import in this way. So now let me copy and paste it 2 more times, save changes. Now we should be able to see those buttons 2 different times. So this provider, what are the things that this that component needed? We need to supply the icon, and we need to supply the label, and we need to have the chevron icon over there, right? So and then we need, along with that, we need to supply one more information, which is nothing but what kind of authentication provider that it's going to use. That's the information that we need to supply. So let's jump into the auth provider over here. So let's create the 3 different properties for that component. First component, which is icon. So the reason why I'm using this icon I as a capital, because we are sending the reference of the icon component, because since the React icon, it's a component, we are sending that component as a reference to this property. So the component should always have the first letter as a capital letter. That's the reason we are using the icon as a capital letter, right? Let me explain you by the time when we are implementing it. Label, then what else we need? The provider, what exact provider that it is. Save the changes, and let's apply the property over here. So icon, so first one is going to be Google, so I'm going to use the for Google. Okay, so let's import that separately from here. Import from React icons /fa6. So from here, I'm going to use that Google icon, this one. Then I'm going to get that Git icon for Git. Okay, spelling mistake, for GitHub. Yeah, this is the one. So these are the 2 icons that we need to supply for Google. We are sending it as a reference instead of as a component. So we are sending that component reference. So inside here, we can use this as a component. All right, let me show you. So then we need to supply the label. So what the label that we need to display inside? Sign in with Google. Then provider, what kind of provider that we are going to use? This is going to be Google Auth provider. This is the class name provided by the Firebase Auth. So I'm going to use the exact same class name over here. Then for this, let's supply the same, copy and paste this, save it. So you will see the same stuff, because we haven't added over there anything. We haven't added anything over here. And I need to change this to for GitHub and sign in with GitHub, and this is going to be GitHub Auth provider. All right, so later we'll check this change, name changes and everything. For right now, so far so good. So let's go to the authentication button now, and over inside here, let's fix this UI part. So this division is going to be class name. Width, of course, it's going to take the complete available width, and the padding px, it's going to be 4, py, it's going to be 3, and rounded, it's going to be empty. And from the border, I'm just going to add 2 pixels for that border, and the border blue, it's going to be, let's say, the same 700. And then what else? Flex, everything should be in the center, and the content should be in the center. Justify in the center. All right, then what else we need to do? We need to bring the cursor. So let me wrap this so you can able to see it completely. Then cursor, it's going to be the pointer. Save this, so it looks like that. After this, what we need to do, we need to group this, because when you are hovering it, if you have a look at here, If I hover it, you can see the changing the color of the every single part inside this division. So to do that, we need to group all those things as a single unit. So that's the reason we are grouping it. Then hover, whenever I'm hovering it, I need to change this to blue 700. All right. And on active, if it is active, I need to reduce the scale percentage. So scale to 95%. Then duration of that animation is going to be 150, and hover, I'm going to add some shadow effects to save the changes. So now if you go here, you can see it's changing the color and it's adding, and you can see that duration effects, and you can see if you click this, you can see it's having some nice active scale animations, and of course it's adding the shadow effects also, right? So now it's looking much better. So let's bring inside everything one by one. So let's bring the icon. See, this icon is a property, but we are using it as a component over here. The reason why it is because inside here we are sending it a component as a reference to this property. That's the reason we are using it as a component over here, right? So class name is going to be let's say text text primary color. So this text primary and all those things, which is a customized Tailwind config. So I already dropped the link in the description so that you can copy the Tailwind color codes from there, or it's nothing that much complicated. Very few color codes only I added in that customization of the property of the color in the Tailwind config.js. So here inside this extend, just paste it. These are the customized. This is the entire style that we customized inside the Tailwind config.js. Please pause the video and just type it, or click the link in the description below and copy and paste these color codes over there. So save these changes, and let me get back over here to the authentication button, and here I'm just going to say text primary. That's the color that we want to use. All right. Then the size of that button is going to be text XL. 1 second. What happened? Yeah, here text XL. Then group, whenever we are hovering, group hover, whenever we are doing the group hover, I need to change this color to white. Okay, then let's bring the paragraph text, and inside here I need to bring the label. We need to display that label property. Then for this, let's add some class name. Of course, the style and everything is going to be the same stuff. Let's copy this. Just we are going to change the size of the text, LG. And after this paragraph, we are going to bring the chevron right icon. This is common for both component, class, text primary, then text base. On hover, group hover, I'm going to change the text color to white. Save the changes, and you can see it's looking like this. And something is not looking good. What it is, we missed something. Instead of justify center, let's give it as justify between. So that should resolve this issue. Look at that. So now we are having two nice buttons, and for this on click event, we need to perform two different actions. Okay, so that's we need to label that part. So that's what exactly we are going to do next. All right, then. So let's go ahead and start writing the main logic behind this authentication. So whenever I'm clicking this button, I need to handle an event, on click event, right? So to do that, what we need to do is I'm just going to say on click, I'm going to say handle click event. This is a button that I'm going to create over here. Let's create that button. So handle click, and create an arrow function, and let's make this arrow function like asynchronous function, because this function needs to wait for a certain time of period until the authentication everything happens properly. This function needs to wait. That's the reason we are changing this to asynchronous function. So then I need to bring up the authentication provider. What are the two different authentication provider that we are using over here? Google Auth provider and GitHub Auth provider. So we need to create an instance for both of those providers. So let's create an instance for both those providers. So const Google Auth provider object is equals to new Google Auth provider. Okay, so it's not bringing up. The reason it's not showing up is because we haven't added the Firebase in our project, right? So we need to add the Firebase in our project. So before doing that, let's what should we do is let's make sure this on-click event is working perfectly for both these two buttons separately. When you click the sign in with Google, that should trigger the Google button, and when you click with the sign in with GitHub, that should trigger the GitHub button, right? So to do that, inside here, I'm going to use the switch case, and I'm supplying the provider inside the provider property. So case, if the case is equals to this Google Auth provider, then I'm just going to say console.log inside the Google Auth. All right. So I need to break this part over here. Let me copy this and let me paste it one more time. And if is equals to this part, we are going to keep this one. All right. So by default, what we are going to do, and we should have a default case also, right? By default, if none of these cases are matching, by default, we are going to change the user to that Google Auth only, because we don't have any authentication provider apart from that. Okay, so by default also, I'm forcefully navigating the user to be sign in with Google. So let's make sure this console.log is working perfectly. So inspect elements, go to the console, and if I click sign in with Google inside the Google Auth, if I click sign in with GitHub, it's still showing the Google Auth. The reason is because I haven't changed this GitHub Auth. All right, so now if I click this, you should get the GitHub Auth. So it's working perfectly. So this functions, and it's working perfectly based on this button on click. So now what we have to do, we have to go ahead and initialize the Firebase project and configure it in our project React app. Then we need to start working with the authentication provider. All right, then, so let's go ahead and start initializing the Firebase. So let's open up your terminal and create a new terminal over here. And inside here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say yarn add Firebase. So hit enter. So let it download. In the meanwhile, open a new browser tab and search for firebase.google.com. So there we are going to create a new project. Go to console and create a new project over here. Create a new project. Name that project as resume builder -YouTube November 2023. Right, that's the project that I'm going to build, and I'm going to disable the Google Analytics, create the project. So this will start initializing, creating the project in your Firebase, and in the meanwhile, you can see the project, the Firebase is successfully downloaded. All right, so since the Firebase the package is downloaded successfully, let's create those two different authentication instances. So const Google Auth provider equals to new Google Auth provider. So basically that is coming from the Firebase. So let's say import from that, from what that is a Firebase, that's a Firebase auth, and from there we need to bring the Google Auth provider and as well as the GitHub Auth provider. So make sure, copy this name. See, we misspelled it. It's supposed to be lowercase h, right? And you can see we misspelled it over here. That's the reason. So let's change this over here and as well as over here. So we don't want any unwanted mistakes in futures as well. And Google Auth provider, copy this, paste it here, and as well as paste it here. Right? Say this changes. Fine. So this is supposed to be Google Auth provider. Then copy and paste it, and this is supposed to be Google GitHub auth provider and this git auth provider object. So now we have the two different authentication providers over here. Let's go click continue this project. That will open the project dashboard. So Firebase allows you to work with iOS separately, Android, or the web apps, or Flutter, or Unity. So these are the different apps that we can connect directly to Firebase. And in this case, we are going to create a web app. So create a web app. And for this web app, I'm going to create name. So resume builder YouTube November 2023. So click register app. Don't worry about the Firebase hosting. We'll worry about the hosting later. So in this case, I'm just going to register that app, and we already installed the Firebase package. And this is the API key that we need to configure in our applications, in our React app. So for the time being, let's go to the console and let's enable the necessary information that we needed. All right. So we need the Firebase storage. So let's go to the Firebase storage and click get started. And choose the production mode, click next, and choose the nearby location for your case. In this case, I'm just going to use the default location itself. So this will take few minutes, or sorry, few seconds, or sometime a minute. So please wait until it's successfully creating those bucket and setting up all the configurations for you. So please wait, it's taking some time. So it's setting up the security rules now. So to keep your storage and everything highly secured, you need to customize the security rule, everything. So Firebase provide you some menu options and some playgrounds where you can customize your security rules and everything. The rules which I'm talking about, just click the rules. By default, all the permissions are denied. Basically, you can't read or update or delete, whatever it is. Everything is false. So I'm just making this as an open connection that as anyone can literally access this storage. That's the rule that we have happen to written over there. But in future, if you're deploying it, you should write a more secured security rule to work with the Firebase storage. So this is the playground which I'm talking about. You can play around over here, and you can make sure that the user can access only if they're authenticated to our website. So you can write the customized rules. So all you have to do is to go through the official documentation, right? In this case, I'm just going to keep it open for the time being. Files. So far we don't have anything in it. Then we need the Firestore database also. So let's go to the Firestore database and let's enable that Firestore database too. Let's create a database. Okay, it's loading. All right. So everything is checked, and click next. Production mode, just the exact same thing. Choose the production mode. Cannot enable the Firebase for this project. An unknown error occurred. Why? Cancel. Let's refresh this. I'm not sure why that error is happening. So Firestore database. This project is set up to use Cloud Firestore database mode. Something is happening differently. I'm not sure what it is. Okay. This is something new which I'm seeing over here. Let's switch back to the native mode itself. They literally changed everything. There we go. I'm not sure what exactly happened right now. So Firebase did some updates in their Firestore database. They enable some new mode, so that will help you to access the Firestore separately, where you can do some indexes and imports. All these things are maintained separately over here. And inside this, you can see we changed it to the native mode itself. This is the native mode. They created a new mode to work with the Firestore, which I haven't no idea what exactly happening over here. I need to go through it. And this is the new update, recently updated the Firebase. Okay, no worries, they have the options to get back to the native mode. It works perfectly as it's supposed to be. Good. Now click the rules over here. So just we have to change these rules exactly how we wish to. By default, every permissions over here it is denied. So let's change this to true. Publish. So now it's published, and now the data we can create a collections and we can work over here. So if you go to the storage, also we enable the storage and everything. So now let's get back to the project settings over here. Project settings. All we have to do is to copy this, copy it, and let's get back here. Inside the source folder, let's create a new folder called config. Inside this config folder, I'm going to create a new file called firebase.config.js. Let's paste it over here, and let's import from firebase/app. Copy and paste it. Auth, paste it. Firestore. So from the app, we need to get the apps. Get apps. Initialize app. And auth, we need to get the auth. And for Firestore, we need to get Firestore. So let's create an app. So const app equals to get apps dot length. If the length is greater than 0, that means app is already initialized. So get that app information, or else we have to initialize a new app with this configuration. And then we need to create const auth. So get auth with the app information which we have in our hand, and get the db information, const db equal to get Firestore with the app information. So we have to export all these things. Let's export the auth and as well as the db. So we don't need the app, so we can later, if we need, we can use it. And these are the keys that we need to maintain it separately, right? So what we have to do is we have to create a separate environment folder, and we have to maintain all these things. So not environment folder, we need to create an environment file, and we need to maintain all these things in a secured way, because we have to upload these keys in our GitHub. So we can't push these the private keys into the your public GitHub profile. So to keep it secure, what we need to do is in your root directory, which means inside the source folder. So right click, and inside that source folder, I'm going to create .env. Okay. So what I'm going to do is basically, I'm just going to copy this part literally from here, copy and paste it over here. Right, and wherever we have this colon, we need to bring that equal sign. So use your alt key or options key to create the multi-cursor editor. Delete this equal and move to the end and delete that comma. And now what we have to do, we have to prefix this everything with the React app. So create the multi-cursor editor one more time. So we need to change this to React underscore app underscore. So now change these things. So this is going to be the API key, right? API underscore key, and this is going to be auth domain. So auth underscore domain, and this is going to be the project ID. So project ID, and this is going to be storage bucket. So storage underscore bucket, and this is messaging sender ID. So let's say messaging underscore sender underscore ID, and this is the app ID, right? So app underscore ID. So these are the we should maintain it in a separate environment file. And now what we have to do, we have to change this part over here too. Create the multi-cursor editor just by holding your alt key or options key and select everything. I'm going to delete this completely, and I'm going to say process.env process.env.react app key, React app API key. So we copied and pasted the API key. Then we need to bring the auth domain, copy the auth domain. Please make sure that you're copying it exactly to that specific keyword, auth domain. Then we need to bring the project ID, copy it and bring it over here. Then we need to bring the storage bucket, copy it and bring it over here. Then we need to bring the message sending ID, copy it and bring it over here. And of course, we need to bring the app ID, copy this. Oh, where it is? I think I closed it. Firebase. Paste it over here. Save the changes. Since we enable the environment variable, so we have to restart our server. Then only it will load that environment file on start. So it's loaded. It's loading. Okay, so now it's loaded successfully. So now we successfully configured the Firebase with our local project. And of course, we need to enable the authentication providers, right? So let's go to the authentication. So let's click the get started option. So we have to enable two different authentication providers. One is sign in with Google. So enable the Google and choose the email and click save. So select your email address and click save. So that will enable the Google authentication. And go to the add new authentication provider and click the GitHub, and you need to generate these two keys from your GitHub profile. So click enable. So I need to bring the client ID and the client secret. So to do that, I have to open my GitHub profile. So let me go to my GitHub profile and log it in and go to the settings. Under the settings tabs, you can see the developer settings. Go to the developer settings. And there you can see the Auth apps. So click this Auth app. So click new Auth app and give the as a application name. So YouTube Resume Builder November 2023. Okay. So homepage URL. So for the time being, I'm just giving the local over here. So if you need, you can give that local URL, but this is completely necessary. And in this case, what is our homepage URL? This localhost 3000 only. So localhost 3000. So give that for the time being. And the application authorization callback URL. So we need to bring this authorization callback URL. You can get it from here. Copy this and go here and paste it here. That's your authorization callback URL. All right. So now register this application. Once you register it, you will get a client ID. Copy this client ID and give it to your Firebase. Then you need to generate a secret client key and type your password over here. All right, so that will gives you the client secret key. Keep this securely, copy this and paste it over here. And then all you have to do is to save these changes. So this is how you need to authenticate. You need to create the authentication provider for your GitHub. So now we have the Google authentication provider, and as well as we have the GitHub authentication provider. So the next part, we are going to do the main authentication. So that's what we are going to do next. All right, then. So now let's get back to the authentication provider button component. Okay. Since we successfully created the providers, now let's start working with the real authentication process over here. Instead of just doing the console log, all I'm going to do is to create the sign-in, real sign-in. So let's say await sign-in with redirect. So basically, we have two different options: pop-up and redirect. In some cases, some of the users will block all the pop-ups. So at that point, your website doesn't allow to pop up, to show that pop-up to sign in with Google and all those. So to avoid this, let's overcome this issue with the sign in with redirect, right? So I'm going to use the sign in with the redirect option. So click the sign in with the redirect. So if you wonder where I can learn about this stuff, so all you have to do is to click here, that it will take you to the official documentation, or search for Firebase documentation. That will take you to the documentation and go to the build and there you can see the authentication part. Click it and go to the web and click Google. So if you scroll down, you can see we enable the Google authentication provider. We created a new instance for it. Then that's provide you two different options. over here, sign in with pop-up, and as well as sign in with redirect, where it is here, sign in with redirect. So in this case, we are going to use the sign in with the redirect. Open it. Then let's apply the auth, the parameter, the auth parameter which we created for inside the Firebase config. All right. Then the second parameter is you need to supply the provider instance which we created for that. So Google Auth provider instance, that's the instance we provided. So that will return a promise. So we need to handle that promise using the then function. So that will return the result. So let's get that result. Inside this, I'm just going to say console.log result. Anyway, it's not going to print that result because it is sign in with redirect. Once the complete sign in process is completed properly, it will be redirect to the same page back. It will refresh the page. So if there is any issue, dot catch. If there is any issue, all I have to do is to get that error, and I'm just going to say console.log some error has been appeared error, and let's display that error dot message. What kind of error happened? So for this, if there is any issues and all those things, we need to bring some alert notification on all those things. I'll show you how to bring that alert and everything later. So let's make sure if the authentication is working fine or not. Let's get back here and click this option. Right now, nothing is happening. It's still showing Google Auth. So let's refresh the changes. Okay. So we are getting an error as invalid key. The reason why we are getting this, I think probably it's because of this Firebase config app id process.env react app id messaging sender storage bucket project id auth domain API keys. So I think we don't need this double quotes. I think so. Let's remove this double quotes, save these changes, and let's restart our server. Okay, still we are getting an invalid key. What might be the mistake? Come on, think. So why this error is happening? So let's get back to the Firebase project again. Go to the project settings. Let's make sure that we copied everything properly. Everything, I think it seems to me fine. So let me copy this and let's get back here and let me paste this over here, save these changes. So it's compiling. Sign in with Google. Okay, it's going to that. So the problem is in our case with the environment variable only. With this only we have the issue. What might be the issue? React underscore app. So we prefixed everything perfectly. So how many? 246. What might be the issue? What is the issue? So where is this environment file? Oh my goodness. So this file, this .env, it is supposed to be in your root directory. So let's click this and drop it outside. Move to your root directory. So it is inside your root directory now. So let's close this and let's restart our server. On start, and let's revert these changes back to the previous like this. save these changes. It's compiling now. Okay, it's working perfectly. So sign in with Google. Yep, it's working perfectly now. So the problem is nothing else. I just kept this env file inside the source folder. That is not supposed to be inside the source folder. That's my bad. Apologize. We should keep that env folder outside the source folder. Good. So now it's working. So let's refresh it. And if I click this, it's taking us to that separate sign in with redirect page. If I click my Gmail, so that will sign in and it will refresh back to the same URL. So everything is working smoothly as it's supposed to be, but we can't see the data, anything else. So how can we get that information? Once the app is being loaded, right? So the app it's getting loaded, right? At that point, I need to get that information. So every time whenever the app is getting loaded, so the app component pushing the user to the home component, right? To this pages. Where is that pages? To the home screen. This is the screen that the user initially, this is the screen. If that user is successfully authenticated, the app will get loaded and this part will get loaded. So inside this home component only, that we need to get that user authenticated information either here or one second. So it depends on how you are going to use that authenticated user information. For instance, let's say if the user is authenticated, then you are supposed to allow the user to access the home screen. If the user is not authenticated, we are not supposed to allow the user to access the home screen. Then we need to check that part in the app.jsx itself. But in our case, even if the user is not authenticated, the user still can access our home screen, but it will ask the user to log in to do some stuff with that home screen, right? So if I click the login screen, it will take the user to sign in page and I can sign in over there and I can use my Gmail account and it will be refreshed back and the app will load it if the user is there, and you can see it's still loading and it will be automatically relaunched to the home screen and you have the authenticated user information over there. So we are authenticated successfully. It is working perfectly as it's supposed to be. So now all we have to do is to do the same thing for the GitHub, and we need to create this header component to display that user information, and we need to keep that user information to be accessed globally by using the React query client, right? So let's go one step at a time. Let's fix the GitHub authentication provider and we can move on to that displaying informations. Right, I'll show you how to get that session token to maintain this active user information, everything perfectly. So we don't have to do anything else. Those things maintained by the Firebase itself. All we have to do is to use a proper method to access that information. So let's get back to the authentication part and let's get back to the authentication provider. All we have to do is to you do the same thing how exactly we did for copy this from there and paste it inside this. Instead of this console log, sign in with, instead of Google Auth, supply the GitHub Auth provider, Git Auth provider. So this will trigger the Git Auth, and let's paste this one more time over here. Sign in with redirect with Google. If anything else, it will take the user to that. So sign in with GitHub. So now it will ask me to authorize. I'll click authorize. So you will be redirect and I'm getting back to the same page. So everything is working smooth as it's supposed to be. No errors, nothing else. Even if you check the inspect elements, if you go to the console, no errors so far over here. Everything is perfectly fine. So the next part is going to do how to access that information and how to keep it accessible for globally. So that's what we are going to do next. All right. So right now, whatever we did over here is every time when the user gets back to the auth URLs, it will again asking the user to log in. So we need to make sure once this URL is loaded, we need to make sure whether this user is already authenticated or not, because if the user is already authenticated, we are not supposed to allow the user to log in again. So to get that information, I need to use the on auth state change in the authentication JSX over here. So, but instead of doing it over here, I'm going to create a custom hook to check that if the user is already authenticated, get that information and put it inside the state management library so we can access it everywhere. So the state management library over here, we are going to use it, which is nothing but the React query. This is the one which you are going to use for our state management library. So before jumping into it, please go ahead and click that and go through their official documentation completely. So you will have a complete idea of what exactly we are going to do and everything. Anyways, I'm going to explain every single part whenever I'm writing the code over here, right? So over here, first let's install that package. So let's say yarn add React query. So please don't make any spelling mistakes. So React query. React query, yarn add React query, and we need the loader animation as well. So we are going to, for that we are going to use the React spinners, this one, React spinners. So let's copy this and let's paste it over here. So React spinners. So don't make any spelling mistakes please while copying and pasting. So just add those two packages. So now it will get added successfully. Now what we have to do is we have to configure this query client properly in our app.jsx. So go to the app.jsx and let me bring import. So from the React query, so import from React query. From the React query, I'm going to import two different objects. One is the query client, and another one is query client provider. These two, and of course we need the developer tools to make sure how the state is maintained and everything. So we need that React query dev tools. So let's import that React query dev tools as well as from the React query / dev tools. I'm going to get the React dev query dev tools from there. So now what I need to do is this, it's supposed to be wrapped completely inside the query client provider inside here. So now I need to create a query client. So here I'm just going to say const query client equals to new query client instance. Let's create a new instance and let's apply that instance over here as a client instance, query client. All right, so we wrapped everything inside over here, and I need to bring the React query dev tools also, right? At last I need to bring the React query dev tools, and let's say initial is open as false. Save the changes, and now you should able to see this flower mark. If you click that, you can see the state whatever we are created in our query client, it will be maintained over here. So I can able to access it. It is accessible only in the local host. You can see it over here. Anyways, we will remove it by the time when we are deploying it. Okay, in the authentication, let's get back to the authentication. So now over here in the source folder, create a new folder called hooks. We are going to create our own custom hooks. Since for the user, to get the user information, I'm going to say use user.js. That's the hook that I'm going to create. Okay, now inside this hook, now what we need to do is, so all I'm going to say is const use user equals to enter. And here we need to create the use query. We need to use that hook to create our custom query. So const open it equals to use query open it, which is coming from our React query hook. This is the hook that we are going to use. So this will provide you three different objects. Data is loading, whether that function is loading or not, or is error, whether the function triggering an error or not, and it's giving you the refetch option to trigger the same API again, right? So inside this bracket, enter what is the state that I'm going to create. The state name is going to be the user. That's the state which I'm trying to create. That's the state. Then once the state is being created, I need to call a callback function to call the API or to perform the actions, whatever which I'm trying to do. So here I'm going to create an async function. Inside this function, I'm going to use the try and catch. If there is any error happening, I need to get that error. So if you are getting that any error, so we need to send that error, right? So we need to show an authentication part. So we need to show that notification, alert notification. To show that alert notification, we are going to use this Toastify, React Toastify alert, React Toastify. So this is the one that we are going to use. See, if you show the toast, you can see this is the show alert message that you are going to use. For instance, if you are going to use a dark theme, choose the dark theme, or if you're choosing color, that's the color, and that's the dark theme. See, that's a dark theme. So this is the one that we are going to use for our custom alert notification. So for the time being, let's keep this as it is right now. So don't worry guys, we are jumping here and there, so it might make you to feel a little bit confused. So don't worry, just try to keep following me over here. So we need the alert notification. That's the reason we are trying to add the alert notification now. Yarn add React Toastify. So that will add that specific package. So let's get back to the app.jsx. So inside the app.jsx, we need to bring the this React Toastify npm. Let's get back here. This is the Toastify that we are going to use. So we need to import this CSS. Copy this and import that CSS. Then we need to import these two from here to here. So we don't need this like what to say. Let's keep this. So because we need to make sure whether the toast is working or not. So once this app.jsx is triggered, so I'm just going to call this copy. Let's keep it this. Let's bring the Toastify container over here, right above the React query. Let me bring the React Toastify. So save these changes. Currently no changes over here. Let me get back to the app.jsx, and inside here I'm going to copy this function, or I'm just going to create a new button over here right after here for the time being to make sure whether that toast is working fine or not. On click, I'm going to call a callback function, and I'm going to create the toast object which is coming from this React Toastify. If it is working fine, toast, I'm just going to say toast.success. That's a success that we are going to say. Wow, it's too easy to integrate. Save the changes. Now you should see, where is that button? Okay, we can't see. Click me. Yeah, here we go. This is the button. Now if I click this, you can see it's showing, wow, it's too easy. That alert notification is working perfectly. It doesn't matter how many times you are clicking, it will keep on create that notification, and it will pops in and pops out smoothly, right? So I need to customize this toast notification. So what I need to do, I always need to keep it on the top right. So let's get back to the app.jsx. Over here, position, it's supposed to be top right. Then the theme, it's going to be dark theme. Save the changes. And now if I click this, you can see it's giving us the dark theme, and it's working as it's supposed to be. So I don't need this toast object over here, and let's go here, and I don't need this button anymore because I make sure that it's working perfectly. So let me delete and revert back to the changes and everything. All right, cool. So now let's get back to the user. Right, so over here, if there is anything happening, if there is any specific error is happening, so that means if not error dot message, if not that error dot message dot includes not authenticated, Okay, if that specific error, because that error message will always throws the user is already authenticated, or the email or password is mismatched, or the Gmail error, or some kind of error will always returns, right? If that specific error is not authenticated, if that specific error message contains this part, this particular part, so what I need to do is I need to show toast dot error, like something went wrong, so user needs to try again later. So if that any specific error is returning, so that will be inbuiltly handled by the Firebase itself, right? So we don't have to worry about it, because mostly these two authentication will work perfectly. If the user is not authenticated only, we need to show this error message, right? So here const user detail. So now I need to fetch this user detail. So I'm going to create a custom function to get that user detail. So this function is not yet created. Then I need to return that user detail. So let's go ahead and create this sub function to create to get that user information. So basically, we need to keep these functions inside the API folder. Under the source folder, let's create a new folder called API. Inside the API folder, let's create a new file called index.js. Okay. So inside this index.js file, so we are going to get that user information. So all I'm going to do is to export const get user details. Let's create this function. And this function is going to be an asynchronous function, or you can, since already over there is asynchronous, we don't need it to keep it over here. So basically, whenever you're trying to call an API function, or when you're trying to call a function which is inside the use query hook, it will always going to return a promise. So we need to handle it in a promise way. So what I need to do is I'm going to return a new promise. I need to return it as a promise from here. So let's return a new promise from here. And let's get the resolve and reject two different parameters over here. Open it. All right. So here I'm going to create a const unsubscribe as a variable. So over here, so I need to get the auth instance from the firebase.config, then on auth state changed. If there is any changes in it, so we will get that user credential. Open it. So if we have the user cred, then the user is already authenticated. So const user data. So we are going to get that user data, which is equals to user cred dot provider data, and we'll get the first index of that provider data array. Then const unsubscribe equals to on snapshot change. So whenever the changes in the user data, so we need to create we need to push that user into our user collections. So that's what we are trying to do over here. So unsubscribe, so on snapshot change. So inside this on snapshot change, for the time being, instead of pushing this user into the collections first, let's make sure whether we are getting the user data or not, right? So what we can do is this is going to be, let's do console.log user data. Let's make sure whether we are getting the user data or not. So just a moment. So if that user is not there, if the user credential is not there, so we need to reject this promise, and let's raise a new error as user is not authenticated. So let me explain this code. So this use user is the custom hook which we are trying to create by using the use query. So basically this use query will return 4 different object: data, is loading, is error, and refetch. and this is the state name which I'm trying to create, and that will call an asynchronous function, and I'm using the try and catch to handle those runtime exception. Inside the try, I'm trying to get the user detail which is coming from the API folder index.js from here. So that is going to return the user detail, and I'm going to return that user detail to the front end. So here, the place where I'm using this custom hook. So here, this function, it's going to create a new promise, which is going to return a new promise. And I'm inside here, I'm having a function called unsubscribe, and it's calling the on auth state changed, a default method, which is coming from authentication. And that is going to get the user credential information. If we don't have the user credential information, we are going to reject that promise with the custom string error called user is not authenticated. If we have the user data, we just going to get the data, and we are just trying to log that data. That's what we are trying to do. After this, we need to make sure that listener event to stop the memory leaks, because it will always keep on calling it, so that will leads to the memory leaks. So let's make sure to unsubscribe. Let's make sure to unsubscribe from the listener. We created a listener event to get that data, so we need to make sure that the listener event it's being stopped to prevent the memory leaks. So here, let's unsubscribe and call that method. Save these changes, and let's save this changes over here too, right? So now what we need to do is, all we have to do is to we returned it successfully. So let's get back to the user. After this asynchronous function, either we will get the data or we will get the error message, comma, and we need to say refetch on Windows focus is going to be false. All right, and at the end over here of this, I need to return the data is loading, is error object, and the refetch object, because this is the function. That function is going to return all these data, whatever we have, it's going to return it. And I'm going to export this custom hook in the default name as use user. Save these changes. So I need to use this user inside the authentication.jsx. Let's get back to the authentication.jsx. So over here, const, not there, inside, yeah, there only. Const, let's get that object, use user, which is coming from that hooks folder. So that is going to get the data, is loading, and is error. So these are the things. Save these changes. Then I need to call const navigate equals to use navigate. Save the changes. On use effect hook, using this use effect hook, I'm going to call, if there is any changes in this loading state property, or is any error property, or is any error, I'm going to not error, data. If there is any changes over here, I need to push the if the data is not loading, that means it's already loaded. And if it is having the data, which means the user is already logged in, then what we have to do, we have to push the user to the login screen. Replace, it's going to be. So this hook, now if I click here, you can see the use state hook is created, and inside this we don't have any data so far, because we just did console log. If I go here and if I go to the console, and you can see we have an object, and we have the display year, email, phone number, photo URL, everything, because this is the logged in informations which we are getting it from the user. All right, so now what we have to do is, since we already, which means this user log, inside this get user detail, we created a function, we just logged it. This is the data which is printing over here. So now what we need to do, we need to put this data into the Firebase. Then we need to get that information. Then we need to return that information to the user client, the user hook, that will be displayed over here. So this is the part that we need to do. right now. All right, everyone. So you might wonder what exactly happening right now. So you might be so confused. So let me make it clear once again. So let's get back to the authentication JSX. So every time whenever the user trying to log in, right, we need to make sure before going into the authentication screen, we need to make sure whether the user is already logged in or not. So to do that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a custom hook to check that user informations, right? Because if the user is authenticated, we need to fetch it only one time and we need to use it globally everywhere. So that's the best way to use it. So that's the reason we are using the React Query client. So React Query client, it helps us to create a custom hook by using the use query parameter over here, use query hook. We can able to create ourselves a custom hook. So I create a user as a custom hook inside the hooks folder, and using that use query, that will give 4 different objects called data, is loading, is error, and refetch, right? So we created the custom state called user, and inside that custom state we are going to call this API function. So this function inside this API folder, we have a call get user detail. So basically this get user detail, it's going to return a promise. So we are trying to fetch the user credential by using the on auth state change, and we are trying to fetch that information. If that data is there, we are console logging it instead of returning it. If the data is not there, we are rejecting that promise by raising an error as user is not authenticated. So this will be returned and that will be stored in the state. Okay, and that will trigger this like something went wrong, something like that. So this is the user state. So we can use this is loading state, because every time whenever the use React Query client is triggering this function, this use state, this particular is loading property will be true. So we can use this as a property. If that is loading is true, we can load some animation, and if that is false, we can get back to the data. So that's what I'm trying to say over here. So now, since the data is successfully printed in the console, now what we have to do is we have to push this data to the where we need to push this data to our Firebase. That's what we need to do now, right? Since we already enabled that we already enabled that Firestore and everything, all we have to do is to write the code to directly push this user data into our Firebase collection. So I'm inside here, I'm going to create another listener event. So let's say const unsubscribe. It's another event. Unsubscribe is equal to on snapshot change, on snapshot. So basically on snapshot is it's a listener, like a document snapshot. It will constantly listen to that specific collection, whether the data is being modified or deleted or new data is being inserted. So that's the listener we are trying to create over here. Inside this listener, I'm going to create a doc, and I'm going to use the DB object which is coming from the Firebase, which we configured in our Firebase config.js. Then I'm going to create a new collection called users, and I'm going to create user data dot uid. We are going to use that user ID to create it as an ID field for that specific doc. After this doc, I'm going to call a callback function. So I'm going to get that doc information underscore doc. So what we are trying to do over here is we are trying to fetch that user information. If that user is already there in that user collection, we need to fetch that. If that user is not there, then we need to create that user into our collection. So over here from this doc in this user collection, we are trying to fetch this information, right? If that it's having the doc information, if that doc is exists, so here over here, if underscore doc is dot exists, which means that data is already inside. So all I have to say resolve underscore doc that data, we are returning that data. If not, we need to insert. So set doc is a custom method which is coming from the Firestore, and I'm going to use the same doc, copy this, set doc db users user data, and right after that we need to supply the data which you want to insert. We have that user data over here, that object, we are sending that object for this particular ID. If everything is inserted successfully, that will returns the promise. Inside this promise, I'm resolving it and I'm sending the user data back. Save these changes. And now we need to call this unsubscribe method right after here. Return, we need to close that unsubscribe listener event. So unsubscribe, save these changes. Now the unsubscribe event is cleared. Let me explain this code one more time. So we are creating a new promise and we are using the on auth state message. We are creating an unsubscribe event outside, and we are making sure on using the on auth state, we are making sure whether we are getting the user credential or not. If we have the user credential, then we need to make sure whether that logged in user is already registered in our website or not. So we need to make sure whether the data is already inside that collection array or not. So if that collection, so how we are making sure, right? By using the doc property, we are trying to fetch that user information by using that ID. If that ID already exists, then we are sending that data. If not, we are creating a new user for that specific ID, and we are supplying that user data to store it in our collection. Then we are sending it back. So we need to stop this inner listener event, and of course we need to stop the outer listener event to stop the memory leaks. So this is what happening right now. So save these changes. Now if you refresh this, so it will return back the user to the home screen. The reason is because it's happening. So over here we return this condition if it is not loading, which means this is not loading now, and of course it's having some data in it. So that's the reason it's navigating the user to the home screen. So every time when the user is trying to authenticate himself forcefully through the URL, if I hit enter, so that will take some time and it will push the user back to the home screen. So but we are not supposed to display this UI. So to do that, to avoid doing that, what we need to do, we need to bring that loader. So that's the reason we install the spinner, right? React spinners to bring that custom loader animations and everything. So to bring that React spinners and everything, so what we can do is, so one second, let's go ahead and create a custom component, name it as main spinner.jsx or a FCE, and inside here let's export it main spinner. Copy this, paste it, save the changes, close it, and inside here this should occupy the entire screen. So it should take the screen width the screen, and hatch screen, and flex item center, and justify center. And inside here what we are going to do is, I'm going to bring the puff loader. So basically this puff loader is coming from your React spinners. If you search for React spinners, click the React spinners, so, and click the demo page, and there you can see the different kinds of spinner animations over here. So in this case we are using this one, this puff loader. So for this puff loader, I'm just going to change the color as #498 FCD, and the size of this is going to be 80. Save this change. So now all I have to do is to get back to the authentication screen. So right after this hook, so if it is loading, that means if the query client is loading, that means it's trying to fetch the data, and if it's trying to do something, then all I have to do is to return this main spinner from the components screen, from the components where it is. Yeah, main spinner, it's imported in a single line. So now save the changes, and now if I get back to the auth screen, hit enter, you can screen this loader and loading animation, and it will push back the user to the home screen. You will not see that UI. So this is what we try to implement it. And since you can see we have the state, if you click the state, and you can see we have the data in our state. So now whenever I need the user data, all I have to do is to copy this, and I can directly access this user information wherever I need inside the child. Okay, so that's how we will authenticate ourselves and to get that information and to store it in the query client, and as well as we need to make sure whether the data is inserted in the cloud or not. Let's get back to the Firestore database, go to the Firestore collections, and there we have the user collection, and there we have the ID, and there we have our user information. So we successfully implemented the query client to manage our state, and as well as we successfully saved our user informations in our Firestore collections. How cool is that? And now all we have to do is to create this header component and display that user information and display that sign-in functionality. And that's what we are going to do next. All right then, so since we have of the user information, so now all we have to do is to go ahead and create the custom header component. So to do that, all we have to do is to go to the components folder, src components folder, and here I'm going to create a new file called header.jsx rafce, and let's export it from here. Header, and export it in the name as header itself. Save these changes, get back. We don't need this, we don't need this user index.api, don't need, close the unnecessary things. Index.css not necessary, tailwind config, index.js not necessary. Let's keep it simple. Okay, let's get back to the, we don't need this authentication part also, we already successfully completed. So let's open the home screen.jsx. This is the place that it's getting, it will be navigated, because that's the place right now we are. Okay, so now if the user navigated to the home screen, so home screen, now all we have to do is to start writing the customized screen over here, class name. So it should take the width as complete width, and flex, everything should be in the column direction, and item should be in the center, and it should be from the center. That should keep it in the center. So over here, this header is a fixed header, and the rest of the part, these are things are completely different UI. Okay, so those are complete different routes. For instance, if I click this, you can see this header is still there, but the remaining part is changed over there. So to do that, so we need to bring the header component over here. Then inside the main section, so main section, we need to bring our custom routes. Again, sub custom routes, we need to bring it over here. Cool, right? So let's import the header from the components folder. Let's bring the header, and inside here we have to bring those custom routes and everything. So don't worry about the custom routes. So header component is being successfully loaded. Let's get back to the header.jsx. So inside the header itself, we need to get that information. So inside the header, we need to fetch that user information, authenticated user information. So you can't see the user information over here. So let's go to the authentication screen and copy this line, and let's paste it over here, save it, save the changes, and now you can see we have the user information is displayed over there, right? So because the query client is executed and it's having that user information over there. All right, so now we have that user data right now. And then what I need to do, I need to display this user information just like the same way how I did over here. So let's bring that header first. So what we have to do is let's fix the styles for the header first, then we can start writing the remaining part. So let me delete this. Header. Inside this header, what I need to do, I need to bring the logo, then I need to bring the input field for the search option, then I need to bring the profile section. These are the things I need to do. So here for the header, class name, let's keep this width as full, flex, item center, and justify between, and px it's going to be 4, and py it's going to be 3. From on the large device, px it's going to be 8, and border bottom and border gray 300, border gray 300. Let me enable the word wrap so that you can see the complete screen. Then bg primary color, then z index always should be on the top, and the gap between each object should be 12, and it should be always in the top sticky position, which means if I scroll down, for instance, if I scroll down, I should always see this navigation bar. It should be always stick to the top of that menu. So sticky position should be sticky, and as well as it should be always in the top 0. So save this changes. Now you should be able to see a border line which is looking over there. Then I need to bring the logo. So I'm just going to bring the logo which exactly the same way which we displayed in the footer section. So let's import this link, and as well as let's bring this logo. So that will display the logo over there. Then what I need to do, I need to bring a custom division to display that input section. So class name. So it should take all the available space which is having inside. So then of course it should have the border, and the border gray 300. Then px it's going to be 4, py it's going to be 1, rounded of course it's going to be medium, and then flex item center justify between, because if you notice here, if I start typing something, it's bringing that X mark and if I click this, it's not displaying over there. Later we need to do that part also, so we need to write the UI styles according to that, right? Then bg gray 200. So inside here I'm going to bring the input tag text placeholder. It's going to be search here, and the value on the on change event we can do that later part. So because we need to create a separate state in the query client to directly push the data whatever we are typing into that state, because every time we are applying the filter, we need to use that filter in the different routes as well as, right? Because this is a different custom route and we are filtering based on the data whatever we are typing over here, because the query client is keep on updating and this component is rendering based on that query client state. So that's the reason we need to directly work with the query client state, that state management library. Okay, so I will explain it briefly when we are going inside the part of filtrations. Right now let's keep it as simple as that. Just directly start writing the class flex1. It should take the complete available space inside, and I'm fixing the height as 10, and I'm going to keep the transparent bg. Text size it's going to be base, and font of course it's going to be semi bold, and outline is going to be none, and of course border is also going to be none. Save these changes, and that should looks like this. Okay, so okay, rounded, not bottom MD, rounded MD. So that should bring the borders everywhere. So now what we have to do is we have to bring the profile sections. So if the profile section is still loading, we need to bring that animation loading also, right? So that's the reason we added the framer motion. I hope we already added the framer motion. So let's check that. Let's open the package.json, make sure that we added the framer motion. All right, so we already added it. Now what I'm going to do is, so I'm going to bring the animate presence, which is provided by your framer motion itself. So this animate presence inside, we need to write the animations inside this animate presence, because that helps us to insert and exit the animations smoothly, like ease in and ease out. So that's the purpose. So if the user loading is, if still the query client is loading to fetch the user data, which means it's loading, so I need to bring that puff loader animations, puff loader, then color, of course it's going to use the same color 498 FCD. That's a custom color which I'm using. So then size is going to be 40. Then if it is not loading, which means it's having some data in it, so I'm going to bring the react.fragment inside this. I need to bring that if that is having some data and all those things, I need to display that data. So I'm going to create a paragraph tag, and I'm going to simply display it as a user, because the user data is there, then we are displaying the data. So if I refresh this, you can see it's loading that puff animation, which means it's trying to fetch that user information. So it's loading. If I can show you here, see, it's loading there. So inside here, I need to make sure whether the data is there, we need to display the user information. If the data is not there, we need to display that login button. So over here, if the data is there, then I need to create motion.div. So basically this motion is a package which is coming from the framer motion, which helps us to write the animation. So import that as well. If not, I need to display a button which is going to resembles a button, um, like what's it? We need to push that user to the login screen, right? So I need to bring the link from the React router DOM, and that is going to link the user to the auth screen. So make sure that's the screen name. Yes, auth screen URL route auth. Then, and inside here, I'm going to have a button, motion dot button, and inside this button, I'm going to simply display the text as login, save these changes. So this button is not going to display anyway right now. Later we can do the customizations and everything, because we do have the data. So I need to bring the data over here. So if we have the data, so I need to display that image over here, right? So before that, I'm going to write the class name for this. So class name, let's say I think we don't need any styles for this division. Okay, let's keep this division as an empty. That is one tricky part over here. What I'm trying to say is, so not every single over here user will have the profile URL. Some user, they don't have the profile URL. In that case, we need to display the very first letter of their email over there. So every time when you're trying to display an image, we need to check that if the data dot photo URL, if the user have the photo URL, then I need to display a division. I need to display a division. If not, I need to display another division. Save the changes. So here, let's bring the class name. If the user have the image URL, so let's bring the width as 12, height as 12, and rounded MD, relative, and flex, item center, justify center. So inside here, now we have to bring the image tag. So let's bring the image tag over here. All right, so inside the source, now let's delete this. Okay, so we need to bring that the photo URL of that user. So let's say data colon photo URL. Let's keep that photo URL in the source. And of course, we need to add the referrer policy also, referrer policy, and let's keep that referrer policy as no referrer. And let's add some styles for this class name, which is going to use the width full, hatch full, and object cover, and rounded MD. So that should display the image over there. How cool is that? If the user is not there, if the user image is not there, so that is going to display this particular division, right? And the BG, I'm going to keep it as BG blue 700. So if that user is not there, so of course it's going to display this particular section, right? BG blue 700, and let's add some shadow medium. So let's say give a wrong input over here. So it is supposed to display the, okay, there is some mistake over here in the width hyphen, here also hyphen. So now we should able to see that width, and inside here I need to display that because I forcefully changed this we don't have this object, so that's the reason we are able to see that. So here what I need to do is I need to bring that what to say I need to bring that the very first letter of that particular logged in user. So let's create a paragraph tag. So here I'm just going to say data dot display name. So let's get that display name, and let's use the 0. Either you can use their email or you can use their Gmail, display name. In this case, sometimes you might not also have the display name as well. So let's use the email itself. So save the changes. Now that should display the first letter over there. So let's bring the class name and let's add text LG and text white. So you can able to see the text over there. Cool, right? So for this division, let's add the cursor as a pointer. Cursor pointer for both. Now you should able to see the cursor over here. So let's get back to this, say the changes. So that should display the image. So this is that division, right? Inside this division, now what we need to do is, all we have to do is to we have to bring that this is that division. So for this division, what we have to do is, so we need to keep this division. This is the division that we are worrying about, right? So this is getting more and more trickier now. Okay. So now what we are trying to do here is we have to display this drop down menu, right? We have to display that drop down menu. So to bring that drop down menu, what I need to do is, for this particular division, I'm just going to make this position as a relative position, relative. So then, and inside here, I'm going to bring that drop down menu. So that's what we are trying to do here. So let's create one more division over here and let's keep that division as an absolute position, absolute. And what else we have to do? And let's add some padding for it. Px, it's going to be 4, py, it's going to be 3, and rounded md, and background bg, it's going to be white, absolute, and if should be in the right side. And from the top, I'm going to bring it 10, and everything should be flex column, item center, and justify everything in the starting position. And gap should be 3, and width, of course, it's going to be 64. And from the padding top, I'm going to increase a little bit, 12. So this is how it should looks like. And I think we need to push further down. 16, I think it's enough. Yep, 16 is too much. 14. Yep, 14 is perfect. Even if the photo URL is not there, yep, that is supposed to be displayed over there. Cool, right? So inside here, now what we need to do, if the photo URL is there, we need to display the photo URL. If not, we need to display that text option. So inside this drop down option, so here, so let's change this to motion division, motion.div, and let's wrap this inside the animate presence, save the changes. Cool, that's looking fine. All right, so now what we have to do is we have to bring the content exactly looking like this inside that particular menu. So that's what we are trying to do next. All right, so now what we have to do is to inside this division, so let's do the same stuff. I'm just going to copy the same thing from here and I'm going to paste it over here, save these changes. Now it should display that image, but instead of like that, I'm going to increase this to 20. Yeah, that is perfectly fine. And let's increase it over here to 20. So then we need to display 20, and this is supposed to be not rounded MD, that is supposed to be full. That is supposed to be full, something like this. Then underneath it, we need to display this user email, not user email. We need to display their display name if they do have the display name. So if they do have the data dot display name, then I need to display this paragraph tag. So that displays that paragraph tag where it is flex column. This is supposed to be flex column. So it's displaying over there. So we are not supposed to display that information over there because this is common for both these things. This is the place where that it's getting ended, and we need to display it over here. And the text color is going to be txt dot text, like that. So even if that photo URL is not there, that is going to display their first name, and this text size is going to be 3x, like this. If the photo URL is there, it's going to display the image and it's going to display the name. So this is the place it's getting entered, and this is the place where we are displaying that image. Right after here, now what we need to do, we need to display that menu functions. So all we have to bring that menus options, and here let's create a div class name. So width, of course, it's going to be full, and flex, of course, it's going to be column direction. Item, everything should be in the starting. Flex gap is going to be 8, and padding top is going to be 6. And inside here, I'm going to bring the link tag, and inside this link tag, I'm going to say my account, copy and paste it, and add new template, add new template, and let's copy and save the changes. So for this class name, it's going to be text txt text txt light, but on hover, I'm going to change the text txt dot. Save the changes, and I'm going to use text base size, right? That's the base size that we are going to use. And right after here, we need to use the to property. So to, we don't have any account, any URL, custom URL that we have create. So this should take the user to the profile route, and this should take the user to the template slash create route. Okay, template slash create route. And of course, we need to make sure this should not bring the white space. So what we have to do over here, white space, no wrap, save changes. So that should not bring it to the next line. All right. So this add new template should not be displayed for every single user. Later we need to customize this, and because I will, in the environment folder, I will create a custom IDs and everything. If that ID, if the user ID is inside that ID, we need to bring this, we need to display this for that user. Otherwise, he's not an admin, so he can't able to add that. So all we have to do is to implement the sign out option. So right out after this link tag, I'm going to bring a division. For this division is going to have a class name with, of course, it's going to be full, and the px it's going to be 2, and px it's going to be 2, and py it's going to be 2, and border top and border gray 300, and flex item center, justify between, and group. group. Inside here, I'm going to bring a text called sign out, and I'm going to bring one logout for exit. Okay, so let's import that icon manually. Import from React icons hi to here hi log out. Okay, it's not inside there, then it's supposed to be inside here. Yeah, here it is. Hi log out. We need to bring it over here. Hi log out. Class name. So group. Class name. So group over. Group over. Text. Dot. Txt. Text light. By default, it should be light. We have to do the same stuff for this paragraph, something like this. So you can see that. Then for this, we need to add the cursor pointer. Save these changes. So everything is looking good. So we need to make sure this menu should display only if that state is active on all those things. Before that, let's implement the let's implement that. Let's fix that, and then let's come over here. So this is that animation, right? This is that the menu division. This is the menu division, the complete menu division. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring a drop down menu. If that menu is active, I need to display this menu. So let's create a state over here. So use state snippet is menu. By default, it's going to be false. So here, cut this entire division because I minimized it. So minimize it, then cut it properly. And here, if is menu, then only we need to display this. Save these changes. So use state is not imported. So let's import it properly. Import it. Now you will not able to see that. So where the place that we are trying to bring that. So this is the place that we are trying to bring that for this division. So on mouse on click or mouse enter. So whenever how this I created on click. Okay, so on click, what I need to do is I need to set that field as true. On click, callback function, set is menu as true. Or okay, it should be a toggle option, right? Not is menu. If it is true, make it false. If it is false, make it true. Something like that. So copy this. So now if I click this, it will be displayed. If I click it, it will be gone. So just like the same stuff, what I need to do is on leave, whenever I leave that menu function over here on mouse leave, I need to call the same thing. I need to call the same sub function false. I need to make this as false. So that means when I come inside, if I go out, that should be immediately it should be immediately move out. So like that. See, but the animation is not looking good. So what I need to do is I need to bring the animation over here. So to bring that, what I'm going to do is for this, I'm going to add the initial animation. Initial the opacity is going to be 0, and then animate it's going to be opacity it's going to be 1, and on exit opacity it's going to be 0. Save the changes. Now you can see it's coming in and going out slowly. So if you want to slide it, if you want to make it like a little bit slide in and slide out, so let's make this scale. Initially the scale level is going to be 7. On animated stage it's going to be 1, and while exiting also the scale level, it's going to be 7.7. So after y, it's going to be initially the y is going to be 0. So slide up menu, right? So initially the y position, it's going to be a little bit further down, so 20 like this. So it looks like it's coming from down like this. So the scale, I think we don't need the scale animation, that is not looking that much good. So let's delete the scale animation, which is not necessary. So now this should looks fine. That's looking fine. But what we have to do is we have to maintain all these animations separately. So I'm going to create a new folder called animations. And inside this animation, I'm going to create an index.js. And let me copy this from here. And let's create an animation, export const slide up menu. Let's bring it slide up down menu or something equals to, that's the animation name that we're trying to do. Let's bring it over here. Let's customize this. Use the multi-cursor editor to delete these equal sign and extra bracket and add comma over there. And we need to add the colon, otherwise it will throw us an error. Add the colon over here. All right, so now it's resolved. Then open the spread operator to bring all those objects over here. So slide up down, let's import it, and there we go. Now you will able to see the exact same option over there, right? How cool is that? It's working perfectly as supposed to be. Now all we have to do is to add the sign out option. So for that sign out, what I'm going to do is, this is the place where we are calling that. So on click, I'm going to call sign out user method. Copy this. Let's we need to bring that sign out user method. So either right after here. So let's create that const sign out user method. Okay, and let's keep this function as async. And over here, await auth dot sign out, open it dot, then if it is successfully signed out, then I need to get a callback function. I need to update that in the query client also. So you should get the query client object. So we need to get the query client object. So const query client, because we need to update the state as well as in our query, right? So query client equal to use query. We can't again and again create the query client, so better use the use query client hook to access the query client which we created initially. Using that, query client dot set query data. What is the state name? This is the state name, user. I'm going to make the user as null. Save the changes. So oops, not this, null. Save the changes. All right, so now if I click this, if I click sign out, it's showing it as a login. And if you check the user, you can see it's showing as null. And now if you try to get back to the login, we can able to see that UI. Everything, it makes sense now, right? So now if I need to customize this login button, because that is looking so awkward right now. And I need to add some animations also for this, because it is coming in and going out, right? So we need to bring some fade in and fade out animations. So we need to do the same stuff for that profile sections also, because if the data is there, this is the place where we are displaying that data over here, right? This is the place where we are displaying that data. So here for both of these two, I need to bring the animation. So initial equals to opacity 0 and animate opacity, it's equals to 1. and on exit opacity is equal to 0. So let's cut it from here. Let's go here and export const fade in out with opacity. Let's change all these things. Save the changes, copy this from here and use the spread operator to import this and do the same stuff for here also. All right, so let's hide this. And let's start writing the styles for this button. Class name, and the type should be a button. Okay, let's add it. And for this class name, px it's going to be 4, py it's going to be 2, and rounded it's going to be medium. And of course we need some border, and the border gray color it's going to be 300, and then bg gray color it's going to be 200. And hover, when I'm hover, I'm going to bring a shadow, and on active I'm going to make the scale level as 95, and the duration it's going to be 50, and save the change. That's how it looks. How cool is that? If I click this, I can go here, I can sign in with Google, so that will ask me to choose an account. So I'm getting back over here, it's refreshing, and the user will redirect to the home screen. I can able to see the user informations. I can click sign out, I can go log in again, sign in with Google. In this case right now I'm going to use this, which doesn't have the profile URL, so the user will be redirected to there, and you can see it's displaying the text, and here also it's displaying the text, which means we successfully fetched the user informations and we displayed it over here. So far the animations and the use query client, everything is working fine. So we successfully completed the authentication. So the next part which we have to display is the home screen customizations, or we can move on to the admin privileges where we can able to create the new templates and everything. So that's what we are going to do next. All right then, so over here we can see we have logged in with my ID over here, and it's showing that add new template. So basically this add new template, it's need to be visible only for the admins. So right now I'm going to fix only 2 of my accounts as an admin account. None of the accounts are going to be an admin, so that option will not be visible. So we are going to hard code that ID in our local machine. So what I'm going to do is, so open your Firebase project which you have created, and there you can see the Firestore collections for the users. Inside that we have certain IDs which I already logged in before, and I'm going to set these 2 accounts as my admin account. So let's jump into the project, and over here I'm going to create a new folder called utils. Let's create a new folder called utils. Inside the utils folder I'm going to create a new file called helpers.js. All right, so inside the helpers.js, now all we have to do is to create an array. So export const admin IDs equals to an array, and here I'm going to keep an a string. This is a string array which is going to carry on our 2 different IDs over here. So I'm going to copy this ID and paste it over here. And let me copy this one too, copy and paste it over here. All right, so now we can access this ID, and I need to restrict this access over here. So how we can do it, jump into the header.jx and find out the place where we are displaying the add new template, right? That's the place where we are adding that add new template. So what I need to do is I need to cut this part, and let me open a conditional rendering options over here. So here I'm just going to say admin IDs. So we are accessing that array which we created. dot includes, if that admin ID dot includes the data dot uid, because that's the user ID which is we are using over there. If the login user ID is inside this admin ID, then I need to display this option and I need to render it. So save the changes. So now here it will shows the template. If I sign out and if I log in back, and if I log in back with a different account, for instance, let's say with this account, that add new template will not be visible over there. Look at that. So let me sign out and let me get back to the my admin account. Okay, so this is my admin account, and now I should probably able to see that add new template. So this, if I click this, that is taking me to the template create. So we successfully integrated the admin part, like for the navigation purposes. And the next thing is like how to create and add new template screen, and how to add the templates to your cloud, and once it's added, how to get back and display it over here, and how to edit and delete all those options. That what we are going to do next, one by one after another. All right then, so let's open the home screen.jsx. So open your home screen.jsx. So here we need to manage the main routes, because this is the place where we are going to render all these sub pages and everything. So when I click add new template, when I click this add new template, this is the place where I need to render that add new template page. All right. So to do that, all I have to do is to create the main route. So first I need to make this to full screen. So let's bring it as width to full. And inside this custom routes, this is the place where we are going to define our custom routes. So let's bring the same stuff what we did initially. All right, so over here I hope we have our main spinner right now. So this is the place where we have to use the fallback. So if any issues, so that should load this main spinner. Now let's start our routes. Inside this route, first I'm gonna create a route path, initial path. So initially we need to load the element of the home container. This is the place where we are going to bring the home. So this is the main home screen. So inside this home screen, we have the sub home page. So that's the place where we are going to display that sub home page. So we already have inside the home, we have the home screen. So let's go to the container and create a new file called home container. That's a main container which we are going to display initially. And let's say RAFCE, save the changes, and let's export it from here. Let's say this is a home container and export it in the same name. And now over here, I just have to use that name, home container. And let me make sure that it's being imported from the containers folder, allow, like this. All right, so if I save these changes, now you should be able to see the home container, because that's the initial route. It's been rendered in the home screen, so you should be able to see the home container. And now if anything is coming like slash template slash create, make sure this URL should matches your header.jsx there over here. So both should be same. So save these changes. And here, if this is supposed to be rendered, then let's go to the pages and let's create what we can say, create template.jsx and RAFCE, save these changes, and in the index.js. The reason why I kept the home container separately, because we do already have the home screen, so that's the reason I kept it in the separate folder like a container. But now for this create template, we are keeping it as a separate page itself, so don't get confused. So to avoid the naming conventions, I just keep it in a separate folders. So just follow me here, so you will be fine. So now the create template has been created, and let's import it over here. So that is going to be imported from the, not from here. This is supposed to import from // pages. just like that. So save these changes. All right, so now we can see we have the create new template, and now if you click that add new template option, so you should able to see the create new template over here. So just like the same way, we need to bring for the user profile also. So let's create a new page over here for user profile.jsx, and we need to bring one more page where the user can edit their resumes. So let's create and name that as a create resume.jsx. So this page is for the user to alter or edit their resume for which particular template they have been selected. Save the changes and close it. And then we need one more page that is to display that template details. Like for instance, if you choose any template over here, so we need to display that template details, right? So that's the thing that we need. So then I'm going to create one more like template design pin details.jsx RAFC, a very big name for this. All right, so let's go back to the home. We don't need the home container. Let's customize it later. Create template and home screen, and let's open this index.js. Now we have to export everything whatever we created. So we have to export the create resume, and we have to export the user profile, and we have to export three more things, 1 2 3. So we have to export create resume, and we have to export user profile, and we have to export template pin details. So copy and rename these things. All right, so now everything is been exported, and now let's jump into the home screen. So this is for create template route. Save these changes. So for profile, the route should be profile, and I'm going to send the parameter as UID. This is a parameter, URL parameter. So add the colon right after the slash. We need to send the user ID so that we can fetch and display the user ID over there. To that, I'm going to render the user profile from the pages. Then I'm going to bring one more route, and that is going to be resume. So this is the separate page, resume. After this resume, whatever the link can be, if it is a template ID or if it is a template name, based on the parameter what we are sending, we need to fetch it and we need to display it on that particular page. On that, I'm going to display the create resume. All right, so then we have to bring one more, and this is going to display the resume detail, and I'm going to send that template ID. Over here, we're just going to display that template design pin details. All right, these are the routes that we have created. Now the template create is working, and if you send the profile and whatever the ID that you are sharing, and if you hit enter, that should display the profile URL, the user profile component. And if you're sending like resume slash or something, a random ID, so that should display the create resume page, and resume detail enter, and that should display the template resume detail. And now all we have to do is to go and add new template. That's it. That's what we are going to do next. We are going to customize the create new template just like the same way what we are looking over here. All right. All right then. So now all we have to do is to customize this template just exactly the same way over here. So if you watch it closely, so this UI, it's been customized a little bit. So 1 second. Screen over here. This. So if you look at here, we're having this entire template, right? This is the screen that we're having, and we break it into two equal halves. Just by using the grid systems, we are going to break it into two halves, not equal halves. We have to break it into two different columns. So on a small screen, this exactly the entire part over here, it will be wrapped under this big container over here. So we can use the grid layout. So whatever the design that you have, whatever the screen that you're opening your web app, so the entire screen will be break into 12 points. So this UI, if you think about this, this is the UI screen, and if you think that it's having 12 different points, so how we can break it into 12 different points? We can break it in 4 like 3 times, or 3 into 4 like 4 times, so 6 and like equal halves. So based on the grid points on the screen points, you can break it, you can align your grid layout over here. In this case, I'm going to break this into we can say we can take the complete 12 columns, and we can keep it 4 columns for this left side and remaining 8 columns for that right side part. All right, so that's what we are going to do now. So what we have to do is jump to the create template, and then over there, so let's start creating the UI. So let me enable the word wrap. All right, so here let's jump to here. Let's say class name. So of course it should take the width, complete width. Then px, normally it's going to be 4, but from the large device onwards, px it's going to be 10, and the extra large device on 2xl, the px is going to be the 32. Padding top and bottom, of course it's going to be only for every screen. So I'm going to keep the grid template, and the grid columns initially it's going to be 1, but from the large screen onwards, I'm going to break this grid column into 12 points. All right, now inside here, I'm going to bring 2 sets of divisions. I'm going to bring 2 different sets of divisions, which is going to display the left container and as well as the right container. So for the first one is going to be the left container. Let's bring the div, and the second one is going to be the right container. So add the comments wherever it's possible, so that will really helps you to understand your code much better for later purposes. So for this, inside here, I'm just going to have like 1 and 2. Say these changes. So far you can see it's not occupying the complete, but the grid is working, but it's not taking the entire thing that's as it's supposed to be, because we break it as a grid 12 points. So we need to mention how many column spans that it's going to access, because it's break it into 12 different columns. The remaining 12 columns are empty. So we need to make sure how many columns that this division needs to activate, and this division how many columns it needs to take, right? So to do that, all I have to do is to say class. So basically on mobile screen, this should take the column span 12. That which means on mobile screen it should handle it should take the entire available screen. But when it comes to large screen, on LG, from the LG device onwards, it should take the column span 4 different columns. On extra large devices 2XL, it should take the column span 3. Say the changes. Now you can see this one is taking 4 columns over here, because we are in the large screen, so it's taking 4 columns. Just like the same way, I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to alter the number alone 12 for the mobile screen, and for the large screen I'm going to take it as 8, and from extra large screen I'm going to take it as 9, because 3 columns is already occupied, so the remaining columns is like 9 columns. So now everything is fine. All right, so if you want to make sure, let's say bg blue 200, and over here bg red 500. Now you should see it's how much colors it's been taking over there. All right, so for this I don't need any color, so let me delete that color code, and this is supposed to take the complete width and everything. Flex 1 and flex, and let's say item center, and justify the content on the start. All right, and of course it's going to be in the column direction, so flex column direction, and gap between each and every object should be 4, and padding left and right it's going to be 2. Save changes. Maybe in future if we need the padding on top and bottom, we can add it later. So first what we have to do, we have to bring this paragraph tag. So let's say over here, instead of this, I need to bring that particular line. So let's keep it inside a division, and inside here I'm going to have a paragraph tag. This is going to say a class name. This is supposed to take the full width. All right, and this paragraph tag is going to be text size is going to be LG, text LG, and text is going to be txt primary. Save the changes, and that's how it should look. All right, so after this, what we have to do, we have to bring this the template title and template. So I'm over here, you can see here it's displaying the temp ID, like temp ID. So basically it's showing template 4, which means we are trying to create a new template, and that particular template ID is template 4. Later I'll show you how to bring this template dynamically based on the record what we have, because this is the template name that we are supposed to create in our local file as a component. So we need to make sure this template and the local component what we are trying to create over here should have the same name, because each and every template over here is a unique template. For that we need to create a unique component to make their UI looks different, right? In case if you're having a common UI, even if you're having a common user details, but the UI is different, so we have to create a separate template components to make sure that their UI looks completely different, right? So this part, let's leave it for time being now. All we have to do is to just create dummy records over there, and then let's say this is the template ID section, comment it, and let's bring a div, and let's say the class name is going to be full, and flex item center, and justify the content completely in the end. Paragraph, and here I'm just going to say temp ID colon, and let's say this class name it's going to be text base, and text txt light, and everything should be in the uppercase, and font should be in the semicolon. So that should bring this temp ID over there. So right after this paragraph tag, this is the place where we are going to display the template name, right? So copy this, and I'm going to paste it over here, and this is going to be SM, and this is going to be txt dot text dot okay, so text dot, and font it's going to be bold, and it is going to be capitalized. All right, so this is the, for the time being I'm just going to display the template ID as template 1, something like that. It should look like that. All right, but what we have to do is later we have to, instead of hard coding this like a template 1 or template 2, we have to display this ID dynamically. That we will worry about that part particularly later. And then next thing what we have to do, we have to bring this title name. So let's go ahead and bring the title. So right after this division we have to bring the template title section. So that is just, it's going to be an input field. So to maintain the template title we have to create a state, right? So what we are going to do is we are going to create a state to monitor the template title and the image URL. So I'm going to keep we're going to group the form data together. Like here, what are the things that we do have? We have the template title and we have the image URL. So we can group these two together, and this form, this is going to be a separate array. So let's keep that particular section as a separate array, right? So to do that, all we have to do is to create a state. Let's say use state snippets. Let's say over here this as form data, and I'm going to have an object inside this form data. So inside this object I'm going to have the title. Initially the title is going to be an empty string, and as well as the image URL, and that is going to be the null. Save these changes. So these are the two important things that we are going to create, and I'm going to assign that title for the that input field which we have created. So for this input field, of course, we need the placeholder. So placeholder is going to be the template title, and the value which is going to be from the form data state, we have the title, so that is going to be the value of it. And on change, every time whenever there is a change is happening, I'm just going to call a function called handle input change. This is the function that we are supposed to call, and let's create that function over here. So this is for handling the input field change. So const handle input field change, and let's get the event from there so that we can get that like what to say, we can get that targeted element and as well as the target element value itself. So from there, so const is from that event which it's been triggered, I'm going to get the target element from which it's been triggered. From that element, I'm going to access the name of that element and as well as the value of the element. So using that name, I can set the form data. So set form data, I'm going to get the previous record, because we need to get the previous record from the state, and then we need to update that information over here. So over here, I'm going to get that previous record, and I'm going to spread that previous record completely. Previous record, we got the previous record dot triple dot previous record. Then inside that previous record, I'm going to fetch the field name. Then I'm going to update that field name with the value. All right. So whatever the state it has, we are going to get that complete previous record. So using the spread operator, we will get the previous record and we'll keep the previous record exactly as it is. And now in the previous record, I'm going to overwrite the specific field for if I am typing it in the input, and if the name is in the event, if you are getting the name of that input field as the title, so then I'm going to update the title field inside this object state which we have, and I'm going to set the value. For instance, let's say this is the place where everything is been happening, right? So over there, now all we have to do is to set the type as type, and then name of the field is going to be the title, right? So we are getting the name. So this property should be exact same as this property. So whenever the changes is happening, if the name field in the name field, if we get the title, so this title field will get updated with the exact value what we got from that input field. Okay, so that's how we are going to update the input field. And value, it's been there. On handle change, it's been triggered. All right, type, and now all we have to do is to start writing the customized styles. So width is going to be full, and then px it's going to be 4, py it's going to be 3, and rounded it's going to be medium, bg it's going to be transparent background, and we should have a border, and the border color is going to be gray 300, border gray 300, and the text size it's going to be LG, and the text color is going to be primary color, and on focus the text color should be dot color whenever the input field is being focused on focus, and as well as the same way I'm going to change the shadow as medium, and outline I don't need anything. This is not focused within, this is supposed to be focus. Save these changes, and now if I click, you can see if I focus this, you have some shadow, and the text color is going to be dark color. Initially it looks little bit lighter, but when the field is focused, the color will be changed. All right, so now the input field is successfully created. The next part is going to be our the file uploader, the place where we are going to upload the template designs and everything. So that's what we are going to do next. All right, then, so now what we have to do is we have to bring that file uploader. So let's go ahead and create a file uploader. So this is the place where we are going to say file uploader section, which means the not a file, which is going to be an image uploader, the cover image. This one, the cover image. If you notice here, if I choose something, so I can able to choose an image, and if I choose any image over here, that image will be directly uploaded, and you can see we have the progress bar and we having this toast animations, and the image is uploaded to the server and it returns back and it's been displaying over here. If I wish to delete it, that image will be deleted instantly from the cloud, and as well as it's changing the UI also. So this is the part that you have to do in this particular section. Now what I have to do is I'm going to create a div, and I'm going to write a styles for that, which is going to take the width completely full. Let's bring back to our design, width full, and VG gray is going to be 300, and backdrop blur medium, and height, I'm going to fix the height for the mobile screen, which is going to be 420 pixels for the mobile screen. Then from the large screen onwards, I'm going to fix the height not more than that, like 620 pixels. Then on 2XL, that means extra large device, I'm going to fix the height as 740 pixels. All right, so now let's keep this rounded medium, and the border, it's going to be 2, and we are going to have the border as dotted, and border color, it's going to be gray. Let's keep it as 300, and it's, of course, it's going to be cursor pointer, and flex, everything should be in the center, justify center. So save these changes. Now you should, okay, we messed up something. Oops, this division is supposed to be right after these input field. That's what we messed up. Yep, now it's fine. So I don't need this background color anymore. It's looking awkward. Save these changes. All right, this is how it looks, just like over here. Okay, but why we have the BG color border? Okay, so BG gray, let's keep it as 100. Fine, now it's looking fine. And now inside this division, now all we have to do is to bring that image assets and everything. So that's what we are going to do now. So now let's create a state. So we have to create a state to monitor the images and everything. So just like the same way, let's say use state snippet, and this is going to be the image asset. So for this image asset, so we are going to create an object. Inside this object, so we need to keep 3 different information. 1, the asset URL, and 2 is the asset loading state, and 3 asset progress state. So is image loading, that's the state. Initially it's going to be false, and image URL, and that is going to be the null, and progress, let's say progress, and let's keep that as 0. So we can keep this as URI itself. We don't need to keep it as image URL, because basically we need to get this image URI and we need to put it into our form data image URL. So let's keep it as 2 different variables so we don't get any conflicts. Even if it is the same, that doesn't matter, because we are using the parent object is going to be image asset, and the parent object over here is going to be the form data. So that's not an issue. So we don't need to get confused ourselves. So let's keep it as a different name, so we will never get confused ourselves again and again, right? So now what I need to do is, so okay, so give me a minute, 1 second. Where is here we go. So now what we have to do is, so inside this part, this is the place where we are rendering. So if we have an image asset, so if you think about it, if you have an image asset, we need to display that asset URL, or else we need to display this click to upload option. So I'm going to check a condition over here, like if image asset is loading, if the image asset is being loading, then I need to render a React fragment, which means a component over here, or else I'm going to bring one more React fragment over here. So save changes. So if it is loading inside this React fragment, I'm going to bring a div class name, and that is going to be flex column, item center, justify center, and the gap between is going to be 4. And over here, I'm going to bring that puff loader, and the color of the puff loader is going to be the exact same color what we have used for our main spinner. So 498 FCD, and the size of it is going to be 14. Save these changes. So let's assume for the time being the image is being loading now. So let's change the states to true. You should be able to see that puff loader over there. And just like the same way, underneath it, I need to bring the image progress. So the progress percentage of that image asset. So let's bring that image asset. Inside the image asset, if I have the progress, and I need to fix that progress into 2 decimal places. 2. After that, I need to display the percentage sign like this. So that is supposed to be displayed like this, 0.00% for the time being right now, because image it's not been uploaded. So later we will update the state, so that will be displayed over here. So let's get back and change this image loading as false. Now we know how the image loading state will looks like. So image is not loading now, so we are not getting any of this. Now inside this React fragment, so if it is loading, it's going to show the loading state. If it is not, it's going to show the another 2 different part of that uploaded, which is nothing but, if it is not loading, which means you either have your image asset URL or you don't have the image asset URL. If you have an image asset URL, we need to display something. If you don't have, we need to display something. So here, this is the place where you need to check if not image asset dot URI, which means if I don't have the asset URL, then I need to display a component over here, react.fragment, If else, I do have to display something else, react.fragment, save the change. If I don't have the image asset URL, what I need to do, I need to display this part. So inside here, what I'm going to do is, I'm going to create a label. So for this label, I'm going to say class name. Of course, this is going to access the complete width. Cursor is going to be pointer, and of course the height is also going to be full. And inside here, I'm going to have one more division, which is going to say class name, flex column, item center, justify the center, and height, of course, it's going to be full, and the width, of course, is going to be full. And inside this division, I'm going to bring one more div, class name, same flex, item center, justify center, and the cursor pointer, and the flex column direction. And inside here, I'm going to have a paragraph tag. Inside this paragraph tag, we are going to display that icon, or else, and this is the place where we need to display click to upload, and we need to display the file upload icon like that. So we should able to see that icons over here like this. It's taking some time to render. Okay, it's fine. So now for this, if you want to change some styles and everything, class name, let's change the style. Let's say text 2XL. The size of that icon is going to be 2XL. Save the changes. Okay, so that's fine. For this, click to upload class name, I'm just going to say text LG. Save the changes, and the text txt light color. And for this, I'm going to increase the gap as 4 so that I can able to have some gap in between these icons. All right, so that's looking fine. So, and right, once the place where we are finishing the label, this is the place the label is being completed. Here I need to bring an input statement, input, and the type of that input statement is going to be file, and the class name it's going to be width. I'm not supposed to, because if you're not giving this, see what's happening. You should be able to see a option called choose a file. So we don't want to choose this, we don't want to see this, but if the user clicks this, we need to bring that select a file option, right? So that's the thing that we have to bring it over here. So to achieve that, what I have to do is, all I have to do is to say width 0, height 0, and this should accept, it should not accept every image, it should accept the JPG, then dot JPG, then dot PNG. These are the image format that we are allowed to accept. So these are the image format that we need to accept. So remove this unwanted space, we don't need this unwanted space. So dot JPEG, dot JPG, and dot PNG, these are the file extensions that it needs to support. And on change, whenever the changes it's been happening, I'm going to call handle file select. This is a method that it needs to be triggered whenever there's a changes on this file. So handle the image file changes, const. Okay, so now all we have to do is to get that event over here. So let's get that event, and let's make this function as asynchronous function, and let's say const file equals to, from the event target, let's get the files. In that files, we do have the in the first index, we have the information about that file which we selected, because basically we have two property, length and as well as the files information. Files information is the first property, so that will be in this first index on that array. So save this changes, and let's console.log that file whether everything is working fine or not. And let me open the inspect elements, go to the console. It's a warning, fine. Close this, and now if I click this, that is opening the file selection option, and you can see it's not showing any other images extensions, it's showing only the extension which is supportable and which is acceptable over that input field. And let me choose this any kind of templates, whatever I'm having over here, or I can go to this and choose the resume builder and choose the images. So these images I already dropped it in the assets link, and it's already attached in the link description. So please go ahead and you can find this template 1 and template 2 and template 3. So if I choose this, you can see we have all the informations about that template, the image which we selected, what is the image and what is the image type and what's the name and what's the size. We have all the necessary images which we have. Now all I have to do is to send this file to the Firestore database, Firestore storage, and we have to get the download URL, and using that URL we need to display, right? That's the part that we have to do in the next. All right then, so now we have the file informations which we want to upload it into the cloud. So all we have to do is to upload the file. So let's go to our firebase.google.com and let's open our Firestore project. Resume builder, YouTube, and I hope we already enabled the storage as well as storage. Yes, we already enabled it. So inside the storage only, we are going to upload that all the images and everything. Let's make sure whether the rules and everything it's been already enabled. Yep, so rules and everything is already been enabled, so that's fine. So now all I have to do is to here So we are getting the file information over here. So first I need to update the state. So we need to make sure that change the UI. Looks like it's loading, it's processing that image. So let's say set image asset. So we'll get the image asset and we'll get the previous asset information. We'll get the previous asset information, and then using that previous asset information, I'm going to update that image loading state as a true. So now if you look here, close this, if I click this and if I choose any image, and you can okay, so it's not changing the state. What's the problem? What might be the problem? So this is the line where we are getting an issue. Refresh it. If the image asset is loading, if the state is loading, so of course that is supposed to be changed, right? What mistake are we making? Come on, think. Yeah, now it's working. So maybe it's taking some time to render it. I'm not sure. I just refresh it. It's working fine, which is exactly the same thing we have. Okay, anyways, it's working. So now we have the file information. So let's bring that file. We change the state and we bring the file over there. And now all I have to do is to make sure whether the file type is inside the allowed type or not. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a file, another method called is allowed. So const is allowed equals to, and I'm going to send that file as a parameter inside here. So I'm going to check allowed types, equals to. So I'm going to say these are the allowed image types like JPG, JPG, and JPEG and PNG. These are the things: image slash JPEG, JPG, and PNG. These are the allowed types. I need to make sure whether these files is the file type which I selected, which is comes under these kinds of extensions. So let's say allowed types dot includes the file dot type. So we will send the file type to this. Make sure the selected file type should be inside this any of the allowed types. If it says so, then it will returns as true. So if we have the file and if we have that allowed file types, also the return answer of the allowed file type is allowed file. So by default, anyway, we are going to have the file data, so it's going to be true, and we are sending the file to this is allowed. So if the file type is inside this, then you are going to get the answer is true. Then this condition will be true. Then it will start uploading the process. If it is not inside this, then it will returns a message that the allowed file type is not supported or something. So open it. Else, what we are going to do? The else part is going to be the easiest part because we are going to throw an alert message. Let's say toast, which we already install that alert notification .info, and we are going to say that is going to be invalid file format. Anyways, we are not allowing the user to choose apart from any other styles, but we are making sure that we are allowing the user the very specific file only, file type only. So double verification, that's it. And now if everything is fine, then we need to create a storage reference, the place where we are going to store. So let's say storage ref equals to, using the ref method which is coming from your Firestore. So all we have to do is to import that reference message which is coming from one second, which is coming from your Firestore storage. Let's say import from Firebase slash storage, and now you should be able to see that suggestions from the Firestore storage, and you can see it's imported over there. So now all I have to do is to open it. So from the firebase.config.js, we exported the Firestore DB, and as well as here I need to export one more thing, import from Firebase storage, and let's say get storage, and let's get that storage information and keep it inside the storage variables. Let's say get storage and supply the app, and let's export that storage from here. Save the changes. Let's use that storage object over here, storage object, which is coming from firebase.config.js storage. Then you need to supply the file name. We need to supply the folder location, and inside that folder location, what is the file name? So you are going to be, so template, it's going to be templates. That's the folder name which you are trying to create. And inside this templates folder, I'm going to join date.now, the current time string in milliseconds as a number. Then along with that, add the hyphen sign. Along with that, get the file dot name, append the file name, right? So that's the storage reference we are trying to create. And now all we have to do is to start the uploading process. So const upload task, that the object which you are creating. So upload resume byte resumable. So if you are not sure what I'm typing over here, what is byte resumable and what is the reference and everything, you should go through their official documentation, go to their official docs, Firebase documentation, click the fundamentals, go to the build folder and click the storage, and there you can able to see all this information. Click the web and click upload files, and there you can see what is the storage reference which we created and what is the reference object that we are trying to do, and how they are referring the storage location, and as well as the name of the file, and how to upload and get the progress details and everything. So there you can find over here where is the get started. So somewhere over here you should be able to find out the byte resumable. Where it is create references. Nope, download files. This is get download URL, the place where we get the download URL. Nope. This is supposed to be inside the upload files. Upload, they're using upload bytes method. So we are going to use the upload bytes resumable. That's the method that we are trying to use. But upload, here we go. This is the one. Upload task. Using the upload task, we are going to use the upload byte resumable. This is the exact same strategy that we are using now. See, we created the storage reference from the firebase.config, and we are creating the storage reference over here. Where it is? Okay, come on. Here we go. We created the storage reference with the storage object which we are of our Firestore storage, and the file name, what we are exact file name that we are trying to save. Then we created the upload task using the upload bytes resumable. We are supplying that storage reference, and we are supplying the file data which we want to save. And using that upload task, once the state changed, once the state started to change, we are going to get the upload progress answers. Every progress for like how fast it's been getting uploaded, we are getting that progress informations, and as well as we are getting the error. If in case any error is happening, we'll get the error, and at last we'll get the download URL also. Once it's successfully uploaded, you will get the download URL by using the get download URL. So all you have to do is to go through the official documentation. That will really help you to understand what exactly has been happening. So using this upload bytes resumable, inside here, I need to supply the storage reference, and as well as I need to supply the file which I want to upload. That's the selected file which I have in my hand. All right, so now we have that information. Then all I have to do is to say upload task. On upload task, if there is any change, on state changed, if there is any state change, I'm going to call a callback function. So well, this function is for your the progress information, and the second function is to get the error. In case if there is any error, all I have to say is to toast dot error, and let's say error calling, and let's say error dot message, what error message it's been appearing. Save these changes, and right after this, if there is no error, then we need to get the download URL. This method is to get the download URL. All right, so here I'm going to get the snapshot. So snapshot as a parameter. Inside here, all I have to do is to figure it out how they are calculating the progress. So you don't have to write anything else. You can see we have the complete answer over here. Just copy it from there, and then I'm just going to keep it inside our state. So let's say set image asset, open it, and here I'm just going to get the previous asset information, and then I'm going to spread that previous asset, and inside the previous asset, all I have to do is to use the progress, and it is apply the progress. Okay, so that is a mistake. Okay, one second, brackets are missing. Open the bracket and open this normal brackets, and inside this you need to open that functional bracket, then spread the previous asset, comma. Now we have all the previous assets information, states informations over there. Inside that, I'm going to update the progress informations, which is going to be this. So every time whenever it's being uploaded, I just going to change this. So snapshot, spelling mistake. So save this changes over here. Fine. Save this. Now it will calculate the progress, and the progress state will get updated every single time, and the previous state will remains the same. Only this progress state will keep on get updated every time whenever the image is being uploaded byte by byte. All right. Then we'll get the error message. We need to make sure the error message, and we need to figure it out, because sometimes the error, you will get the error message like you are not authorized, or it failed due to network problem. So we need to make sure whether the user is authorized or not. So I'm just going to copy this. Inside here, I'm going to open a function, and I'm going to write a if statement like if error dot message dot includes storage slash unauthorized. Don't make any spelling mistakes. So this is the condition that we are trying to if it is unauthorized, then we are just going to throw an error authorization revoked, something like that. If it is not, we are just going to throw that error message, what kind of error message it's being throwing out. So we need to make sure whether the user have the privilege to upload that template image or not, because maybe in the future you might have we might have a multiple admins and over there, so that we need to make sure that whether we have the complete privilege to upload it. So I think I messed up with something over here. The object opened and closed it, opened and closed. Oh, comma is missing. That's a problem. Save these changes. All right. So now here, all I have to do is to get the download URL. If there is no error, of course, it's going to trigger this. So if there is no error, so I need to get the download URL. So basically, this get download URL is coming from your Firebase storage, a default method. So I'm going to supply that upload task dot snapshot dot reference. In that upload task, whatever the reference we have sent it, we are going to send that reference. Then from it will going to return a promise. From that, I'm going to get that download download URL, and I'm going to put it inside the state. So I'm just going to copy this and I'm going to paste it over here. This time we are not going to update the progress. This time we are going to update the URI, which is going to be the download URL. Save the changes. So now if everything is successfully fine, we have the URL, download URL and everything. So if this is downloaded successfully, which means this is downloaded successfully, and I'm going to send a message like the image uploaded to the server, like file uploaded successfully. Let's say toast.success image uploaded. And after the certain interval of time, I need to remove the state from true to false. So set interval like 2 seconds. After 2 seconds, once you got this alert message, after the 2 seconds, I'm going to change this image state, set image state, loading state as false. False. Save the changes. All right. So cool. Now let's get back here. That code will work perfectly fine. So if there is no URI, this is going to be rendered. If there is a URI, that means if there is a URL to display an image, what we are supposed to do. So we are supposed to create a division, class name, and position is going to be relative position, and width of course it's going to be full, height of course it's going to be full, and overflow it's going to be hidden, and rounded is going to be empty. And inside here I'm going to bring a division image, and this image is going to display an image asset.uri, and the class name is going to be Vetrivel, heightful, and object cover. And the loading type is going to be lazy loading, because sometimes if it is a high quality image, it will take some time to load. So let's keep it as a lazy loading. So save these changes. I hope there is no mistake so far. Even in the console, there is no mistakes. Let's refresh it as well as no mistakes so far there. Cool. So now if I click this, so I should be able to select an image, click it, open it, and it's loading the progress. You can see 100% uploaded, and it's showing image uploaded successfully. And now it's loading that image also, which means the image is uploaded successfully to the cloud. Over here, let's get to the files, and you can able to see we have a templates folder which is created over there. It's created a folder called, where it is called templates, and inside this templates you can see the time string and as well as the file name which we selected, which means the file is successfully uploaded and it's been displayed over here. Now all I have to do is to add the delete privileges, because if the user wants to change this image, he selected the wrong image and he wished to change, so I need to add the delete functionality as well as, and that's what we are going to do next. All right then, so now all we have to do is to scroll down the place where we are displaying the image. This is the place where we are displaying the image, and right after here I need to bring a division to display the delete action. So let's bring the delete action button over here. So div, let's say class name, and it's going to be absolute position, and the top is going to be 4, and the right it's going to be 4, and width is going to be 8, height it's going to be 8, and rounded medium, flex item center, justify center, and the BG it's going to be red 500, and the cursor is going to be pointer, and inside here I'm just going to display the fart trash icon, and the class name it's going to be text sm, and the text color is going to be white color. So you should be able to see a delete button over there. So now if I click this, I need to call a method called delete an object. So here I'm going to say on click delete an object, or okay, delete an image object. Let's give it, this is a function I need to call. So let's copy this, scroll up. This is the place where the handling function has been completed, minimize that, and this is the action to delete an image from the cloud. So const, open it, and this function is going to be an asynchronous function. Enter. And now all we have to do is to call the default function. So first we need to create a delete reference. So let's say const delete reference for the storage. So using the ref method, we'll supply the storage information of our app, then supply the image as a URL, sort URI. Fine. Now we have the delete reference, and using the delete object, which is coming from your Firestore storage, Firebase storage. Using that, I'm going to send the delete reference which we created. So using that URL, that will delete that image and it returns a promise. Over here, all we have to say, just copy this, toast success, copy it from here, and now let me minimize it back, and over here I'll paste it. So what I'm going to do is, we are going to get the previous state, and we have to change the progress to 0, and as well as we have to change that image URL, not image URL, the URI as null. Okay, fine. So by the time when it's deleting, we have to change the state of, make the state as true, right? So we have to copy this, and we have to change the state to true. Image loading is true, then it will become false once it's successfully deleted and everything, and change the message as image removed. Fine. Now let's make sure whether everything is working fine or not. So if I click this, it's showing image removed, and it's changing the state over here. Okay, so if I go here, if I refresh this, we are not supposed to get that message. All right, fine. Okay, so it's working perfectly fine. So anyways, I'm not going to change the loading state as well as, let me delete the loading state. All right, so let's make sure whether it is working fine or not. So if I choose an image, I can select it, and that is changing the loading state. Image uploaded. Okay, there is some issue. What's the issue right now? I'm not sure. Let's refresh it. Let's delete this image. Are we getting any console now? Because we're having a fraction of issues seconds over there. Click it, choose a file, open it. It's uploading. Image uploaded to the server. It's loading the image. If I click this, it's saying image removed. Yep, it's image removed from that. So instead of deleting this guy from here, we'll change this initially itself, then we'll remove that. So now let's check it out, because that is a few fraction second it's missing, because it's taking some time to delete this from the database. So we'll make the local state initially null by default. Once you click that, it will remove the local state. Then it can take that few seconds time to remove the image from the cloud. So if I choose that image, template 1, open it, loading, uploading, it's uploaded, and it's displaying that image. And if I click that, yep, it's removed, and it's successfully removed from the cloud as well as. If I go here and if I click here, we are not going to have any image because we deleted that. All right, so we successfully finished that image uploading part, and it's working perfectly fine. So the next part, what we have to do is we have to work on the tags. You can see whenever I click this, I can able to highlight these tags. If I click that, it will be disabled again, right? This is the part where this is the part we have to create in the next part. That's what we are going to do next, the keywords. All right, then, so now all we have to display these tags. So I already collected some tags, Let me copy and paste it over here. So you can use the chat GPT to generate the tags for yourself, or you can copy these tags from the description below. So let me create a public gist URL from my GitHub. So GitHub profile. Let me create a new, where is it, new gist. So from here you can copy that code. So I'll create this, let's say, resume builder helpers code. So let me paste it over here so you can copy it, create this gist. All right, so I can copy, you can access this. So this is the link I shared in the description below. So if you copy that link and if you open it, you can access this gist URL. So you can access all these codes, the support codes, whatever I'm writing, copy and pasting, you can access from there, which I already shared it in the link in the description below. So please go ahead and open that, and you can copy this and paste it in the helpers.js and jump back to the create template over there. So now all we have to do is to figure it out where this file is being ending. This file is being closing over here. Right after here, we need to get the tags section. So let's bring a div. Let's get back here, div. This div is going to be class name, and width is going to be full, and flex, item center, and flex wrap, and gap is going to be 2. And inside here, let's render the initial tags and everything. Initial tags dot map, using the map method, I'm going to get that each tag, and I'm going to get that index of that tag, render it, open it, and I'm going to create a div, and I'm going to supply the key to avoid the warning issues, supply the index numbers over here, and inside here we are going to display a paragraph tag. Inside that paragraph tag, I'm going to display that tag name. Save the changes. Now you should able to see all the tags over here, but why it's not showing? Oops, server has been stopped. So let's restart the server. All right, so now we are able to see all the tags, whatever we have in that. So it's displaying over there. So let's start customizing this styles. So class name. So if you notice here, by default, it's having some border styles and everything. If I selected it, it's been pushed to a separate array called selected array, selected tags. And if I click that, it's again from the selected tag, it's been removed from that. So what I need to do is all I'm going to do is to create a separate method to handle this. So over here, first I need to create a state. So where is the state? Okay, here. So use state. Let's create a state for selected tags. Let's say selected tags, and the selected tags initially is going to be an empty array. So I'm going to create a separate function to handle those tags. So const handle selected tags equals to, so whenever I'm calling this function, I'm going to send a tag name, what tag it's being selected. Then first I need to find if the tag is already selected or not. Check if the tag is selected or not. So if selected tags dot includes the tag which user clicked, if it is already there, we need to remove it. If selected, then remove it. If it is already selected, then remove it. All right, so to remove that, what I have to do, set selected tag. Using the filter method, I'm gonna remove everything. So set selected tag using the selected tags dot filter, not filter. So the selected tag from the selected, let's say selected, should be selected, should not be equals to the tag. So if I click software engineer, so that means it's already selected. If I click that again the tag will be passed over here as a selected engineer. So I'm just going to figure it out whether the software engineer is already inside the selected tag list or not. If it is already inside, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to filter and I'm going to return every single element except that software engineer. That's the part what we are trying to check over here. Return everything except the selected one. So now this will return everything except that selected one. If not, we need to push that into that selected tag. Selected tags, open it, open an array, return everything previous selected tags, and return the push the new one. All right. So this will be handled properly whenever you are trying to click that division over there at the bottom. Whenever we are trying to click that division over here, so on click, we are going to call a callback function, and I'm going to call the handle selected tags, and I'm going to send the tag, what tag that the user is trying to click. So save these changes, and I'm going to alter the UI styles based on the selected tags. So by default, it's going to load the border, and the border gray color is going to be let's say 3, and px it's going to be 2, and py 1, rounded medium, and cursor is going to be pointer. And if the UI I need to figure it out, if the tag is already selected, then it should be in a blue color, otherwise it should be in a normal without any background and everything. So what I'm going to do is dollar open it. So if the selected tags dot includes the tag what it's being rendered, then which is already selected, so it's supposed to be blue 500, and the text it's going to be white. If not, I'm going to keep it as empty so far. So inside this tag, I'm just going to keep the text size as text XS. Save changes. Let's go here. You can see it's looking like this. If I click this, and it's showing selected tags is not a function. On click, okay, so from which line we are getting an error? Console. Okay, so this is supposed to be set selected tags. My bad. This is supposed to be set selected tags. That's the mistake. Now if you click this, see it's changing, but the padding it's not looking so good because the style is not applied. Now that is looking fine. If I click that, that will be removed. If I choose it, that will be highlighted so that the user can choose what kind of tags that he wants to select it from the available tags list. If he wants to remove it, he can simply remove it. All right. So the only one thing that we have to do is we need to add the save button, then push this complete stuff into the database. That's what we are going to do next. All right then, so now all we have to do is to start creating the button which we have to display. Okay, so here now what we have to do is, this is the place where our division is being ending. So here I need to bring that button actions. So for this button, what I need to do, I'm going to say the message as save, and I'm going to keep this button type as button, and the class name is going to be width, of course it's going to be full, and bg blue it's going to be 700, text color is going to be white, and rounded it's going to be medium, and padding is going to be 3. Save the changes. This is how it looks. All right, so when I click this, I'm going to call a method called on click push to cloud. This is the method I'm going to create. Copy, write the place where over here, this is the place. So const push to cloud and async method, and it's going to be an arrow function, not arrow down function. All right, so here now all we have to do is to first create the the document object model. So first we need to create a document, the collection type, the document type. So let's say, so I need to get the server timestamp on what exact time it been created. So let's say const timestamp equals to server timestamp. That's the method provided by the Firestore that will return the timestamp. So get that object and generate an ID. So const ID is equals to get the time string using the date.now method. Date.now method will returns the number of milliseconds elapsed since midnight. So it will get that date and it will returns it in the milliseconds in the number. So that means the ID will always be unique. So then get the const underscore doc equals to open it. That's an underscore doc is the object variable which I created. And I'm going to send the underscore ID, which is mapped to ID. Then title, which is coming from form data dot title. Then image URL, which is coming from image asset dot URI. Then tags, it's going to be the selected tags. Then what is the template name? So this is the place where we need to figure it out what exactly template name that is, because since we don't have any templates in the cloud, right? We don't have any templates in the cloud, so we haven't fetched the templates details. So based on that template details only, we need to give the name for it. So name, so far we just keep the template name as template 1, but we need to change this after that. So then I need to get the timestamp colon timestamp. So this will create the doc. So now what I need to do is I need to fetch the templates informations first. So I need to get that list of templates which is available in the cloud. So then I need to, using that, I need to find out its length. Then I need to change the template name, what name that we are trying to create. Because if you notice here, we have 3 templates in the cloud and currently we are trying to create the template 4. If we have 4, it needs to be template 5. So that's what we are trying to achieve over here. So to do that, we have to fetch the template informations from the cloud. So let's go ahead and create the template informations. To do that, we need to create a custom hook. Let's go to the hooks and let's create a new hook over here called use templates.js. And over here, all we have to do is to const use templates. It's use the exact same name, open it, an arrow function, and inside here I'm going to get use Qoery hook from the React query, use Qoery, open it, and that's going to return the data object and is loading state and is error state, and the refetch function to refetch that state informations. Then this is the stage that I'm trying to create templates, and I'm going to call an asynchronous function to fetch that data, and I'm going to return a try and catch in case if there is any error is happening when you are trying to fetch the details. I'm going to send the toast console.log what error it's been returning, error. Then send an alert notification as an error, something went wrong. So let's try to do over here. So here I'm just going to get the templates, const templates equals to await get templates. This is the method we have to create in the API. Then returns that templates object. So what we need to do is all we have to do is to jump into the APIs folder, API index over here. So this is the place where we are getting the user details. So just like the same way, we have to get the we have to get that complete templates information. So let's export const. Let's copy this name, and paste it over here. equals to, okay, so return new promise, an arrow function, and this is going to take two different parameters, resolve and a reject, two different parameters. And here I'm just going to say const template query, because we are going to create a query string to query the collection, because I need to fetch the query based on the timestamp what it's been registered, because the new template should be always on the top. So query, which is coming from your Firebase object, so query, and I'm going to give the name, collection name, so the collection Firestore collection, the db of instance from the firebase.config. The collection name is going to be templates, which means the table name in the database. Then, and order by, using the order by method, I'm going to order by the method based on this timestamp object which we are trying to push into the collection object, timestamp, and arrange it in the descending or ascending orders. Okay, so I'm going to keep it in an ascending order. Then const, I'm going to create a listener event, const unsubscribe equals to, it's just an object name, you can keep whatever name you want, using the on snapshot. So this is a listener, will constantly listen to any modifications inside that particular collections. Okay, so I'm going to execute the template query, and I'm going to get that query snap, return a callback function. From that query snap, I'm going to get that list of templates objects, const templates equals to query snap dot docs. From the docs, I'm going to use the map method, and I'm going to get that doc information, and I'm going to get that doc dot data information and put it into that template. Then what I need to do, I'm going to resolve that template, so that will resolve and it will return back. So then I need to stop listening this event. So this is the place where it's getting ended. So return and subscribe. Save the changes. Cool. So now we have to import this get templates. Let's import this get templates. So it is imported. And then after this async method, I'm going to say refetch on window focus. By default, it should be false. And then finally, at the end over here, when the function before function ends, I need to return the object whatever we fetched these objects. We need to return the data, we need to return this error, we need to return this loading, and we need to return the refetch. And finally, all we have to do is to export the default as use templates itself. This is the hook that we are trying to export. All right, so here all we have to do is to get the template information, because in the React query you have only the user state. So we need to bring that template states as well as. So over here, this is the state where it's getting ended. So over here, now what I'm going to do is, so I'm going to get that the state information. So const open equals to use templates from the hooks. So that is going to return the data is loading, is error, is loading, and refetch. So maybe you might use at different states as well as, so keep more specific. This is the templates data, and this is templates is error, and this is templates is loading. This is the alias name that we are trying to given for the default object, and this function is referred as templates refetch to avoid the conflicts, because when you are using multiple states, because that's the same object that we are getting for every single hook, data, error, is loading, refetch. So we need to give an alias name whenever you are trying to use it to avoid unwanted conflict, right? So now there is no error is throwing up on, because this page is being successfully loaded. So if I refresh this, okay, our server is being stopped. Why? Every time my server is being crashed. I'm not sure why it is happening. So let me clear, maybe due to some issues with my machine right now. So let's start the server. Yarn start. Okay, it's starting. It's loading now. And now we can see there is no mistakes at all. It's created, it's showing the templates object, and we are having an empty object because there is no templates collections in the database, and it's returning an empty object. And if you go here and if you check your Firestore database, you can see we have only the user collections because we don't even have the templates, right? Because we have to save it. Now to do that, what I need to do is, so we all did this single part for what? To get this dynamic name over there. So first we have to display the dynamic name, then I need to add the dynamic name over here. So to display that dynamic name, what I need to do is, okay, so this is the place where we are displaying the dynamic name, right? This is the place. So what I'm going to do is enter, open the templates. I need to find out whether the template object is there or not. If the templates object is there, if the templates length is templates.length, the length is greater than 0, that means I need to display a dynamic string literals template, and along with that I need to join the templates length, templates dot length templates length plus 1. Okay, if there is no templates, if there is the complete array itself, it's an empty, then I just need to display the default as template 1. Save the changes. Now it doesn't matter how many times you refresh it, it will always returns the template 1. That's because the template's length is not greater than 0, it's equals to 0, so it will return the template 1. Once you added one data, that means once you push the data into it, the length will be greater than 0, so it will returns the template length plus 1. Okay, so because it is why the reason we are adding the plus 1 is because if you insert one data, the length of that array will be 1. So which means it's already I have one data in it. So I'm not supposed to display the value as template 1 anymore. I need to display the template as template 2 because we are trying to add a new template. So the template 2 will needs to be displayed. The reason what I'm trying to say over here is we have 3 data in that array and it's showing the value as template 4. Yes, because we are trying to add a new template over there. So that's the reason. So this is the thing. Copy the same stuff and then replace it over here. Oops, it's better for us to type it manually by ourselves. Maybe the reason is because of this. All right, we are trying to check the templates. If the template is greater than everything, save the changes. Now everything is fine. Cool. So if everything is there, all I have to do is to say console.log underscore doc. Let's do the console log. And let's make sure whether everything is we are getting the data or not. Let's say sample data and let's choose an image from here, open it, software engineer, delete it, choose, and let's click and inspect elements. Go to the console and if you hit the save option, you can see here we are having the image URL, we are getting the name as template 1, we have the templates array, and we have the timestamp, all the necessary informations which we needed. So now all I have to do is to push this data into the cloud, right? So what I'm going to do is, anyways, I'm just going to delete that image, refresh it, let's keep it clean. Then we know that we got all the data now. So all I have to do is to set this data to the cloud. So set doc, using the set doc method, I'm going to make sure I wait on this particular line, set doc, open the doc object, open the DB instance from the Firebase, then give the templates name. Basically use that exact same name which you are fetching from the API. So templates, then supply the ID of the document and then supply the your data underscore doc. So this should returns a promise. If everything is perfectly, what I have to do, I have to remove all these informations over here. I need to reset the complete information. So let's say set form data, get the previous data. So open an object and spread the previous data. Then set the title field, it's going to be an empty string, and the image URL, since we haven't used this image URL, we just kept it for the name's sake. Okay, anyways, that's fine. Then set image asset, we'll get the previous assets information using the spread operation, get the previous asset informations, then comma, let's make the image not image URI as null, save the changes. Then selected tags, set selected tags as an empty array. So we have did everything, and finally what I have to do is to refetch the templates. So templates refetch. Using this method, I need to get the updated data, and I need to update our local state, right? So that's the reason I'm refetching that. So this refetch method will trigger this API one more time, and it will get the updated data and it will put it over here, right? Once everything is done, I'm going to say toast.success data pushed to the cloud. Save the changes. While doing this, if we are ran into any kind of error, so error, if we are ran into any kind of error, all we have to do is to get that error message, and we have to display that error message over there like this. Save changes, and this is supposed to be error. All right, so let's make sure everything is working fine. So let's give a name as the title is going to be professional resume for software developers or something. Click it, choose the template one, click open, it's uploading. So this resume for software engineer, front end, back end, full stack, web developer, UI, graphic designers, and yeah, I think this is enough for even for project manager as well as. So click save. All right, you can see data pushed to the cloud, and you can see it's automatically changed the template to 2 because we are trying to push a new template. And if you go to your state and if you click the templates, okay, so there is some issue with the data over here. See, we can't see the data. Let's make sure we have the data in our collection. Templates is there, document is there, and you can see all the details are over here. But the problem is it is not fetching properly, and it's not updating the state properly. That's a problem. If I refresh it, even now it's not getting that, because that is some issue. So we have to check and resolve that issue. But we got our data in the cloud, it's working fine. So let's fix that bug, and that's what we are going to do next. All right, then, since the data successfully saved in the cloud, but we are not getting to our local state, so what might be an issue? So let's do some console log over here. So console.log, and let's say templates, comma, templates, save these changes, and let's open the console. We are not getting anything. Refresh it. So we are not. So here, data, name data. Okay. So there is an issue on get templates function, I think so. Maybe this is the place where we are getting an issue. This is the place. Return new promise, resolve and resolve. project, template query collection db object. It's going to be templates, order by, timestamp, unsubscribe. It's going to be subscribe, on snapshot, template query snap, open it, const templates equal to query snap dot docs dot map, get that doc. Oh my bad, data function. That's what the issue. All right, so now if you refresh the changes and if you go here, and here we go, see, now you got your template details. So one small bracket that causes a large issue. All right, so now we figured out what's the mistake. So now all we have to do is to render this template just exactly what we are doing over here. So that's what we are going to do next. All right then, so now all we have to do is to go ahead and then click this render option. So we have to render that complete detail from the database. So what we have to do is, since we already have the template informations, so in the right side container over here, all we have to display the record. So that's what we are going to do now. So let's jump to the create templates and go to the location exactly where we are having that the templates options and everything. So since we already break it into the columns, pieces and everything, so now all I have to do is to say, so this is supposed to use some paddings, so px2, and then of course it's going to take the width full and flux 1, and then padding top and bottom is going to be 4. So inside here, I'm going to make sure whether the template is loading or not. So if the template is loading, of course, we need to bring that puff loader and show that template is like loading. So if the template is loading, then I need to render this part. So react dot fragment, enter. If not, react dot fragment. All right, so if the data is loading, this is the content that we need to load. So if you save the changes and refresh it, okay, so again my server is being crashed. No such a file or directory. Maybe let me resolve this. So all I have to do is to delete the node modules folder, delete it. Sometimes it might resolve the issues. So it's been deleted, and now let me install it one more time, yawn. So it's downloading all the necessary packages one more time. So let's wait until it's successfully downloaded. It's downloading. Come on, make it fast. All right, so it's successfully downloaded, and now let me start the server. All right, there is no issues. It started. Okay, and now you can see it. Oh, so if I refresh it, you can see it's showing that loading animation part. Okay, so if it is have the templates, then of course what I need to do, if it is having the templates and the templates dot length is greater than 0, which means I have something to display, right? So I'm going to create a react dot fragment, react dot fragments. All right, so if the templates and the templates dot length is greater than 0, I need to render and display. If it is not, all I have to say, it doesn't have anything to display it over there. So in that part, what I'm going to do, all I'm going to do is to display the exact same puff loader over there, and along with that I'm going to bring one more text called no data. That's it. Okay, so because now we have some data in it, so we can't see that. So if you have the data in it, which means I have something to display, so I'm going to render that templates dot map. Using the map method, I'm going to get that template information and I'm going to render it. Use the normal brackets, don't use the functional brackets. So I'm going to create a div inside here and I'm going to supply the key from the template. I'm having the underscore ID property, and here I'm just going to display the template title for the time being now. So let's get the template dot title. Save the changes. You should get the template title from your database, right? So it's working now. So what I'm going to do is, all we have to do is to class name, width is going to be full, height is going to be 500 pixels. I'm going to fix the height, then rounded medium, then overflow, it's going to be hidden, and the position is going to be relative position. Inside this, I'm going to bring an image tag and I'm going to alter the source template dot. Let's get the image URL property, open this and image URL, copy it, paste it over here, then get the class name, width is going to be full, height is going to be full, and object is going to be cover. All right, save the changes. So now you should be able to see the image. There we go, it's displaying the image. Okay, so problem is with the image, what happens if I delete over here, delete this? Okay, if I delete it from here, but here it's perfectly fine. Maybe the problem is we are not written any styles for your parent division, right? So this entire part, it's need to be wrapped inside one more division, and inside that division only we need to render that. So this division is going to be basically a grid system. So width, of course, it's going to be full, and height, of course, it's going to be full, and grid column. Initially for small screen is going to be 1. From the large screen onwards, grid column, it's going to be 2 columns. From 2XL onwards, grid columns, it's going to be 4 maximum. And then gap between each and everything is going to be 4. Save these changes. Now you should be able to see that. It's looking good, right? So the next important part, let's see, let me add one more thing. So project manager professional resume, click it and choose the template to create. Make sure that you're choosing the exact image name, template 2 and that template 2. So that's the reason, that's the main point over here. Choose some tags and click save. All right, look at that. See, immediately we are fetching back and we are displaying the details. So now all we have to do is to implement the delete option, and that's it. All right then, so let's go ahead and implement the delete option. So we are going to make sure that the remove template option is working perfectly fine. So what I'm going to do is, so I need to bring a delete action over there. So what I'm going to do is, basically I'm going to use the exact same option what I did for this cover image. So let me go here, file upload, and I'm going to copy this exact same stuff from here. This is the tag. Okay, this is the place it's getting end. Copy this including the comment. Let's change the file name, the function name later, and I'm going to put it inside this this division right after this image tag. Delete action. Don't worry about this delete. So I'm just going to call a callback function. I'm going to say remove template. I'm going to send that template information over there. So copy this function name. Let's go to the top and right after here. So const remove template, open an async method. So this function is to function to remove the data from the cloud. So save changes. Now you should be able to see that delete action. So now inside this delete action button, so what are we supposed to do? So we need to make sure, so whenever you're trying to delete the data from this collection over here, you have to delete the image as well as from the storage. So first I need to remove this image, and then I need to remove that data from the Firestore. So over here, I'm just going to create, so we have const delete reference equals to reference of storage template. So we have to get the template information over here. That's what we are passing it. Inside the template, we have that what information we do have. Okay, what is that? Image URL. Copy this object. We have that image URL. We have to delete that image URL. So await delete object, delete that delete reference, then open it, call a callback function, open it. Inside here, if it is successfully deleted that image, I'm going to get that, I'm going to delete that object. So await delete doc, delete the doc, open it. So this is supposed to be an async function because we are trying to delay over here. So delete. So inside here, I'm going to supply that doc, get it, get the DB from the templates. So make sure that you don't misspell it. So templates, so that's the collection name that we do have. So don't misspell it. From the templates, I'm going to delete that template dot underscore ID. That's the ID I'm trying to delete. If everything is working perfectly fine, then call a callback function. Inside here, I'm just going to say toast dot success, open it, template removed, template or template deleted from the cloud. And then I need to refetch the data. So templates refetch. So if there is any issue when we are trying to do here, so catch, get that error object, open it, and simply display that error message, what error message that we are getting over there. Save these changes. All right. So now all we have to do is to try to delete it. So if I click this, there we go. So the template is being removed. So now this is supposed to be one data, fine. If you go to the storage and if you go to the templates folder, you should have only one template because we deleted the template 2. So if I delete this one too, if I delete this too, we don't have anything. So that's the reason we are getting the data as no data. There we go. So we successfully finished the admin part over here. So now we can able to add a template by the admin, and you can see now it's showing everything perfectly fine how it's supposed to be. So the next part is going to be the most important part, where we are going to create the home screen and the edit templates options and create resumes options, the most important part. And before that, we need to make sure, we need to secure this URL. So every time when the user tries to implement this URL directly, by typing this URL directly in the browser, we are not supposed to allow the user, right? So we need to, before loading that template, we need to make sure whether the logged in user ID is inside our ID details or not. So before rendering this written statement, before rendering this complete division, what I'm trying to do is I need to make sure whether the admin ID, whether the logged in user ID is inside our admin ID or not. So using the use effect method, open it, and that's going to be take an array dependency injection. If it is loading, that means if the template is loading, okay, and I need the user information now. So I need to fetch the user information. So by using the user hook where we are giving the template, so right after here, so const equals to use user hook, I need to get the data colon user comma is loading. So over here I'm trying to check that if the user object is there, user object, and then if the user is loading, if there is any changes in the state, I need to re-render this use effect method, and I need to double check that user object is there or not. If not is loading, if the user state is not loading, and as well as if not admin IDs dot include the user.uid, then we need to navigate the user. So we need to get that user navigate hook. So right after here, const navigate equals to use navigate hook. So using that navigate object, I'm going to navigate the user to home route and replace the current route to true. So this will make sure every time whenever the user typing this URL directly, he will not permitted to see this UI. So he will be redirected to the home screen. If he is not that admin, he will be redirected to the home screen. And now all we have to do is to go ahead and customize the home screen. All right, people. So before jumping into the home screen, all we have to do is to push this data into our GitHub, right? So let's push our data into the GitHub. So open your Git control, and these are the files which we haven't yet committed. So give a message over here. Let's say changes, and let's say like what is a authentication and admin part completed. So click the commit. So this changes will be committed. So there we go. So it's committed. And let me go to the pull or push option and choose the push to option and choose your private GitHub repository. So the entire code will be pushed to your GitHub. And let me get back to my GitHub profile, GitHub, and let me open my repositories. In that, this is the private repository which we created for the resume builder. And here we go. Changes, authentication, and admin part, the changes and everything is successfully committed to our GitHub profile. All right. So that's it. I'll see. And then the next part is going to be the home UI, and the remaining part is going to be really interesting. All right, everyone. So over here, this is our project. So far, we have completed this admin part and the authentication part, and everything is so far it's completed, and we don't have any data yet in our template. So because in the last part we deleted everything at the end, and now over here, if you have a look at this design, what we have right now, so this is how we need to create our home screen. So we have to bring this this complete filtration options where it is completely overflowing. So the user can able to scroll back and forth, left and right, or you can just use the scroll bar, something like that, right? So now what we have to do is to implement this filter option and how to make it globalized, like how to keep it in the query client to filter the entire component, because basically this home is going to be a different component and the filter is going to be different component. Each and everything is in a different component, but they need to organize together. So we need to keep this in a global state. So that's the reason where we are going to keep it inside the query client, right? So now what you have to do is let's jump back to our home templates, like means the home screen, the place where we are displaying. This is the home screen, right? The place where we are maintaining the entire routes. And that is where this home container is being rendering. So this, at this point only we need to bring that. So let me delete all these unnecessary create template, use template, API, Firebase config. Let's clear the things. Close this, close this, close this. and even close this. So let's keep the home screen alone, and let me open the home container. So this is the home container what we are looking over here. So what we have to do first, we have to bring this particular point, right? So to bring that data, so what we have to do is to, so first we have to create the designs. So first we have to create the design. So let's say for this, let's make this complete thing, the home screen as, let's add some styles over here. Class name, this is equals to width full, then px4, and for the large device onwards, the px is going to be 12, and for 2xl, I think for 2xl we don't need to specify. From the large device onwards, let's keep it in that way. And the padding, it's going to be py6, flex column, everything inside that, then item center, and justify it's on the start. So it should be on the top like this. So let me enable the word wrap so you can see everything clearly. Okay, so now I hope you can see everything clearly over here. Now instead of this home container, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring that filter section over here. So we need to bring that filter section. Then what we have to do, so right underneath it, what we need to do, we need to bring that the template. We need to render those templates. That means resume pin. We need to bring those resume pin over here. All these resume pin over here. That's what we need to do. So first let's go ahead and create a new component for filter. So let me collapse everything. Source, inside the components folder, I'm going to create a new file called filters.jsx and RAFCE, and let me export it from here in the index.js /filters, copy it, paste it over here, save these changes, and now let's import it over here. Let's bring the filters from the components folder. So it's coming from components, so you should be able to see the filters over here. So now let's jump into the filters part. So inside this filters part, so let's fix the UI first. So let's say class. So I need to make sure that this is occupying the complete width. So let's fix that. So class name, it's going to be width full, flex, item center, and justify it in the starting position itself. All right, so everything will be pinned in the left side of the entire div. So py, it's going to be 4. Save these changes. Now it is in the starting position. So instead of this filters text, so now what I'm going to do is, if you have a look at over here, so we're having this div and we're having this entire div, which is not taking more than that entire division. So I'm going to bring this first, the clear button. So let's bring that clear button first. So div, inside this div, what we are going to do, we are going to bring an icon. So I'm just going to say md layers clear. That's the icon that we are going to bring. So let's import that icon. Import from React icons /md, and let's say md layer is clear. That's the icon that we are trying to bring in, and class name size is going to be text excel. Save these changes. So you should be able to see that icons over there. So now I can able to see my icon over there. Now what we need to do is I'm going to customize the styles. So class name, it's going to be border, and border gray is going to be 300, and rounded md, and px it's going to be 3, and py it's going to be 2, and from the margin right, from this I need to add some space. From this I need to add some space over here. So from the margin right, it's going to be 2, and of course the cursor is going to be the pointer, and I'm going to group this group. On hover, I'm going to bring some shadow median. Whenever I'm hovering it, I need to bring some shadow and the BG color is going to be gray to 100, and normally the position is going to be the relative position. Save this changes. Now it looks like this, right? You can see when I'm hovering it, I can see that the shadow effects over there. Now what I need to do is, all I have to do is to bring that clear all options, so which is coming really nice over here. You can see with some animation part, we need to bring that tooltip animation so over here. So for that, I'm going to bring that animation from the framer motion. So I need two different objects from here: animate presence and the motion animation, motion plus. So here I'm going to create animate on presence. The reason why we are using the animate presence is because framer motion, it's going to add three sets of animations: state, initial state, animate state, and exit state. The problem with the React is when you try to plug out a node from the tree of nodes, from the list of nodes, it instantly plug that node and put it outside, right? So it doesn't wait for the exit animations need to be done. So we need to make sure whenever you are trying to plug out a node, a component from the React nodes list, we need to make sure that it still waits until that animation successfully and the node has been plugged out. So to do that, we need to wrap that entire stuff inside the animate presence. So that makes sure the animations are performed completely even at the exit state, right? So I'm going to bring a div, which is going to be a motion.div. So inside this motion.div, I'm going to bring a paragraph tag, which is clearly going to say clear all. So this paragraph tag, what I'm going to do, so this paragraph tag should not be, if the size is too small, it should not wrap the text content. So white space, no wrap. So that will not bring the all in the next line if there is not sufficient space. So text size is going to be excess. So now you should be able to see that text color, text size over the clear all or something. So this division is need to be in an absolute position. So I'm going to make this as an absolute. Then minus top 8, then minus left 2. So that should bring the clear all option at the top. Then I'm going to bring some styles. So BG white and shadow, it's going to be empty, and rounded, it's going to be empty. Save these changes. So that you should get that text, and we need to add some padding. So px is going to be 2, py it's going to be 1. So that's how the clear all looks like, right? So it's looking cool. So now I need to add some animation stuff. So for this animation, so what I'm going to do is, so basically, if you have a look at here, it's sliding up and it's sliding down, right? You can see when it's moving up, the size is increasing, the scale level of that it's increasing, and the scale level is decreasing, right? So to do that, what I'm going to do is, so over here, I'm going to call the initial state of that animation. Initial state of that animation, it's going to be opacity, it's going to be 0. And the scale level, it's going to be the 60%, which means 0.6. And on the y-axis direction, so if you are giving basically it's like a graph. If you give it a positive number, it will move from top to bottom. If you give a negative number, it will move from bottom to top. So in this case, it's going to be initially, it's going to be a little bit down in its point, like 20 points I'm going to push down. So when I'm hovering it, I'm going to make that 20 points to 0. So it will looks like it's rising to top, something like that, right? So I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to paste it 3 more times, and I'm going to change this to animate, and I'm going to change this to exit, something like this: initial, animate, exit. So on animate, the opacity level is going to be 1, the scale level is going to be 100%, so 1, and the y-axis point is going to be 0. So save this change. Now if you can see, if I do any some kind of animations, we can see it's animated now. So if I refresh this, you can see that animation stuff. Now what I need to do is, I need to show this option only if I'm hovering it. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to say use state snippet is hovered state or you can say is clear forward, something like that. So I'm going to keep this state as false. Then I'm going to display only if that is forward state is true. So cut it, is forward, and we need to display. If it is, that means if that state is true, then display it. Otherwise, don't display it. So that will be displayed on at point, which point? Whenever I'm hovering, whenever the mouse enter inside this division, this main division. Not that one, this main division, because that's the division which is wrapping these two sections together. So for this, I'm going to add on mouse enter. Whenever the mouse enter, I'm going to call callback function, and I'm going to say set is clear forward as true. Right? Then I'm going to copy and paste this one more time. I'm going to change this more as leave. On leave, I'm going to change this to false. So if I open this, it will pops up. If I close this, it will pops down, something like that. See, on hover, this is how it looks like. So it's working perfectly. Now what I need to do is, instead of keeping this animation stuff and everything over here, I'm going to bring this animations to somewhere point so that we can use it for later purpose for some other designs also. That's the reason we have created this index.js. So let's open this, and here I'm going to say export const slide up down with scale. With scale equals to, open it, paste it, and we have to alter these changes. Use your multi-cursor editor to delete the equal sign and add the comma at the end. Okay, so then of course we need to add the colons also. Here we need to add the colon. Save the change. This is how it should looks. So now I need to use this where? Over here. Let me spread this operator and let me bring the slide up down with scale. Save this option, and now still it will works the same. So this will keep your code cleaner, so we can maintain all our animations separately in a single file, right? So we have successfully done this clear button option. Now all we have to do is to bring these filter data, the dummy data, and as well as with this some UI designs and everything. So that's what we are going to do next. All right then, so now what we have to do, so we have to bring these same kind of stuff over here. So first we need some dummy data, right? So let me bring some dummy data over here. So we are going to use the exact same dummy data which we are copied in the helpers.js previously. So I already dropped the link in the description, the Git link in the description. So you can copy this sample code from there. So let's get back to the filters. So what we have to do is, so that should be loaded right after this particular division div over here, right? So let's bring one more div, and let's say class name, which is going to be width full, flex, item center, and justify everything in the starting position, and overflow X, it's going to be scroll, and I'm going to say the gap is going to be 6, and scroll bar. So we need to hide the scroll bar. So to hide the scroll bar, so we need to install one more package in the Tailwind CSS. So search for Tailwind scroll bar. Oops. Scroll bar. This is the package that we have to install. So all I have to do is to copy this, open up the terminal, new terminal, paste it, hit the enter, and that will be downloaded inside our project. And then you have to copy this line, and you have to install this inside the tailwind.config.js over there, over here. This is the place where we need to install it. Save these changes, close it, and close this too, close this, and let's come back here. And all I have to say over here, scroll bar none. That's it. Then for over here, now what I need to do, I need to bring that filtered data. So filtered data. So this is coming from where? Okay, so filters. Okay, so we can't use this. So I thought we are going to using this. So what we need to do is, so I created a separate array. I forgot to share the data. This is the data that we are going to use. So I will update this in that link as well. So you can copy it and paste it over there. So let me open my, where it is. Your guess over here. Here we go. So I need to update this one. Okay, select that. Edit. And I'll paste it here. So now we can use the same data from there. All right, cool. So I copied the same data. So you can copy this data from the Git link and you can paste it over here. This is the data that we are trying to use it inside. So now over here, we can say filters data from the utils helper. So if we do have the data, what we have to do. So if I have the data, then all I have to do is to say filters data dot map, open it, and I need to extract that particular menu from there. Then, or we can say instead of menu, we can say as item or something, filter menu or filter item or something, whatever it is you want. You can keep your name as per your convenience. Okay, and I'm going to create a div over inside this div, and for this div I'm going to give the key. So basically we are going to use this ID which we generated. So what I'm going to do is, so that is going to be data.id, not data, it's just going to be item.id. Then class name. So if you have a UI over here, just be having some borders, some padding effects, and when I'm hovering it, I'm having some shadow effects over there. So to bring that, what I'm going to do is, and if you notice here, if I click this, that is highlighted and we can see the color is changed over here, and the search pattern is also getting updated over here. So we have to bring that. So if I clear this, so everything will be cleared, right? So what we have to do is, all I have to do is to first fix the styles over here. So let's bring the backtick border. So we need the border. Then the border gray color is going to be 300. Then rounded medium, and then px it's going to be 6, py it's going to be 2, cursor it's going to be pointer, and the group hover shadow medium, not group hover. I'm going to make this as a group, and on hover the shadow is going to be medium. Okay, after this, so if that value is selected, then we need to keep the background color as gray, and we need to enable the shadow. If that particular data is not selected, so we have to ignore it, right? So for that, what we have to do, so we have to create a query client and keep those data as a globally, so we can access it at any point. So we haven't do that for the time being. Let's leave that part over here, and now inside here I'm going to bring a paragraph, and I'm going to bring that label. So item dot label, and for this I'm going to say class name, text sm, and text txt primary, and on group hover I'm going to change the text to txt dark. and I'm going to say white space, no wrap. Save these changes. So that will not wrap the entire text. Now you can see we're having some data over here. And now if I click it, it's not been highlighted or it's not been selected. So what now we have to do is we have to create a query client to have the search filter so that we can update the term over here, and we can update the term whenever we are clicking it over here. So we can filter the data based on the search filter over there. So that's what we are going to do next. All right then, so now what we have to do is, so let's go ahead and create the custom hook to store the filters and everything. So over here inside the hooks folder, let's create a new file called use filters.jsx, and then okay, so here let's say const use filters equals to an arrow function, and this is going to export the default as use filters. All right, now inside this function what we have to do is we have to get the use query hook, and this query it's going to return you the data of that particular query, which means the state, and is loading, whether the state is loading or not, or whether the state is having any issues or not, and the refetch method which helps you to refetch that particular state value from the API. So here we're going to set this as global filter. That's the state name I'm creating, and inside this I'm going to call a callback function, and here I'm going to return an object which is basically going to be a search term. That's the state, that's the property which is inside the state. Then I'm going to keep that the value as the empty. So basically what we are doing here over here is, so we are using a function to return the initial data. We are trying to return the initial data, so we are using a callback function to do that. Okay, then what I'm going to do, I'm just going to say refetch on Windows focus as false as usual. Okay, and after this is the place where our function and everything is being getting ended, and I need to return that state what we are trying to do. So return the data is loading and is error, and the refetch everything as a function. All right, cool. So now we have the use filters hook, and now what I have to do is let's close this use filters and let's jump into the filters.jsx, and right after here we need to get that filters data. So const data equals to use filters. So it's not showing up, so what we have to do, we have to import it manually by ourselves. Use filters from /hooks/use filters. It's the thing, copy and paste it over here and over here, close it, and now that should return the data object is loading, and is error. And of course we need the if we need the refetch, we can use it later. So here what I'm going to do is we can keep that as because for the time being, because right now here we are using only one hook, one custom hook. If you're using more than one, we need to give an alias name for this data, so it's better to assign an alias name. So I'm just going to give an alias name as filter data itself. Filter data, that's the object which carries the data which we want to filter. So now if we save these changes and if you get back to the query client, so here it should gives you the global filter and new state. Inside that state you have a now string object which is called search term, which it doesn't have anything. Now what I need to do is I'm going to call a callback function, an on-click function for what? For here, for this division. On click, whenever I'm clicking it, I'm going to call and callback function, and I'm going to say handle filter value, and I'm going to pass the item dot value inside item dot value. So then I'm going to copy this, and right after here I'm going to create const. So I'm going to call a callback function for that. Then I will get the value inside over here. So that's the value which we are on click. We are sending the value over here. Now what I need to do is, so basically we need to get the previous value of your query state. Then we need to create the updated data. Then we need to push that updated data into your global state. So what I'm trying to say over here is const previous state equals to, so we need to create a query client to update your query status. So let's say const query client equals to use query client. All right, so let's make sure that is installed from the React query. From here, using the query client object, query client dot get query data, what, which means it's we are trying to fetch the data value, which is nothing but this particular global state. So copy that global filter. This is the state value that we are trying to access over here. So that will get the previous data. Now I need to create the updated data. So get the updated state value equals to, I'm going to get an object. So I'm going to spread the previous state from it. Then I'm going to apply the new state value, which is the filter colon value. That's the new value which we are trying to set. Okay, so it's not a filter. This is going to be the search term. So we are trying to update the search term value as the value. Then okay, so what we can do is, instead of approaching by this way, so instead of creating a previous state and getting the updated state, and now what we need to do, I need to update the query client dot set query data, and update that global filters. This global filter, we are going to update the global filter with this updated state value. So instead of writing this in a three different line, we can optimize this in a single line. Like instead of getting it and then updating it and then pushing it, so instead of doing all these things in a separate line, we can write it in a single line just by using query client dot set query data, open it. Let's use the global filter. Then I'm gonna open an object, and I'm going to spread the query client dot get query data, open it. I'm going to get the query data from the global filters, and then comma, I'm going to update the search term. That's the value which is inside, that's the object which is inside. So I'm going to update that value with the value what we are passing into this function. So this is how you can write this same line, the same functionality in a single line. So we are fetching it, then we are getting the previous data, and then we are updating the new data, right? So that's the optimistic way to do that. So now if I click this, you should get the software engineer, you should get the backend developer, you should get the full stack developer. If you're a software engineer, now you can see the search term is getting updated every time when I'm clicking it. So I need to change the background color as well as. So what I need to do is over here. So if the filter data, so this dollar and open it, we are going to access this state, which is nothing but the global filter. If that, inside that we do have the search term. if this double triple equals to item dot value. So what value we are trying to load over here, if it is equal to that, then what we are going to do, yeah, if I click software engineer, showing software engineer, if it is equals to this, if this condition is true, then I'm going to say bg grade 300 and shadow empty. Now, if I click this, you can see the software engineer is highlighted. If I click backend developer, the backend developer is changed. So that's the reason it's showing backend developer, and web developer. Now you can see it's changed to web developer. So the filter is working fine. So now the only stuff which we have to fix is next one is the search filter. So the applying filter, the filter buttons are working perfectly. Now we have to do the same stuff for the search filter, and that's what we are going to do next. All right, then. So now what we have to do is we have to jump into the header. So let me open the header. So inside this header, so where we are getting that input value, so where it is, here we go. This is the place where we are getting that input value, right? So what I need to do is, so I'm just going to copy the same function. All right, so same function, we need the same function, and instead of that, what I'm going to do is first I need to get the state. So let's get the state value over here. This is 1. Let's copy this and let's get the headers right over here. I don't need anything at all. These things are not necessary, and we need to import this use filter. So let's import it, and then on change over here, on change, I'm going to say handle search term. This is the function I need to call. Copy it. Const handle search term is equals to call the event along with that from where it's been triggered. So this function is get called over here. And now what I need to do, I need to copy the same method, and I'm going to paste it inside over here. And let's use this query client, because over there I used it as small lowercase, and here it is in capital camel case over here. Now what we have to do is, so we are getting the global filter and we are updating the search term value, but what is this value? This place, it's going to be your new search term, which is nothing but it is coming from e.target.value. From the event, we'll get the target ID and we'll get that value, and we're updating it. And the value for this is going to be filter data dot search term. If we do have this data, then display that data, filter data dot search term. If we don't have, then leave it as empty string. All right, because initially it is going to be empty string. If we have, we'll display that data. So now if I type something, you can see whenever I type something, it's initially getting updated over here. Sample. If I delete it, and the state is also getting updated over here. Now I need to bring a delete button. I need to bring a clear button, the place after that input tag. That's the place I need to bring that the clear button, the X mark, the clear button. I need to bring it over there, which is need to be displayed right away, straight away over here. So that's going to help us to clear the filters. So we need to clear the filter, right? So for that, I'm going to bring in one more button over here, motion dot div. Inside here, I'm going to bring a paragraph tag, and that paragraph tag which is going to display just an X mark, class name, text to Excel, and text to black. And for this div, what I'm going to do, so that will display that X mark over there. Yeah, you can see that X mark. So for that X mark, we need to add some styles. So class name, so width is going to be 8, height is going to be 8, and flex item center, and justify it in the center, and BG gray 300, rounded medium, cursor pointer, and on active state I'm going to scale the percentage into 95, and duration is going to be 150. So it feels like whenever I click this, you can see it's reducing the size of it. So we'll get that effect. Let me enable the word wrap so you can see it completely. All right, so this button need to be displayed only if the search term length is greater than 0. So for this, I'm going to add some animation stuff. Let's bring the fade in out with opacity. I'm going to use the same animation from the animation which we already created. And now this needs to be rendered. When it's need to be rendered, it's need to be rendered if the filter data dot search term dot length greater than 0, then we need to display this, save these changes. Otherwise we don't need to display that. Now we can see here, if I have something, you will get that. If I don't have something, you will not see that clear filter option. On click, whenever I'm clicking this, I'm going to call on click clear filter. I'm going to call this method. So here I'm just going to say const clear filter is equals to a function. So for clearing, what we are going to do exactly the same stuff, copy this, but instead of this targeted value, we're going to keep it as an empty string. Save these changes. And now if I type something, you can see we'll get some data over here, and if I click it, it will clear the filter. We have to do the same thing for over here also. So what we have to do, we can simply copy this function, and let's get into the filter section, and right after over here paste it, and where we are clearing it, this is the place where I have clear button. So for this, on click, let's simply call that clear filter option. Now if I click this, you can see it gets updated over here, and if I click this, you can see the query client is showing an issue. The reason is why, because over here the query client, I kept it as a smaller lowercase. That's the problem, because when you're copying and pasting, please be very careful. Now you can see it's updated. Software engineer, it's applied over here, and as well as if I clear this, it gets removed from here, and the state is also getting updated. If I click this, if I click from here, that's okay. So clear all is not working now. If I click, okay, so I just mapped that on click event for a wrong division. That's the reason. This clear all filter needs to be over here. Now if I click that, you can see it's ignored, right? Over here you can see that button, that is also working perfectly. If I close here, that will also remove. If I click here, that is also removed. So we successfully finished the filtering, applying filtering options, and as well as the clear filter options. So up next, what we have to do, we have to bring the data over here. That's what we are going to do next. All right then, so now what we are going to do is, so we are going to bring the home templates and everything. So let's go ahead. So first we already have the templates data. We already fetched the templates data by using the use templates custom hook. So using that use templates custom hook, I'm going to bring the data. So let's remove the unnecessary files over here. We don't need the header.jsx, filter.jsx, helper.js, animation stuff, home container, let's leave it there. Index.js is not necessary. So this is the place where we have to render the template, right? So to do that, we're going to bring the use templates. So let's bring the use templates over here. Const data is equals to use templates, which is coming from our custom hook. So let's get the data, and let's get the is error, and let's get the is temp loading, and of course a refetch, right? So for this, I'm just going to use the different alias name for this data. I'm just going to say templates, and for this temp underscore is error, and for the loading temp underscore is loading, and for this refetch, temp underscore refetch. Save changes. These are the things. Now you can see we have the templates data. So far we do have an empty array. So let's go ahead and add a new template. Add new template. So let me close this and template. Let's give a template name. Let's say professional resume for software developers. Click here to add a new template. Let's choose, let's go to the here, work, resume builder, images, template 1. I already shared these images and everything in the description. So please click the link and go ahead and open it. So copy it. And there we go, it's been updated. And let's choose software, keywords, all the unnecessary keywords for this. And yep. Alright, so click the save option. So once it's successfully saved, you can see we have the template over here. And now if I get back to the home, of course, I will have some data over here. You can see I have the template. Now all I have to do is to bring the template and render it over here. That's what I need to do now. So to do that, what I'm going to do is, if there is while doing, if there is any errors or something, we need to display like something went wrong, please try again later or refresh or something like that. So if it is loading, if the template is loading, if the temp is loading, then I need to return main spinner.jsx. So now if I refresh this, okay, so we are getting the search term as undefined, where undefined, somewhere we are using the search term, right? That means we are using the search term in the header. We are using the search terms over here only. Copy, find it. Okay, this one, okay, these one. So we need to change all these things into a conditional rendering to avoid those mistakes. Then where else? I think here it's fixed. Save it, and we have to fix this in the filters.jsx too. Yep, here we go. Do the conditional rendering because initially those states doesn't have those properties, so we need to use the conditional rendering. So save the changes. Now if you refresh it, you can see we have the loader and it's fetching the data, and now it's not showing anything because we don't have we didn't do anything at all. So inside this form container, right after here, what I'm going to do is, so if the temp error while loading, if there is template error, then what I need to do, I need to bring the react.fragment. If there is no error, then I need to bring a react fragment. All right, so inside this, if there is an error, what we are supposed to do, I'm going to bring a paragraph tag and I'm just going to say something went wrong, please try again later. This is the text I need to display. So class name, which is going to be text lg, and text txt doc. This is the text I need to display. If anything goes wrong, if nothing goes wrong, then of course what we have to do, so we have to bring a division, and that is going to be widthful, and I'm going to display as a grid, and grid columns initially it's going to be 1, but on the medium device grid column it's going to be true, and on the large device the grid column is going to be 3, and 2XL device the grid, that means the extra large device, the grid column is going to be 4, and the gap between each and everything is going to be 2. And inside here, this is the place main thing, we have to bring the template. So every time whenever you refresh it, you can see it's bringing the template with some kind of animation. So to do that stuff only, we are keeping it inside a separate internal component. So I'm going to create an internal component just to render a template. just to render a template, I'm going to create an internal component, and inside that I'm going to pass that template information as a property. So let's bring that internal component over here, render a template. Then I'm just passing the templates information inside here. Let's keep that information like, what is that template? Yeah, that's the data that we have to supply inside here. Then let's close this, and here I'm just going to say a return. Inside this return, I'm going to bring a react.fragment, open it, and inside this react fragment I'm going to render that templates. So if we do have the templates, and if the templates dot length is greater than 0, then we need to render this fragment, react.fragment. If not, I need to render this react fragment. So if there is no data to display, if we don't have any data to display, that means which is empty. In that case here, this is the place where we have to bring and display no data form, right? If we have something, then of course over here I'm going to bring the animate presence, and I'm going to render the templates and templates dot map, open it. I'm going to get that template information, then I'm going to get that index, call a callback function, and here I'm going to create a custom component. So let's go ahead and create a component called template design pin, template design pin.jsx, and inside here RAFCE, save the changes. Let's export it from here. Let's keep that template design pin, copy and export it in that same name, save these changes, close this, and let's get back here and let's bring that template design pin from the components, and this function and this component is going to take two different parameters as a properties. Firstly, we need to fix the duplicate value. So inside the template we do have the underscore id, that's the key, and we need to get the data property, and that is going to carry on the template data. Then we need to get the index, what is the current index, and that is coming from your index value, save these changes. So now you should get the template design pin. So that is which is being rendering over here. The reason is rendering only one time because we have only one data inside that array. That's the reason it's rendering that template design pin. Now inside this the template design pin, so we are going to customize it to look it in this way, including some animation stuffs and everything. So that's what we are going to do next. All right then, so now what we have to do is we have to create this template. If you have a close look over here, we're having two different internal boxes over here, and if you hover it, showing some amazing tooltip with some kind of animation stuff, and if I click it, showing it's already added to the collection. If I click it here, and that will be instantly removed, and it's showing as add to collection option. So that means it's removed from the collection, and if you wish to add it, you can add it over there. Now if I add it again, it changes the icon color and it's showing as added to collection. Even if I refresh it, it will still show the same, it's added to the collection. It's because it saved these changes directly into the cloud, right? So to achieve this, so first let's bring this outside thing. So let's go ahead and over here, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to add some class name for it. So class name. So for this we need to fix the outer outline styles and everything. So let's say before doing that, let's bring the import motion from the framer motion. Let's wrap this complete stuff into the motion.div. Inside this motion.div, let's bring a division. which is going to be a fixed height and everything. So width, of course, it's going to be full width, but the height is going to be, initially it's going to be 500 pixels, the height. But on the 2XL device, this extra large device, I'm just fixing the height as 740 pixels. That's the height I'm going to fix it on the extra large. And rounded device, BG gray, rounded medium, BG gray, it's going to be 300 or 200. Let's keep it as 200. Overflow, of course, it's going to be hidden, overflow hidden, and the position is going to be the relative position. So save these changes. Now you can see we have the template background UI. So let me enable the word wrap. Now instead of this template design, what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring an image. So this image, it's going to be from the, we have to get the data property. We have the data and the index property, which is coming from where? From here, data and the index property. We have to capture it, and I'm just going to use the data. Inside the data, I do have this image URL. Let's copy it and let's apply it over here. So that should display that image URL over there. It's displaying it. Now we should make sure that image is covering the complete width and height. So class name, width, of course, it's going to be full. Height, of course, it's going to be full, and object, of course, it's going to be covered. So now it's covering the entire UI over there. Now what I need to do is, all I have to do is to on hover. It's like whenever I'm hovering it, I need to bring that background some shadow effects, and I need to bring these two different kind of options and everything. So first let's fix the animation stuff, right? So to do that, all we are going to do is to bring an animation part. So what we need to do is, inside here we are getting the index. So let me add one more template. So this is going to be senior developer or something, professional resume, then click an image template 2, open it, software engineer, front-end developer, and HR, marketing manager, project manager, graphic designer. Let me add all those things, save it. Now it's been successfully saved. If I get back to the home, now we have two different things, right? So here I'm just going to say initial. So initial state, initially the animation, which is going to be opacity, it's going to be 0, and the scale level, it's going to be 85%, 0.85. Then I'm just going to copy this, paste it, which is going to be animate, and this is going to be exit. Save the change. So we need to make sure now it's not showing anything. There's a reason, because animate is going to, opacity level is 0. So let's change this to 1. Now you can see it's bringing both of them together, right? It's bringing both of the IDs and objects together. So we need to avoid that. So how can we avoid that? We can use the transition effect. While transitioning, so transition, I'm going to delay 0.3 seconds. So each index needs to be delayed 0.3 seconds. This should be wrapped inside one more thing. And ease, it's going to be ease in out. Save these changes, and now if I refresh it, you can see it's waiting 0.3 seconds. So each index, that's the reason we are getting the index property. So each index needs to be wait for certain number of time. So at some point we might get the warning. So to avoid that warning, we can get that ID property, and we can set it as a key parameter, or we can use the index as well as the key parameter. All right. So now you can see the animation stuff is working fine. So instead of writing this animation stuff, I'm going to cut it, and let me open the animation index.js, and let's export that animation from here. Export const, and this is going to be, so we need the index value, right? So basically that index value is coming from here. So we need to bring that index value. Okay. So I'm going to bring that as a function, scale in out, and I'm going to get that index as a parameter value, and I'm going to keep that function, and I'm going to return an object. So this function, whenever you're calling a function, that is going to return an object. So now instead of this equal sign, bring the colon and delete this single curly brackets and delete it at the behind as well as, and add the comma at the end. Save these changes. All right. So this ease in, ease out is going to be in a string parameter. All right. So I'm going to use this scale in and scale out over here. So basically, I'm going to spread every object, whatever I'm getting from that scale in and scale out function, and I'm going to pass the index as a parameter. So that will pass the index over there, and it will be returned over here as an object. So save these changes. That also should give you the exact same output what you are expecting. So far, we have achieved the animation stuff, right? Then all we have to do is to, when you are hovering it, we have to bring back that particular option, and we have to display that add to collections and add to save options over there. So that's what we are going to do next. All right, then. So now what we have to do is to, let's jump back over here. So when you're hovering it, we need to bring that layer, right? So to do that, all you have to do is to jump back to your template screen, and this is the place. Since we already keep it this as an relative position, so here I'm going to bring an option. Okay. So let's bring that animate presence, wrap it inside here, and I'm going to bring it as a motion dot div, enter, and this is going to use the animation as the fade in out with opacity animation, which we already have. So that's the reason we are keeping the animation stuff in a separate place. Then let's add some class name, which is going to be absolute position. Of course, it's going to take the absolute position, and insert 0, which means top, left, bottom, right, every position is going to be 0. And BG, it's going to be RGBA 0, 0, 0, 0.4. That's the color that we are going to use, and inside that everything is going to be flex and flex column direction. An item center, and justify everything in the starting position. All right, and the px padding, inside everything padding, we are going to have px py 3, and it should be always on the top of that every layer. Then cursor pointer. Save these changes. Now you should see that black layer over there. Now inside this black layer, what we are trying to do is, so we have to bring this two different options, right? So basically, we need to make this particular option as a reusable component. We need to keep it as a reusable component, which is going to display some custom tooltip label and custom icon and custom functionalities as well as. So to bring this as an custom options and everything, so we need to create a separate component. So let's bring a division over here first, then we can create a custom component to division, which is going to be flex and flex column. Inside the division, everything is going to be in the flex column direction, and of course that should be always in the ending position, and justify the content on the starting position, and width full and gap it's going to be 8, which means if you over here, this is the these two are in a single division, and it's in the ending position, and it's in the topmost position over here. And you can see they have the gap between this 8, and we have in the flex column direction. That is the reason over here we have it. Now inside here, I need to bring these two options. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create an internal component and name as inner box card or something like that. Let's open it as an component. Okay. And this component need a 3 different property. What are the 3 different property? We need the label, and we need the icon, and we need the functionality, the different function, because first one is going to add it as a collection, second one is going to save that resume. So we need to handle 2 different functions with a single component. So we need the label, then we need the icon as a component. We are going to bring the icon as a component by sending it as a reference from the place where we are calling it, and on handle is the function. So these are the things that we need. And here return a component, and here I'm going to have a div, and inside this div, what we are going to do, we are going to display that icon first. So icon class name, which is going to be text primary text base. Save the changes. Now inside here, this is the place where we are going to call that icons and everything. So what I need to do, I'm going to bring the first icon. So let's say inner box chord. So for that box, the label is going to be, we can simply say add to collection. That's the label. Later we need to check the status whether this already inside the whether this ID is already been added to our collection or not. What we need to fetch the data and we need to check it over here. So we can change that part later. So don't worry about that part. And then we need to send the icon. So icon, I'm just going to bring this folder plus bi folder plus, so that icons need to come from import from react icons /bi. So let's bring the bi folder plus icon over here. Then on handle for hand, I need to call the add to collection method. So for that, I need to create a function over here, const add to collection, and this function needs to be async. I'll explain the reason later. Just like the same way, I'm going to create one more, and that is going to be add to favorites. Save these changes. So that should bring the icon over here. You can see that icon over here. So I'm going to copy this and I'm going to bring it two more time, and this is going to be add to favorites. And here this is going to be a different icon now, which is going to be bi heart. Save the changes. Now you should get the heart icon over there. So let's go ahead and fix the styles for that. Now what we need to do is, so for this division, I'm just going to say class name. For this on handle, on click, we're going to call that method on handle. So class name. So these functions will be mapped for this on handle event. So width is going to be 10. Height is also going to be 10. And rounded, it's going to be medium. And BG color is going to be gray 200. And flex, everything should be item center and justify center. On hover, I'm going to bring the shadow medium. And the position is going to be the relative position. Save these changes. Now you should be able to see that over here. Right? Now, inside this, I'm going to bring one more absolute position, which is nothing but your hover. Whenever I'm hovering it, you can see we are getting that animated options over there, right? The tooltip. We are going to bring that customized tooltip over there, right? So for that, I'm going to bring this division over here. So this division is going to have the class name, and inside this, I'm going to bring a paragraph tag, and there I'm going to bring that label. I'm going to display that label. So now you should be able to see that label over there. So let's add some styles for this. So px, it's going to be 3, and py, it's going to be 2, rounded, it's going to be medium, bg, it's going to be gray 200, and it's going to be in absolute position, right? So save these changes. Now you can see it's showing like that. So what we need to do is, the paragraph, it's been compressing the text and it's wrapping the text in it's bringing the word into a next line. So I don't want that. For this paragraph tag, I'm going to bring the text size as sm, and text is going to be the primary text color, and white space, I don't need any wrap. So now it is always in the single line. Since it's an absolute position, it's been overlapped. So what we have to do is we have to adjust this absolute position over here. So I'm just going to push it to minus left 44. This is just a trial and error. You can adjust it as per your wish. So you can adjust and you can find out the way how it's giving you how the way you are feeling satisfied with that UI, right? Then I need to bring a small arrow mark that indicating like this. See, you can see a small arrow mark right over there, right? So we need to bring that arrow mark. So that is just an after pseudo element. So inside the Tailwind CSS, you can use the after keyword to create an after pseudo element. After, I'm going to create an after element with this going to be 2, and after height is going to be 2, and after PG for the time being, I'm just going to keep it as 300. Then after position is going to be absolute. So if you save these changes, you should be able to see a small red color box. So we need to adjust that position to somewhere else, right? So I'm going to push that after pseudo element into minus right 1. You can see it's over there. Then I need to bring that after pseudo element to the top. So from the top, I'm going to push that into 14 pixels downwards. So 14 pixels. Save it. Now it is in the center positions. And I need to rotate that. So I'm going to rotate that after positions into rotate 45 degree. Like that. Now what I need to do, I just need to change it to the exact same color what I had. That's looking fine. Now you can see this displaying over there. So I need to add some animation styles and everything for this particular division. For this initial style, it's going to be opacity, it's going to be 0, and the scale level is going to be 0.6, which means 60%. Then on from x-axis, from left to right, I'm moving 50 pixels forward, right? So let me copy and paste it 2 more times and change this to animate, change this to exit. On animate, change this to 1, change this to 1 from 60, and change this to 0. All right, so save the changes. So now if you refresh it, it looks like it's animating, but you can't see it. So but this, it's need to be rendered only when I'm hovering it. So to do that, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to say use state snippet is hover. Initially it's going to be false. Make sure that is imported, and this it's need to be rendered only if it is hovered. So now if I hover it, it's need to come in, right? So for this, on mouse enter, I'm going to call a callback function, and let's say set is forward as true. Copy and paste it and change this even to on mouse leave. Change this function to false. So here you can see it's working perfectly fine, right? Now all we have to do is to make sure whenever you're clicking this, it's need to add it to the collection. When you're clicking this, it's need to mark as a favorite. So that's what we are going to do next. And of course we need to change this the background effect also. That's need to be rendered only if I'm moving my cursor inside of this division. So that's also we need to change. So let's do one by one. So let's go ahead and add this template to your collection. That's what we are going to do next. All right then, so now what we have to do is to start doing this add to collection option. So let me restart my server because I closed it unfortunately. So let me restart it. So let's say on start. Here we go. So it's reloading the app and everything is working perfectly. So we are getting the data. All right, so now what we have to do is we have to fix this add to collection option. So that's what we are going to do now. So now basically what we are trying to do over here is, so when I click this add to collection, that means the user is willing to save this template in his collection. So we need to add this ID, add the template ID into the user data. So we have the user collection and we have the template collection. In the user document, I'm going to create a new field called collections as an array. So I'm just going to keep on add ID of the templates, whatever the user wants to mark it in his collection. We're just going to push those ID into his collection array inside the user collection document, right? Not in the template. So that's what we are going to do now. So what I need to do is, inside this is the place where we created that function, right? Over here, this is a function, and I'm going to get the event, hit the enter. So whenever I'm clicking this button, I need to stop the propagation, so to avoid the that reloading, or so if the user wants to, even if he wants to download the template image, we can able to add that option. By the time when you click the download option, it will refresh it, right? So we don't want the unwanted the refresh options. And behind this I'm gonna add one more on click event, which means when I click this, the user needs to navigate to the next page, right? So at that point, even if you click over there, that will push the user to the next page. So we want to avoid that issue, right? So if I click here, the page should not be navigated to the next page. It will not take you to the next link, next page. So we need to stop that propagation. So that's the reason we need to add that stop propagation. Stop propagation. So that's the function name. So that will stop the user from redirecting from one page and from another. Whenever this function is being called, it will not allow the user to redirect from one page to another. And now here I'm going to call one more function called save to collections, which we haven't created, so we have to create it. And inside here I need to send the user and the data. So the data, whatever the data that we are receiving inside this template bin, we need to send it completely. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to get the user data from where use user, from the use user hook. I'll get the data of that user stage, and I'm going to keep it in the name as user itself. Now inside this function, I'm going to send the user and as well as the data, whatever we are having in our hand. Okay, so, and of course we need the refetch function also. Refetch user refetch. So we need to refetch the user detail, because we are trying to push the details into the user collections, right? So that's the reason we need to refetch the user data once it's been updated successfully. All right, now let's go ahead and copy this. Now let's jump into the helpers.js, and let's scroll down over there. So inside here, now what we are going to do is, so I'm just going to create a function. Either we can keep it inside the helpers, or we can keep it inside the API. Let's keep it inside the API itself over here. So here, hit the enter, and let's say export const save to collections equals to async, and no. So this function is going to take two different parameters, user and the data, which we are sending it from the place where we are calling it. So save these changes and let's import it over here so we can avoid the issues. Just a moment. Save to collections, save it. So now the issue is solved, and let's close this helpers.js. Let's jump into the API. So inside here, now what we are going to do is, so basically I'm going to create a collection array inside the user data. So if you expand the user object over here, you can see we don't have an object called collections. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to create a new field over here called collections as an array, and I'm going to keep on push the ID of the templates inside that array. So we have to make sure first whether the ID is already inside the collection array or not. If it is already inside, then we have to remove it. If it is not inside, then we have to push it. That's the action that we want to do. So if not user, that means if the user data we having inside the user data, I'm going to have one more option called property called collections. If that collection array doesn't includes the data dot underscore ID, which means the user collection array inside the user data, if it doesn't have the template ID, that particular template ID which is not inside that array, that means we need to push it inside the array. So let's open it. Here I'm just going to create a doc reference. Let's say doc reference equals to doc Let's get the database DB, and then inside here where users, that's the table collection name users, and I'm gonna send update that particular user ID. Okay, so this is the user ID I'm trying to update. So that's the doc reference which we are trying to create. And now let's say await update doc. That's the method, default method, which is coming from your Firestore, and we need to supply your doc reference, and then now you need to supply your data over here. Inside here, I'm just going to say I'm going to update this collections field. Collections is the new field which I'm trying to create it inside over there, collections, and I'm going to use the method called array union. So basically this method, it will return a special value. So it tells the server that the union given element with an array value already exists on the server or not, right? So this if you want to go through about this method, let's copy this and let's search for array union Firestore. Search for, and that will takes you to add doc. So here we can find, let's search for array union. Yep, this is the method. So whenever you are using a new method, please go through their the official usage over there. So here you can see, or we can use the chat GPT itself. So let's use the chat GPT and let's ask what's the purpose of array union. Array union in Firestore. Here, array union is the function Firestore transactions and batch writes to update an array field by adding an element to it. This is particularly useful when you want to ensure that an element is unique or not. So every time whenever you are trying to push it into that array, so we need to make sure whether that ID is already inside there or not. If it is already inside, so we don't want to add it again and again. So we have to stop it. If it is not inside, we have to insert it again. So that's the reason we are using the array union method over here, right? So now what I have to do is, now I have the array union, then I need to supply the data ID inside. That's it. That's all I have to do. Data underscore ID, because that's the data. If you open the templates, and there you can see we have the underscore ID. This is the field that we are trying to insert over there. All right. So when you are doing this, if it is everything is successful, then that is going to return a promise, and I'm going to call a callback method, and I'm going to say toast dot success saved to collections. That's it. And when we are doing this, if there is any error, let's get that error object. Toast dot error, open the dynamic string literals, and let's simply say error colon, and let's bring that error message over here, error dot message, save the changes. All right, so this is the if condition. So if that ID is not inside, it is going to update, it's going to push that ID into that particular array. If that ID is already there, then what I have to do, I have to remove it. So that's what we want to do, right? So I'm going to get this data exactly, and I'm going to paste it over here, because we are going to use the same doc reference and we are going to use the same update method, but instead of array union, I'm going to use array remove, which is helps you to remove that particular element from that particular collection array. Then I'm just going to say removed from collections, save the changes. All right, so that is what is going to happen over here whenever you're clicking it. So now if I click this, we are getting an error like e dot start propagation. Okay, my bad, spelling mistake, start propagation. So now if I click this, we are getting the message as saved to collection. And if you go and click your user data, and there you can see we have the collection array, and inside that we have the user ID, the user, the template ID, that particular template ID, it's been pushed successfully to your collections. Now if I click this one more time, and there you will have two different IDs. And if I don't want this, I have to click it again. So if I click this, now it's saying removed from the collections. And if you go here and check the collection now you have only one particular ID over there. So now everything is working fine. Now all we have to do is to just change the UI look, right? Because once I added, I need to change to add it to collection. If it is not, I need to change the icon color as well. So to do that, what you have to do is, let's jump back to the template design pane. So this is the place where we are pushing this collection and everything, right? So this is the place I need to check. So what I'm going to do is over here at the label. So if the user, so we are having the user object. If the user object have the collections, this is the copy it and paste it here. If the user have the collections or array, and if it includes dot includes, and it includes the data underscore data question mark dot underscore ID. If it includes that particular ID, then what I need to do, I just need to say if it is already inside, then I just need to say added. That's it. Added or already added. So added in the collections. Else I need to say add to collections. Okay, so now it's showing us here it's showing us added in the collection. It's taking some time to refresh, and you can see it's showing us added in the collection, and it's showing add to collection. So what we can say is, instead of this, we can simply keep it as added and add, just like that. It's taking some time. Yeah, still it's compiling. Here now it's compiled, and here it's showing added. So, or we can keep it as added to collection. Added to collections. Add to collections. I think that will be fine. All right, so the label is fixed now. Now all we have to do the exact same stuff. Let me copy this command, and over here let me delete it. If it is already inside, then what I need to do is vi solid folder plus. I think it's taking some lag over here. I just need to say solid folder plus. That's the new icon. If it is not there, then I need to say vi folder plus. Save the changes, and that will take some time to compile because it's lagging somehow. And now you can see if it is added, you can see it's showing as the icon color is different, and it's showing as added to collection. If I click this one more time, and now you can see the icon color and the label style is everything is changed, and it's working smoothly, and it's having the empty array over here. So we successfully implemented the add to collections object. So just exactly the same way we have to do for favorites too. So that's what we are going to do next. All right then, so now let's go ahead and start doing for add to favorites option. So just like exactly same way, so we have to change this to add to favorites function name. All right, so then inside here I'm just going to copy the exact same stuff and put it into the favorites, and let's get the events. So here, instead of save to collections, I'm just going to say save to favorites. So let's go to our API. Here we go. So inside this, now what we have to do is just like the same way how we did for the collections. So we have to keep it for the favorites. But in this case, now what we need to do is we need to add this to the templates, not the users. So we are saving the collections, the template ID inside the collections array inside the users document. Now we need to, whoever liked this template, it's need to add the user ID into the template collections, into the template document. We need to add the ID of the user. Whoever liked it, they need to keep it over there. We need to maintain their IDs and everything inside the template itself. Okay, so let's copy this completely. Anyways, it's exactly the same only, but we have to change the doc names and everything, and this is going to be saved to favorites. So copy this and paste it over here, and let's import it over here, save the changes. So now you will not have any issues or anything from that favorites. So we need to pass the user data and the data itself, and we can get it back over here. User and the data, we are getting it back over here. Now I'm going to check the if not data, the template doesn't have the collections called favorites. In that collection, if it doesn't have this user (uid), then what I need to do, I need to get the templates. That's the templates collection which we created. I'm going to push that template ID, and we need to update that specific template ID, right? That's the doc reference. So we are going to update the doc reference, and I'm going to update this favorites collections, favorites array, and I'm going to push that user (uid). That's the ID that we are going to push it inside the array. If it is say so, we set save to saved favorites, added to favorites, or we can say added to favorites, removed from favorites. All right. So doc reference, let's copy this, and let's simply copy this doc from here, paste it over here, paste it over here, and let's update the doc reference, and let's update the favorites over here, and let's remove that user from that particular collections. All right, so now we changed everything. So let's check it out. If I click this, it's telling us added to favorites. Okay, it's saying as added to favorites. Now I have to go to the templates folder, and let me go open the templates, and okay, here you can see it's not showing that. Oh, the reason is because we haven't refetched it, right? So if I refresh it, and now if I go and check the templates, you can see it's having 7 items in it, and it's having 6 items because we added the favorites over there. So if you go here, now you can see we having the favorites, and inside the favorites now we have the user ID, because this particular user already marked as is favorites. Right now I have to get back to the template design pane, and just like the same way I have to get the templates over here. So const equals to use templates, and inside the use templates I'm just going to call that a refetch method, refetch, and I'm going to say temp refetch. So I'm just going to copy this refetch data right after here. So that is going to, every time whenever it's been getting updated, it's going to refresh that data. And just like the same way over here, I'm just going to check if the data dot favorites array includes user dot uid, which means, oops, I changed it in the wrong component. It's need to be changed over here. If the data favorites dot includes the user ID, that means the user already added this to his favorites. So if it is say so, I'm just going to say added to favorites, or else add to favorites. So now what we have to do is, just like the same way, we have to update the heart, the heart icon itself. So I'm just going to delete this, and I'm going to write the condition. If it is say so, I'm going to bring the solid heart solid heart, or else I'm just going to bring the heart. Save these changes, and now you can see it's displaying the solid heart. The reason is because it is already added to the favorites. If I wish to remove it, now it's removed, and it's instantly updating the UI also because of this refetch method. It's refetching the data from the cloud by using its API, right? So everything is working smoothly. So far we have successfully completed that, implementing the add to collections options and add to favorites options and everything. So far everything is good. Now what we have to do is I have to bring back that this particular layer that's need to be displayed only when I'm hovering it. If it is hovered, I need to display, or else I don't want to display it. So what I'm going to do is, and so what we can do, this is the place where we are bringing it. So this division, this entire division needs to be rendered only if as forward. So use state snippet is forward. Then I'm just going to display that section is forward and displayed. So now it will not be displayed anymore, and it need to be displayed whenever I'm hovering over here, which means we have to create two different events: on enter, on leave, on mouse enter. I'm going to call a callback function, and I'm going to say set is forward as true, but on leave, on mouse leave, okay, on mouse leave I'm going to say it as false. All right, so now if you hover it, it will comes in. If you hover out, it will show that options and everything. All right, so that's looking cool, right? So now all we have to do is to, whenever I'm clicking this, that's need to take me to that specific route. So what I'm going to do is, and so if I'm going to click here only. So for this, I'm going to add an on click event. On click, and I'm going to say is handle route navigation. That's a method I'm going to create. Copy it, and I'm going to say const route navigation. So far we have created the successfully implemented the add to collections and add to favorites options and everything. Now we have to fix this route navigation. So let's go ahead and do that now. All right then, so since we successfully created that function for navigating the user to that specific route, so first of all, what we have to do, we have to make sure that we created that route or not, because that's a place where we have to render that template details and everything, right? So let's get to the home screen. Close this. Inside the home screen, we have this option called resume detail, and along with that we have that template ID. So this is the particular route that we need to navigate that user. So I'm going to navigate the user to the resume detail, and I'm going to send the template ID so that I can get the template ID from there. Then I can refresh whenever the user trying to refresh. Using that ID, I can able to fetch the data from the cloud. So this is the route I need to navigate the user. So let's jump back over here. To get that, I need an object. So const navigate equals to use navigate. Open it, and inside this method I'm going to use that navigate object to navigate the user to the specific route. So let's say navigate spelling mistake, my bad. Navigate equals, no, not navigate equals, it's a function, and it's going to take a string. So let's use the dynamic string literals, and I'm going to copy this route, and I'm going to paste it. But instead of this template ID, I'm going to send the real template ID, which is nothing but your data question mark dot ID underscore ID. That's the ID that we are trying to send it in the route, and I'm going to replace that URL. True. Save these changes. So now you will understand that if I fail to add this stop propagation option, see what's happening. If I don't do this, see here, now even if I click this, that will take me to that route. So that's the reason we are adding this stop propagation, but the function will work, but it's pushing the user to that specific route. So we don't want to do that. So that's the reason we are making that stop propagation option. So that will stop that propagation. And if you click it now, it will be removed from there. And only if you click over here, that will take the user to the template pin details, right? So far we fixed the navigation route, and now all we have to do is to customize the template pin details just like the same way what we have over here. In this place we have to display the image, and we have to display the title, and the same option add and remove to favorites, and how many likes it's having, and we have to display the suggestions. If we are having suggestions, we have to display, right? So let's go ahead and do that stuff straight away. All right then, so now let's go ahead and bring the template design pin details. So in the home screen, so we have to open this design pin details. So far we don't have anything, and in the route we can see we have the template ID, right? So that's the thing that we have to fetch it over here. And let's make sure whether we are sending the template ID or which one. Yeah, we are sending the template ID only, so we need to get that template ID over here. So let's go ahead and get the template ID from the URL parameters. So I'm going to get that template ID by using use params hook. So this params hook is going to return that ID from your URL route. This is the ID that we are trying to access. So we will get that ID in this. Using this ID, I need to fetch the detail from the collection first. So we need to fetch the detail from the collection. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a separate API function to fetch the template specific ID from the template collections. So let's create an hook, an internal hook. So const equals to use query, not use queries, use query, open it, and let's get the data. I'm getting the data in the data, and I'm getting is error and is loading and refetch. These are the things that we needed. And inside this use query, I'm going to supply an array of information, which is going to be the state's name. So template, that's the state name, and I'm going to supply the template ID, which particular ID that we are fetching, and I'm going to supply the template ID. So this will display the state name comma that specific ID. All right. So after this, I'm going to call a callback function, and that function is going to be get template details. This is the function which is going to come from your, and we need to supply the template ID inside, and this function is going to coming from your index.api. So right after here, export const get template, and let's make this function as an async function, and here we need to get the template ID. All right, save the changes, and let's import it over here from the API. All right, so save the changes now. So now you can see it's showing us template and the template ID as a state, and it doesn't have any data in it because we have to get that data and everything. So now let's jump into the JS file. That means your API file. Let's go to the index.api. So here inside this function, using this template ID, what we have to do is we have to fetch that data from that specific collection. So I'm going to return inside here. I'm just going to say return new promise, open it, resolve comma rejects. Let's call a callback function, open it, and inside here I'm just going to say const unsubscribe is equals to on snapshot on snapshot. I'm going to get that dog. I'm going to use the DB instance from which collections templates collections, and I'm going to supply that specific template ID. This is the template ID that I'm looking for. Get that, and that is going to return a dog and call a callback function. And let's resolve that dot data. We are sending that data, and right after here I need to return that unsubscribe event. Save changes. Cool. So now if I refresh this, we'll get the template ID and we'll get the template data. There we go. So we are getting the template data, right? So over here, this if the data, you can see that it's loading sometimes, right? If it is loading, so what we have to do, we have to instruct the we have to make sure that it's been loading or some kind of stuff is happening. So if it is loading, I'm going to return the main spinner component. Save these changes. So now if I refresh this, we can see it's loading and it's displaying the data. Cool, right? Now let's go ahead and customize this options. Then we customize the UI details, UI and everything just like the same way how exactly having over here. So that's what we are going to do next. All right, then. So now what we have to do, we have to customize this. So let me delete this and let me go back here. And inside this, I'm just going to say class name, width the full, and height. Of course, it's going to be the 60% of the screen height, and flex column, and an item center, justify center, enter. Okay. And then so this is like what I'm trying to show, telling over here is if any error, in case if there is any error, this is the thing that we need to display. So I'm just going to cut it and I'm going to keep this div as template right now. Let's leave it as it is. So we have this is error state, right? If is error. While doing this, if there is any error, please return this division, and instead here I'm just going to say error while fetching the data. Save these changes and then please refresh. Please try again later, something like that. For this paragraph tag, let's keep this text as let's say text LG, text txt primary, and font semi-bold. Save these changes. Now this will be rendered only if there is any issues or anything else. So let's get back to this area. For this, let's say class name. So width, of course, it's going to be full, flex, item center, and justify it in the starting position. And flex, it's going to be in the column direction, and px, it's going to be 4, py, it's going to be 12. Save these changes. Now you can see it's displaying the content over there. Let's enable the word wrap so you can see it completely. All right, cool. Now what I have to do is to, if you have a look at this template, so what we're having, so we're having this breadcrumb over here. So let's bring that breadcrumb first. Bread crumb. So let's bring the div. So this is going to use the width full. Of course, it's going to take the complete width, flex, item center, and PB padding bottom. It's going to be 8, and gap between each element is going to be 2. Inside this div, what I'm going to do, I'm going to bring the link which is coming from the React router down, and inside this link, I'm going to get the house. And I'm just going to say home, that icon, this is the icon and this text. So whenever the user trying to click this, I'm just going to navigate the user to the home route. So this class name, it's going to be flex, item center, justify center, and gap between is going to be 2, and the text color is going to be primary. All right, so save these changes. Now you should be able to see this home icon over there. So right after this home icon, what we have to do, I need to bring one more paragraph tag, which is going to display this slash. And here I need to display that data template name, data.name, save these changes. Now you can see we are displaying the data template name over there. So this will takes you to the home route, and this will displays that that particular template name. So we successfully finished that breadcrumbs section. Then what we have to do, we have to jump back to that design section. This is the place where we are finishing the breadcrumb, and now this is the design main section layout or something, right? So here now what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring it as a grid. So what we have to do is to make this as an entire layout as a grid. So we'll take the complete 12 column spaces and break it into 8 and 4 combinations. And more mobile screen, let's make sure both of them are taking the all the 12 available spaces and everything. So that's what we are doing over here. So here let's break it div class name, and let's say width full. Okay, and let's break it into the grid, and initially it's going to be grid column space. For small screen onwards, the grid column space it's going to be 1, but on the large screen onwards, grid column space it's going to be 12 from the large device onwards, right? So inside here I'm going to bring the div 1, which is this is the left section, and this is the right section. Let's bring it over here div, and for this 1 and this is 2. Save the changes, you should get this. And let's add some styles for this class name. For this column span, for the normal small devices it's going to be 1. From the large device onwards, column span is going to be 8. Okay, now that should push the entire length. And for this I'm just going to copy it, and I'm going to say this as column span is going to be 4. Now we occupied the 12 spaces, so 2, this is taking 8, and this is taking that 4 spaces and everything. So inside this, so let's bring this image, and let's bring that remaining part later. So let's go ahead and do the stuff to bring that image over there. To do that, what I need to do is inside this particular division, everything is going to be in the flex column direction, and item start, it should be in the top of the div, top left corner. So justify start. All right, and the gap between each element is going to be 4. So save these changes, and let's delete this number 1. And now what I need to do, first I need to load the template image. So do the comment whenever it's possible, so that you can understand how it's the entire stuff is working. So data dot image URL. So let's copy that image URL and put it over here. Save these changes. So that should bring that image over here, right? It's rendering that image. So let's fix that styles and everything. For this class name, of course, it's going to take the available width, and height, of course, it's always going to be auto. And object should always display the complete image, object content, and the rounded it's going to be medium. So now we fix the image part over there. So it's displaying the image. So then after this image, what we have to do, we have to bring this title section, and as well as this remove button options and everything. So let's go ahead and bring the title section. So need to fetch the title and other options. All right, so let's create a div to get that. So for this class name, of course, it's going to take the complete width and flex, and everything is going to be in the column direction. Item, everything is going to be the starting position, and the justify, the content, everything is going to be the starting position, and the gap between each element is going to be 2. Inside this division, I'm going to bring, so now we wrap these 2 layouts into a single div. Now we have to bring it for this particular division. So what we did over here is, so we created a div, this outer layout. Now we need to create a layout for this, and we need to create a layout for this. these two, right? That's what we are going to do now. So now inside here, this is the division for the title section, right? Title section div. Let's make this div as width. It should take the complete width, and flex item center and justify it's in the between. And now display the title paragraph tag. Let's open the data question mark dot title, and for this class name text base and text txt primary and font semi bold. Save these changes, so that should display the title over here just like that. All right, so it's displaying the title. And then what we need to do, we need to bring the likes, so close this likes count. So what we have to do, we have to create a div for that, class name, and I'm going to keep it as a flex item center, justify center, gap it's going to be 1, and inside here I'm going to bring that bi heart icon, and for that I'm going to give the class name as text size is going to be base, and the text color is going to be red 500. And then I need to bring that favorites, the total count, how many users it's been liked this particular template, which is already inside the favorites. So paragraph, inside the template data we have a collection called favorites. Always use the conditional rendering, because when the user trying to refresh it, that data might not be there, so that will throw any issues. So here I need to display with the favorites length dot length dot length likes. Save these changes, so that will display the how many likes you have. So for this class name it's going to be text base. Save changes, and the color is going to be text txt primary and font semi bold, like that. Okay, so let's keep this as solid heart. Okay, like that. So but this needs to be displayed only if this length is greater than 0. Otherwise we don't want to display that, because nobody wants to display the length is greater than 0. Then we need to render it. So let's bring this division, wrap this division inside here. Now you can see it will not be displayed now. But if I want to add, so let me get back to the home, and if I click add, so it's added now. And now if I click here, and you can see 1 like, because the user liked it. But if you go here and if you click this, you can see it doesn't have the like option, because the user doesn't like that video template. So he did we don't have that count, so that it's not showing the data over here. So then after this we have this title and other options. Inside this title we display the title section. This is the place where we are title finishing, and here we need to bring that collections and favorite options. So here now what we have to do is so we have to display this information only if the user data is there. So let's go ahead and fetch that user information first. So const equals to user, get the user details. Let's get the user details, keep the data in the name as user, and let's get the refetch and user refetch. Save these changes. Now we have the user data in this inside this component, and this component needs to be rendered only if that user data is there. Then only we need to render it. If user is there, we need to display this division. Div class name flex item center, justify center, gap 3. Inside here I'm going to just like the same way how we did over here, we need to check that ID. for inside the template pin detail, if the user collections include this ID, we are displaying this text over here, right? So I'm going to copy this, copy, and I'm going to check it. If the user collection includes that data.id, that specific that ID, if the user collection does have that specific ID, that means we have to render something which is going to be react.fragments. If not, we are going to render something react.fragments. Save the changes. If the user collection does have that ID, which means it's already inside, so we just need to show the user as remove from collection, this button. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a div. I'm going to say class name, and either we can we can no, let's keep it in this way itself. That will be better, because if we are trying to keep this division only one time and we need to check this condition two different time to display the icon separately and to display the text separately, it's better to check the condition one time and render two different components over there. That will be two different elements over there. That will be much preferable compared to that previous options which I'm trying to implement now. So let's leave it, let's keep it in this way itself. So flex item center, justify center, and px it's going to be 4, py it's going to be 2, rounded it's going to be medium, and we need the border, and the border color should be gray 300 or 200, and gap it's going to be 2, and on hover I'm just going to say bg gray 200, and cursor it's going to be pointed. Inside here I need to bring that vi solid folder plus icon, display it, and I need to bring that paragraph tag which is remove from collection, having the text called remove from collections. So here I'm just going to say class name, which is going to be text base and text txt primary, and for this paragraph tag, class name text sm text txt primary and white space no wrap. Save this change. Now you should get that it's showing remove from collection. So I'm just going to copy the same stuff and I'm going to put it inside here, but this time the icon is going to be vi folder plus and add to collections. Save this changes. And for this we need to get that add to collection option. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to simply copy the same method which I added over here, copy this, and I'm going to bring it over here, paste it, and let's import this one, and let's make sure this user refresh, it's exactly the same thing. And now I'm going to add that on click event for this on click add to collection. So copy this and do the same thing over here, save the changes. And now if the user wants to remove from the collection, if you click it, it will be removed. If I click it again, it will be added. So the same code, it's working perfectly fine. So far so good. And just like the same way, this is the just like the same way, what we have to do, we have to check for now that favorites, if that it's having for favorites. So instead of doing that, typing it completely, I'm just going to copy this stuff completely. I'm going to paste it over here, and I'm going to copy this part. This is the ID that we are trying to check, and I'm going to keep it over here. We don't want any unwanted mistakes, so let's avoid that. And this is going to be bi solid hot plus solid heart, remove from favorites, and this is vi heart, add to favorites, and let's bring that this function also, add to favorites, copy it and put it straight away over here and import this. And we need the template, we need to get all the templates as well as, so right after here const equals to use templates, open it, we need that data and keep it as the templates, and we need that refetch method, and let's keep that as temp refetch, and we need that is loading state as well as, and let's keep it as temp is loading. All right, so let's copy this method and let it put it inside over here and here. Save these changes. Now it's showing us remove from favorites. If I click this, it will be removed, but it's not updating that information. Okay, the reason why it's not showing, because we fetch the templates, we fetch the entire templates and it's updated, and you can see it's working, the data is working, but we have to refetch this and this particular template informations also, right? Because you are updating the templates collection, but we need to refetch the template detail. What I'm trying to say here is we need to use this refetch method also. Now, even if you click here, that will update over here, and as well as the entire collection data, this entire group details, it's also updated, and this particular template information is also updated. Cool, right? So far we successfully completed this image and everything. Let's go ahead and fix this, the remaining part now. All right, people, so now what we have to do, so let's go here and we have to fix this, the second part of this particular area. We have to fix that. So let me minimize this and let's get into the right section. This is the right section where we are. So inside this right section, what I need to do is I am going to bring that the image, and I'm going to display some of the tags and the edit template options and everything, right? So here, let's say we already have the class name, columns and everything, it's been fine. So let's keep this width as full and flex in the column direction, flex column, and item center and justify in the starting position, and px it's going to be 3 and gap it's going to be 6. All right, so save these changes, and now inside here I'm going to bring a div, and that div it's going to be class name, width is going to be full, and I'm going to keep that height as 72, and for the time being I'm just going to show you bg as 200, rounded medium, and overflow it's going to be hidden, and the position is going to be relative. You can see it looks like this, but inside this, using the style attribute, I'm gonna bring a very specific background image. So using the background and using that URL function, I'm just going to copy and paste the image URL which I copied from the Pixabay. So you can use any image. So I'm just going to using this image, this particular image. So you can use, so feel free to copy any image as you wish and apply this background position. It's going to be center, and background size it's going to be cover. Save these changes. So that takes the entire cover and everything. Now, and if you have a look here, we can see that image is too bright, so I need to reduce that brightness and I need to display some text over there. So what I'm going to do is inside this division, I'm going to create one more div, and I'm going to make that div as an absolute position, and that is going to access all the corners. So using the insert property, flex item center, justify center, and the bg of it, it's going to be RGBA 0,0,0, 0.4. So if this changes, that's how it looks. And inside here, I'm going to bring that link from the React router DOM. And for the time being, if the user clicks it, that will take the user to the home screen. Later, if you have a difficult score, more separate page and everything, you can keep that option. Discover more. And for this class name, it's going to be px, it's going to be 4, py, it's going to be 2, rounded, medium, border, we need the border, and let's keep it as 2, and border gray, it's going to be 15, 50, and the text color is going to be white. It looks like that. Okay, so if you click this, this will take the user to the home screen. So right after that, what we have to do, we have to bring that edit option. So we have to display this edit option only if the user have the permissions to do that. So this is the place, this is the thing where we are adding the discover more option, and right after this, edit the template section. Okay, so over here, now what I need to do is I need to display this only if I have the user data. Then inside here, I'm going to bring a link tag, and I'm going to send this user to the specific route where the place where we are going to create the resume. This is the place where we are creating the resume. This is the route star resume / star. Okay, so let's copy this to dynamic string literals resume / after this resume, I'm going to send the data dot name, what the resume name that we are trying to. Then along with that, I'm going to send the template ID as a query parameter. $. Let's send that data dot underscore ID, or you can simply send that template ID which we fetched from the URL backend, right? So basically we are sending the name. So this with the URL route will be looking like this, like a local host colon 3000 / resume / the template name. What will be the template name? Like professional or something, professional / and what is the template ID? Something, a random number, something like this. So this is how that entire route will looks like. Okay, so inside this link tag, now what I need to do is I'm just going to display a paragraph tag, and I'm going to say edit this template. So this is going to be class name, which is going to be text. It should be in a white color, and font, everything will be the semi-bold, and text, of course, it's going to be the large. For this link, I'm going to add some styles. So class name, which is going to be width, of course, it's going to be full, and px, it's going to be 4, py, it's going to be 3, and rounded, it's going to be medium, flex, item center, justify center, and bg emerald 500. That's the color that we're using, and the cursor is going to be pointer. It looks like this. So once you successfully implemented this, next what we have to do, we have to bring the tags, and we have to display those tags over here. What are the different tags that we have to bring and display it over there. So div class name, width full, text, flex, item center, justify center, flex wrap, and instead of keeping it in the center, let's keep it in the starting position. And here gap, I'm going to use it as 2. Then inside here, I'm going to bring the data dot tags. We have the tags array, and I'm going to use the map function. Open it, get the tag, and as well as the index, render the component. Now inside here, I'm going to bring a paragraph tag, this for this paragraph tag, I'm going to add the class name, and as well as we're going to have the key, and the key is going to be our index number. For this class name, of course, we are going to use the small size text XX. Border, it's going to be border gray, it's going to be 300, and px it's going to be 2, and py is going to be 1, and rounded is going to be medium, and white space we need it as a no wrap, and inside this paragraph we need to display that tag content, which is nothing but your tag itself. So that should bring your tags and everything over here. Cool. So we successfully finished the right section, and the next thing what we have to do, we have to bring the suggestions. So we have to bring and display the suggestions, the template which is coming under the same category and everything. So that's what we are going to do next. All right then, so far we successfully finished the main UI part and everything. Now we have to display that the similar post. Okay, we need to show the suggestions for the users, so the similar kind of templates. So let's go ahead and do that. So what we have to do is this UI, where is the grid has been completed. So this is the place where the grid has been completed, this complete stuff. So right after this grid, enter, I'm going to show the suggestions for similar templates. So I'm going to create a div. For that div, it's going to be width, of course, it's going to be full, and padding top and bottom, it's going to be 8. This space, let's increase the space top and bottom, and flex column, item starting position, and justify the content in the starting position, and the gap between is 4. And I'm going to say get that paragraph tag and say you might also like. We have to display this. So this needs to be rendered. When it's need to be rendered, only if the template's length is greater than 0, right? Only if the template's length is greater than 0, then only we have to get that template's length over here. So all right, so let's do that. So let's say templates. We need to get that complete templates, use templates. Yep, this is supposed to be templates. Sorry, my bad. If the templates dot length is greater than 0, then render this. All right, so now it will display the text over here, and let's start class name, which is going to be text LG, font semi bold, text txt dark, text dark. And right after this paragraph tag, I'm going to create one more division, the place where we're going to bring that grids and everything. So width full, grid column 1 on the small devices, from the large devices on the grid column 2, and from the 2 XL devices grid column 4. This is going to be 3, but on the medium devices grid column 2. Right after here, gap between everything is going to be 2. Enter. So this is the place where we need to render the template. So the place, just like the way how we displayed the content inside the home container. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to copy from this React fragment to paste it over here, and let's bring the animate presence templates.map, and let's bring the template design pin, import it. That should fix the issue. Here we go. Okay, but now what we need to do is, so it is displaying all the templates. I need to ignore this particular ID. This particular ID needs to be ignored. So except that, I need to display it over here. So before mapping it, I don't need to check one more time because I'm already checking it over there. So let's remove it. Here, before mapping it, what I'm going to do, I'm going to use the filter method with the templates. I'm going to use the filter method, filter, and over here I'm going to get the every single template from here, and I'm going to check that temp dot underscore ID should not be equals to data question mark dot underscore ID. Now that particular ID will be ignored. This data will be ignored over here. Apart from that, the remaining stuff will be displayed over here. Cool. Okay. So instead of so this is the condition that we need to check here. Copy this and let's paste it over here. If we are getting something, if that length is greater than 0, then only we need to display that. So I'm trying to filter apart from this particular ID. If I'm getting any data, then I need to display this stuff. If there is nothing else, I don't need to display this. You might also like this part and everything. So the suggestion part is completed. Now if I click this, that will take the user to this create resume place. This is the place it will take the user, and you can see it's showing resume template 1 and the stuffs and everything. The URL, it's looking perfect and it's navigated to the specific screen. Now all we have to do is to go ahead and create that create resume part and everything. That's what we are going to do next. All right then, so now what we have to do is we have to get back into our create resume. So I'm just going to delete this. We don't need this anymore. Let's delete this from container. Let's delete this. If we need, we can open it later. Okay, so let me open the create resume page. So basically what we are trying to do over here is, so based on the template ID, so if I'm clicking this edit template, so based on this ID, so in the route we are getting that specific ID, right? So based on this ID or based on its name, we need to render the sub components, right? So for create resume itself, I'm going to create a separate route. Based on what name that we are resuming, we are going to display that component. Since I already told you this is a separate component, so for every template images, whatever you are uploading, you need to create a customized template in the local. Before uploading it, you need to design it and you need to keep it inside your local file. Then you need to upload that image in your admin file. And this is the exact same name that your component name should be, right? So let me explain you briefly what I'm trying to say here is, so let's fix this class name. It's going to be width full and flex column, item center, justify in the starting position, and the PF top and bottom. It's going to be full. Enable the word wrap. So now it looks like this. Inside here, now I need to bring the routes and I need to template render those templates. So to render that, inside the helpers.js, I'm going to create a separate templates data. This is an array that we need to maintain for whenever you are trying to add a new template, export const templates data. So you need to manually map that route every single time. So I'm going to give an ID which is going to be template hyphen dollar date dot now. That will maintain the unique ID, and I'm going to supply the name object. Name is going to be template 1, which is exactly the same name that we do have for these both templates. We have the property called name here, template 1, and for the template 2 we have the property as template 2. So we have to maintain those two names, and the component, that's the component. I need to create the component called template 1 and 2. So this is an asset. So now what we have to do is to go to that specific components folder. We need to go to that specific components folder. Then we need to map that particular component. And inside the component, I'm going to create a new folder over here called designs. It's a designs component, which we are going to maintain the designs components and everything over here. And for the time being, here inside this, I'm going to create the index.js file, index.js, and I'm going to create template 1.jsx is exactly the same name what we do have there, and create template 2.jsx or a fce, say the changes, close it, RAFCE, save the changes and close it. And index, let's export them. Export default as template 1 from where dot slash template 1. Save it and replace it template 2 and template 2. Save the changes, close it. And now here we have to bring that component template 1 from where, from the design. So let's import that part manually by ourselves. Import from double dot slash double dot slash components slash designs. Let's bring the template 1 comma template 2 and let's map it over here. Now the template 1 is mapped. Let's do the same stuff for the template 2. Name is going to be 2 and component is going to be 2. Since we're having two different templates, so we need to map it like this. So now if you are willing to add one more template called template 3, so you need to map that over here and you need to create a new template 3 component over here. Then you need to go ahead and add that template name and ID, because the reason, see here, if you are trying to add it new template, you can see what's the name that you are getting, template 3. This is the name that you need to create a component over here. Inside the designs, you need to create a component called template 3 and you need to create and you need to export it in the name as template 3. And in the route inside the helpers.js, you need to change the route. You need to manually add the route also for the template 3. So every time whenever you are adding a new template, this is what you need to do, because every single template UI, it's completely different. That's what I'm trying to say over here. Okay, cool. Now instead of displaying that text over there, create resume text over there, what I'm going to do is I need to go here. If I click this, instead of displaying the create resume, here in this place we need to render the routes. So let's bring the routes inside here. I'm going to get that templates data which is coming from the helpers, and I'm going to use the map function and I'm going to get the template information and I'm going to render over here. So here I'm going to create a multiple route based on the route whatever we are receiving. So for this route key, I'm going to say template !_ ID, or we can keep that as an ID, template ID. Then path, to which path that it's need to be navigated. It's need to be navigated to this specific path, slash dollar template dot name. That's the template that you are trying to edit. Then component, the component, what component that we are trying to render over here, template dot component. This is the component that we are trying to render it over here. So now you can see it's showing us template 1. And now if I get back here, if I click this and if I click edit it, and you can see it's displaying it as template 2, right? Because based on the ID, based on the route over here, based on the route, when we are sending the route to this specific path, template 2, right? That's the template 2 we have over here. Based on that, it's rendering the component. Okay, that's the route we are sending it over here. So this is the route it's been pushed. So based on that particular, it's rendering the template. Now if a user choose the template 1 and if he clicks the edit, and it's rendering the template 1.jsx, so that particular component is being rendering over here. All right, so we fixed the main route for creating the resume based on the templates and everything. I hope you now understand how to add a new template and everything. So next, what we need to do is we need to start designing a template. So instead of designing a complete template, I can share you the code so you can follow me with the exact same code over here, because that's a designing stuff. So you understand the main logic behind how we are bringing the template components and everything and loading it. Now that is just a designing stuff. You can do your customized design for each and every template. So to work along with me, I'm going to share you the template code so you can follow me from there. All right, people, to start designing the template one, so I already shared the code in the link in the description below. So please click the link in the description and that will take you to this place. So basically we have to update three different files, which is your helper.js, and you need to update your animation index.js file, and you need to update your template 1.jsx. Just follow me from here, because this template one have quite a lot of updates with the states and everything. So basically I removed all the major important functions, so it does have only the necessary things to keep that UI to be loaded, and these are the main functions which we need to create by ourselves, right? So let's go ahead and copy this helper.js. So from here to here, copy this and put it inside your helper.js. Okay, and make sure it's not throwing any issues over there. Okay, then what we have to do, you have to do the same stuff for the animation, because I added few animations in it. Not very few, I just added this opacity in and out. Either copy this alone, or in case you can simply copy everything and paste it inside there. And then for the template one, you just have to copy literally everything. If you follow the folder structures and everything just exactly the same way how I explained for you, if you follow the same way, you will not run into an error. So just you have to copy this from starting to here until this, copy it, and then Control A and paste it over here. Save these changes. If everything is perfectly fine, that should load your template over here. So this is the template design. So what are the options that it does have? If you click the edit option, everything will be changed into an edit mode, so you can customize every single field, including the picture. If you click this, so that will take you and change the image back and everything. So I don't want to waste the further time designing this entire UI component for you, so I just provided the code so you can follow me along from there. And if you wish to add a new skills, that will add the new skill, including the animation, and over here also. So one of the major function that we have to do is over here, this download and options and everything. So even after getting this image, you might run into two different errors, because you are not having these two packages where it is, these two packages, JS PDF and HTML2 image. So go open your terminal and you need to add these two packages, yarn add JS PDF and HTML2 image. These are the two packages that you need to add. So hit enter and download these packages. So let me copy this command and let me put it over here itself, because that will be better, so for you guys to follow that from there. So what we have to do is, you have to add two different packages over there, yarn add Tailwind CSS and yarn add not this one, where it is, JS PDF. Okay, so you need to add these two commands, which is nothing but yarn add JS PDF space HTML to image. These are the two different packages that you have to add. So copy that packages and hit the enter. So those packages will be added, so you will not run into any error or anything else. So now what we have to do is, so all we have to do is to how to save this details and everything. So along with that, so what we have to do is, so we have to so over here, if you notice here, this templates need to be saved directly into your cloud. So this function, where it is, this function will allows the user to directly save these details inside the Firestore collection over there. So you have to copy this function also. I also listed that function over there, so please go ahead and copy that function. So basically, what's the purpose of this function is, this function helps the user to store the details. So if you, all you have to see, you can see here under the users, you have the sub collection called resumes. So if I go to the Firestore, firebase.collections, firebase.google.com, and open my project. And if I go to the resume builder YouTube project, and if I go to the Firestore database, under the Firestore database, you have the users, their collections table over there. Users, under the users, now we have the data. This is the one, I think so. Yep. So here, over here, so this will create this particular option. Whenever I click save, if I click the save option, so you can see it's showing as data saved. That will create a sub collection inside that particular collection. You can see now we have a sub collection called resumes, and that resume detail, the complete resume detail, will be saved over here. Whatever the information typed by the user, the entire information will be saved over here. So that is the part of that particular code. So I already shared that code over there, which is straight away at the end. You can see this is that one. So every time whenever this template is being loaded, we are trying to fetch that particular template. We are trying to fetch that particular template. If the template is there, then we are fetching the details already from that collection. If the template is not there, it will create that particular resume in your user collection, right? Because this will helps you to maintain the detail. Like, think about it, that you are editing a data and you are closing it, and after coming back and you are you need to see the data which you edited, right? That's the reason we need to save it. So that's the main functionality. So go ahead and copy this function and put it inside your API folder, API index.js. So I already mentioned everything, the place where you need to copy and paste these codes and everything. So if you are so far at this point, so now all the one and only the remaining stuff that we have to do is just downloading the PDF, PNG and JPG and all those stuffs. So let's go ahead and do that stuff one by one, right? All right, so now let's go ahead and generate the PDF. So in the template 1.js x, so all you have to do is to search for generate PDF. So this is the function which helps, it's mapped with this button. So when you click this, this function is being called. So over here, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to access the DOM element which having the reference as a resume reference using the use ref hook. So let's access the DOM element using the use ref hook. So const element equals to resume ref dot current. Okay, so we are getting that. And then if I don't have that element, if not that element, so what we need to do, so I'm just going to say console.log unable to capture the content. And instead of displaying this over there, console.log, I'm just going to say toast.info. I'm just going to say this message and then return it. So you can't download that. So this message will be written. So user will be intimated that we can't enable at a moment, capture at a content at a moment. So they can try it some other time later. If not, I'm just going to say HTML to image dot. We are going to generate as a PDF, right? So first what we have to do is so basically we are capturing this entire stuff into an image. Then we are pushing that image into a PDF, right? So let's keep it as a to PNG, open it. We are passing that DOM element, this entire container is being passed inside that. Then that will return a promise dot then. Inside that promise, I'm going to call a callback function, which is going to take that data URL. Okay. And here, I'm just going to say const a4 width. We are going to create a variable called a4 width, which is going to be 210. And const a4 height, the a4 size height, which is going to be 297. Then we are going to create a PDF variable. So var PDF equals to new JS PDF. That's a package which we downloaded and imported. Open it, and we need to pass on some certain parameters inside it. Orientation is going to be portrait, so P, and then unit, what kind of unit that it's going to using as a reference, which is going to be then format, what kind of format that you are going to use over here. I'm going to use the A4 width and A4 height, which I created over there. Right. Save the changes, and then now I need to get the aspect ratio so that I can fix this perfectly. So const aspect ratio equals to A4 width divided by A4 height. Save the changes. Then const image image width. We need to get that image width, so we can set that image perfectly, covering the entire page. So then const image height equals to A4 width slash aspect ratio. All right, these are some calculations that you need to follow to keep the image perfectly. So const vertical margin, we need to calculate the vertical margin. So A4 height minus image height divided by 2. Okay, then we need to add this PDF into that we need to add that image into that PDF. So PDF dot add image, open it, data URL, that's the URL that we are trying to add, and in the what format? In the PNG format, and using the 0 as the number, x position, and then using the vertical margin and image width and image height. So then all we have to do is to PDF dot save resume dot PDF, save the changes. So if you want to use any dynamic name for yourself, you can use that dynamic name. Okay, so while doing this, if there is any issues, so I'm going to call a callback function. I'm getting the error object, and I'm just going to say toast dot error, open it, dynamic string literals, let's say error colon, and let's get that error message. What error message that we got? Save the changes. All right, so now if you click this, that should download the resume PDF, and if you open it, you should be able to see that particular image, which is perfectly sitting over there on the top of that particular page. So generating the PDF part, it's successfully done. So all we have to do is to get back and generate the image, and for PNG and JPG and SVG, that's the part that we are going to do next. All right, so let's go ahead and generate the remaining parts like PNG, JPG, and SVG. So to do that, we have this option like generate the image option. Okay, so basically this generate image option that helps you to generate. Let me check where this function is being mapped. So this generate image function, it's mapped for JPG, for this particular function, mapped for JPG, PNG, and SVG. So PNG, SVG is there, PNG and SVG is there. For the JPG, this is the function for JPG. So let's fix this PNG first. All right. So what we have to do is to, just like the same way, I need to get that element. So I'm going to copy this. Every time we need to check that, paste it here, and paste it inside the generate image as well as, and paste it inside the SVG as well as. Save these changes. Now right after this PNG, generate PNG. So I'm gonna get that using that HTML to image option. So HTML to image option to PNG. I'm going to use the to PNG, and I'm going to get the element, and I'm going to convert this to PNG. We are getting that element, and using the get, then it will return a promise, and I'm going to call a callback URL. So data URL, open a function, and inside here I'm just going to say const a is equals to document dot create an element. We are going to create a new element with an anchor tag. All right, so anchor dot href reference for that href property. I'm going to send that data URL. Then I'm just going to say download that equals to in the name as resume.png. All right, and I'm just going to say a dot click. Call that click method, so that will download it. And let's copy this sketch and let's paste it straight away over here. Save these changes. Now, if I click this PNG option, that should download. Oh, sorry, I clicked the PDF. So if I click this PNG, that should download this PNG image. If you click that, and here we go, we have ourselves that PNG image, right? So just like the same way, what we have to do is I just need to copy from here to here, and let me get into the SVG part. After here, instead of 2 PNG, change this to 2 SVG. Instead of to PNG, change this to 2 JPG. That's it. Now, if you click this JPG, a JPG file will get downloaded. Okay, so you have to change this file extension also, JPG, and over here we have to change the extension as SVG as well as. So click the JPG. Now you have yourself a JPEG image, and if you click SVG, and now you have yourself an SVG image. Okay, so we successfully finished the create resume options and everything. And if you click the edit option, instead of Karen Richards, I'm just going to type Vetrivel Ravi. Okay, and if I click this edit mode disable, and if I click save option, so that will be saved permanently into your database. You can see the data is saved. Now it doesn't matter even if I'm refreshing it. So that should bring back the detail with the data, with my own data, right? And just like the same way, I can click here and alter my images as well. So if I click this, so that will loading that. It's taking some time to load. I don't know why. So I'm not sure. So due to some reason, my Chrome it's stopped responding. So I have to close it. So let me open the Google Chrome one more time, and let me bring it over here. So I'm still facing some issues with the Google Chrome right now. Not sure why the Google Chrome is giving me a lot of problem right now. Let me bring it back one more time. I'm not sure why it is happening like this. I think my Google Chrome, it's been crashed. So let me open the Safari. Not sure why that is happening. So here, let me bring it over here, and let's say localhost 3000, and it's showing us to login. And if I click here, sign in with Google, let me sign in with my Google account. So that will take me to my local host. What is just happening? It's not signing in. Why? Okay, so it's not allowing me to sign in. I don't know why. I think something is crashed. So Google Chrome, it's making me a lot of problem right now. So all right, so due to some reason my Chrome it's been crashed, so I have to uninstall and reinstall this stuff. So we successfully finished all these options. So one only is that remaining that we have to update the profile section. if you click the my account, so we have to map that profile with our profile.jsx. So we haven't create that profile.jsx, so we have to map this user profile with our this one over here. So the URL route is wrong, so we have to go and fix that, and we have to bring that user profile. So if you see over here, and so I'll just remind me later. So resume builder, that over here, let me click my profile, my account. So you can see this is the one that we have to display. So let's go ahead and customize the user profile over here. So let's jump into the header.jsx. That's the place where we are sending the profile to the user profile. So what I have to do is, this is the place. So I'm just going to cut this part, cut it, and I'm going to say dynamic string literals, paste it, slash dollar. Here I need to get that user data .uid. So now if I click here, if I click this, so that will take to that specific route, and I will get the user profile. So now all we have to do is to open the user profile, and let's bring that the customized designs over there. So that's what we have to do. Go ahead and do that now. So let's go ahead and let's open this user profile .jsx, and here I'm just going to say class name, which is going to be width, of course it's going to be full, and flex column, and item center, and justify everything in the starting position, and py it's going to be 12. Save the changes, and let's enable the word wrap. So first what we have to do, all we have to do is to bring this entire section. So for that, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to create a div over here. Inside here, I'm going to keep this width as full and height as 72, and bg is going to be blue. For the time being, I'm just going to keep the bg as blue. Okay, so if you can see here, this is the area that we are displaying it. So here now I have to bring that image. So basically I just copy this image from that Pixabay. So you can feel free to use whatever the image that you wish to have. So I'm just going to use this image over here from the Unsplash. I copied that image and paste it over here. Then I need to bring that user profile just exactly the same way how we displayed it in the header.jsx, in the place how we are displaying it in the header.jsx. Just like the same way, we have to bring this and we need to put it on the top layer. So from there itself, I'm going to copy that and I'm going to paste it over here. So before that, I'm going to get that user data. So const equals to user, and I'm going to get that data and I'm going to keep it in the user state. Save the changes. And then now all I have to do is to make sure if the user have that photo URL. If the user have that photo URL, I have to render this React fragment, or else I have to render this React fragment. Okay, if that is a photo URL, then of course I need to display that image. Right, I need to display that image. So I'm just going to copy that image from the header.jsx and I'm going to display it over here, just like that. So we are displaying that image. If there is no image, then of course what we have to do, so I have to display some avatar. So I just copied some avatar from different avatar image from that online. So this is that image link from the free pick. So if there is no photo URL, so this is that image, it's been loaded. All right, this is the image, it's been loaded. Okay, so you can copy this image URL or you can use that image URL, any image URL as you wish. And this stuff needs to be in the center of the screen. So I'm going to wrap this inside a div and I'm going to paste it inside a div. And I'm going to say class name, which is going to have a flex property, flex item center, and justify it in the center, and flex column, and the gap, everything is going to be 4. Now it should be in the center of the screen. And after the place where it's being ended, so this is the place where we need to bring that paragraph tag, and I'm just going to say that user.display name should be displayed over here. Display name, that should display the name of that user, Then for this class property, I'm going to use the text to Excel, and the text is going to text dark, save the changes. Okay, so right after the underneath that, we need to bring the collections and my resumes. So collections is nothing but the whatever the ID, whatever you have saved, marked as a collection, you need to display it. And this is the resume which you generated and which is stored in that resumes collection. So these are the things that we have to fetch it and we have to display it. So right after this division, so this is for the tabs. So let me bring the class name, and that is going to be flex item center and justify center. Margin top, it's going to be 12. Then inside this div, I'm going to create a div, and that is going to have a class name. Class name, and this is going to have a dynamic string literals. Px, it's going to be 4, and py, it's going to be 2, and round, it's going to be medium, and flex item center, justify center, gap, it's going to be 2, and we are going to use the group property, and cursor is going to be the pointer. Inside this division, I'm going to have a paragraph tag, and I'm just going to say collections. So that's how this tab should looks like. So for this, I'm going to have some class name, which is going to be dynamic string literals, and let's keep it as a text base, and text txt primary. And on group forward, I'm going to change this to text blue 600 color, and px, it's going to be 4, py, it's going to be 1, and rounded, it's going to be full. Okay, so we need to create a tab. We need to create a state to monitor that the tab information. So I'm just going to create a state. So basically by default, I'm going to fix that default state as a collection. So active tab as a collection, default active tab as a collections tab. So using that property, using that active tab state, so we are going to do some color changes over here. If the active tab is equals to collections, if that active tab is equals to collections, then I have to make sure the bg is white color, and I need to add the shadow empty, and the text color is going to be the 600. Save these changes, and the use state is not imported. Let's import it. Save the changes, and now you can see it's highlighted. Right, when I'm hovering it, it gives you the same colors and everything. Okay, so on click, I need to make this particular division as an active tag. So on click, I'm going to call a callback function, and I'm going to say set active tab as the collections. That's the active tab. And now I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to paste it one more time, and this is going to be my resumes. Okay, so I'm just going to save this active tabs as resumes, and if the active tab is equals to resumes, then change this color to. So now if I click this, that will change to this. If I click this, the active tab will change, and it looks like that. So we successfully created that active tabs and everything. And now all we have to do is I'm going to bring a division over here, and based on that divisions, I'm going to render that complete stuffs over there. Based on that tab selections, I'm going to render that. This is the place where the tabs it's being completed, and here we are going to show the tab content. So a div. Okay, so this div needs to access the complete width, and I'm going to bring a grid system inside here, class name, which is going to be width full. Now, of course, it's going to be a grid, and grid column 1 for a medium device, grid column 2 on LG device, grid column 3 on 2XL device, grid column 4, and the gap is going to be 2, px it's going to be 4, py is going to be 6. Inside here, I'm going to bring that animate on presence, enter. So I'm going to say that active tab, if that active tab is equals to collections. So what is that? If that active tab is equals to collections, then I need to display this. Then only I have to display this. I'm going to get the react.fragment. Okay, so inside here, if that active tab is equals to the collections, then what I have to do? So I have to get that user collection. So inside here, you can see we have this user object, and inside the user object, we have this collection and we have the ID. So we have to fetch that particular ID from there. So using that user object, user from the user dot collections. So I'm just going to copy that array, copy and supply it over here, paste it, collections dot length. If the length is greater than 0, and user dot collections, user should have the collection object. If say so, I need to render that template. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to render a template, and I'm going to bring an internal component, which is exactly the same way what we did for the home container, I think. So let's go to the home container. So this is the same thing. So I'm going to copy it from here, and I'm going to get back to the user profile, and let me paste it over here. So just exactly the same thing. We haven't changed anything at all. Just what we have to do, we have to we don't need this part. So I'm just going to change this to and I don't need this remaining part. Just I'm going to delete that. So I'm going to bring that over here. Okay, so let's bring that render template. Okay, so render a template. Okay, if not, if there is nothing else to display, what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a div, an empty div. Save these changes. So for this, of course, we need to import this part. So we haven't supplied the data. So all we have to do is to supply. So templates, it's equals to templates. So we need to get that template state. So let's, what I have to do is to, I have to bring that template state. So all I have to do is to bring the template states over here, save these changes, and import the use templates options. So if you don't have the user object, then of course we need to navigate the user to the home screen, to authentication screen. So bring the use navigate also. So if you don't have the user, if not user, then navigate the, so this is supposed to be inside the use effect method. Use effect hook, open it and call a callback function and keep the dependency injection. And here, if you don't have the user object, then navigate the user into the /auth route and replace the route is equals to true. So if we don't have the user object, this will render the user object to there. And now it's supplying the templates details over here. See, these are the templates, but what are the I don't want to display all the templates. I just need to display the templates which is marked as the collections, which carries out the ID inside our collection object. So for this template, what I need to do is I need to filter dot filter, open this method. I'm going to get the template object, each template object. So if that template, so user dot, I need to make sure that user dot collections dot includes that particular temp dot underscore ID. If it has that, then it will be displayed in the collections. Look at that. Now it's showing the collection because that is the one which I marked as a collection. If we go here and you can see this is marked as a collection, this is not. If I click this is also be added to the collection. And now if I get back to my profile, my account, and there you can see your collections, right? This because you added as a collection over there. And if you don't have any kind of data, if you don't have anything else to display, in that point we need to display this. There's no data is coming from your assets folder. So for instance, what I'm saying here is, now if I want to remove this, I don't want, so I just remove it. That will be removed. If I remove this too, now you can see we have no data to show you in the collections. If you want to add, just add it one more time, and that will be added, and that will be pushed back, and you can see it in your account. So just like the same way, what we have to do, we have to bring it for your resumes also. So to get that resume, so what we have to do, so we have to create a custom hook to get that resume. So over here, what I'm going to do, const data saved resumes equals to use query, open it, and I'm going to get an array, and it's going to say this name as saved resumes. And here I'm going to call back function, and that function is going to be get saved resumes, which we haven't created. And for this function, we have to supply the user dot UID, because based on the ID only we can fetch that details, right? So what I'm going to do is, I'm just going to create this function. So copy this, and let's get back to the API, index.api. Here, over here, I need to bring that function. So say to get that saved resumes. So this is the code. This is the code which is going to get you that saved resumes, just exactly the same way how we fetch that template. So I just changed that resumes from the users collection. I'm going to access the user ID, and I'm going to have that resumes collection, sub collection. So I'm going to fetch each and every resumes, whatever the user created, right? So I just copied this, and I've just pasted it over here, the place where we are getting the templates, just exactly the same way how we fetch the template, get template, just like the same way I copied it, and then I pasted it over here. So that's a function which is going to give the returns all the resumes over here. Then I'm gonna render it over here. So now we have, so, and what I'm going to do is, if that the temp is loading, if the temp or the user data or whatever, if any of the fetching details which is loading, I'm just going to say return. We have to return that particular loader, which is nothing but the main spinner. So now even if you are refreshing, which is going to display that loader, and that is going to display my account. If I refresh this, oh, it's taking back over there. Okay, so it's loaded over here, and it's going to display that information over here. Okay, so the reason over here it's pushing the user to the auth screen, that is because it is so let's stop this, and now if you refresh this, yeah, here we go, it's not pushing the user, because because every single time whenever you are refreshing if you are executing something inside the use effect, it will be executed 2 times in the local host. But you can see here the same code, if I refresh here, it is not going to push the user to the okay, so here also it's having the same issue. So this is the problem with that code. I think this is the one which is pushing the user to the home screen. Okay, maybe we should not write that. I thought due to that it's working in that way. All right, so anyways, the code is working perfectly. Now the user data, we can see the collections. So now we have to bring the resumes which we created. So to do that, now we have the same saved resumes. So if you click the details, and you can see the saved resumes, you have the array, and inside the array you have the details and also the image URL and everything for that particular thing. So now what I'm going to do is, just I'm going to copy the same stuff what we did for the template option over here. So this is the one, right? This is the place where we are displaying it. So I'm just going to copy this animate presence. Either we can copy the animate presence, or we can copy it from here. So copy this and put it over here. If it is equals to resumes, so make sure that the same term that we are checking, if it is equals to the resumes, then instead of users collections, all I have to do is to get the saved resumes dot length, and if it is having the saved resumes object, then we have to send the saved resumes over here, saved resumes over here, save changes. And now if I click the resumes, you should be able to see that saved resumes which I edited. You can see Vetrivel Ravi. The beauty of this over here is, now if I get back to the same design and if I edit this template, and here if I change my professional title over here, and let me change this to as a developer, and if I remove the edit mode and if I click save option, this will save that image. Okay, so now it's saved. And if I get back to my profile and if I get back to my resumes, you can see here the image URL, it also gets updated because we are capturing the image and we are saving it as a cover URL for your resume, so that every time whenever you alter something, you will get that updated data image over here and it will be displayed. All right, so this is how we created that resume builder. So we successfully finished all the important part, including the collections, the profile URL, that resume download options and everything. The only thing which I haven't explained to you in that video is just that UI part, how to create this complete UI stuff, because I don't want to waste your time to create this UI, because you can able to create this UI by yourself, or much more beautier than this, you can create the UI by all yourself. So I don't want to waste some of the time over there. So I just created that, the main functionality is what is necessary for you. Okay, all the helper codes and support codes are pasted in the link in the description below, so please go ahead and use that link. And the next part is what we are going to do. We are going to deploy this project in the live server, and that's what we are going to do next. All right then, so to deploy this project, what we have to do is to first we have to export our output. So stop the server and hit the run command called yarn build. So this will export your complete output into this build folder. So we are going to have a build folder over here. See the build folder. So that will generate the complete output and optimize your code and encrypt your code JavaScript files and put it inside the build folder. Then we have to push this build folder inside your Firebase. So then we have ourselves a live URL, the project URL. So now it's been exported. So all I have to do is to, let's say Firebase, oops, not there, here, Firebase init, hit the enter. So we are going to deploy the project, right? So you have to choose this hosting options, hosting, configure Firebase hosting, optionally set up the Github Actions. So press the space bar and hit the enter, and here you can use an existing project, of course. And what we are going to do is, this is the one, resume builder YouTube November 2023. So hit the enter, and what is the folder? Build folder. And do you want to configure as a single write and rewrite all the URLs to index.html? Of course, yes. And set up auto buildups deploy, nope. And Firebase build index.html already exists, do you want to overwrite it? Nope. So now the initialization is done. So from onwards, if you're making any changes and all those things, you don't have to initiate it every time. Initiation is just only one time. So if you're making any changes, you just have to build it, and you have to do this command Firebase deploy, and that will push your project into your cloud. So you don't have to initiate it every single time, just initiate only one time. If you're making any changes, just build it and then push it. That's all you have to do. So now here we go, this is our live URL. If you click this, that will take us to that particular live URL. There we go, and it's logged in, and you can see we are getting the data and everything. It's loaded perfectly, and you are not getting the developer options, developer tools, because that will run only on the local host. And if you click the login, you will be navigated over here. Click the sign in with Google, and that will takes you to the page where you can access sign in, and it will return back to the auth, and it's checking whether the user is there or not, and it's returned back to the home. All right, so now we have ourselves the details and everything. If I want to add a new template, I can go here and add a new template. And if I wish to edit any of the template. If I click edit template, so that will going to load that template. I can alter any of this information over here, and if I wish to download, I can download this, and it's working. And if I click this my account, and there I can see my collections and I can see my resumes. So everything we successfully implemented. So I hope you guys are so excited and you learned a lot from this video. So I will, if you have any questions or anything else, we can discuss this in the discussion part, and leave the questions and everything in the comment section. So I will definitely help you out. All right. All right, people, since we successfully deployed and all these things, everything is done. So all we have to do is to push this project into the GitHub. So let's get to this and let's give the message changes project done and deployed. Hit the enter, save it, and click here and pull or push and push to React full resume. Okay. So now the entire project is being pushed, and that's all.